on the phantasmatic semiology in Roland Barthes' cours au Collège de France. Acknowledgements. Writing is a lonely job, but there are a lot of people without whose support financially, intellectually, emotionally this book would have remained unwritten. First of all, I would like to thank the colleagues, the students, and the staff of both the Department of Dutch Literature and Literary Theory at Ghent University and the Department of Arts and Architecture at the PHL University College for creating just the kind of environment which enabled me to read, to think aloud and to write. Special thanks should go to Jürgen Peters for the valuable, inspiring discussions which allowed me to create my own Barthesian cartography, with its necessary detours and side paths. And thanks most of all to Nadia Sells, always my first reader, who kept me company on this ongoing journey for quite some time now. I want to dedicate this book to her. Kafka's last diary entry, June 12, 1923. Every word, twisted in the hands of the spirits. T's twist of the hand is their characteristic gesture becomes a spear tur net against the speaker. Most especially a remark like this. And so ad infinitum. The only consolation would be, it happens whether you like or not. And what you like is of infinitesimally little help. More than consolation is, you too have weapons. Kafka 1988, 423. A painting of girls, reading. While the birthday greetings on the back of the picture postcard were not addressed to me, the painting portrayed on the front certainly seemed to be, the Arnsnia sisters, painted in 1895 by a Dutch landscape artist whom I had never heard of, W.B. Tholen. The painting depicts two girls perched together on a chaise longue, each of them engrossed in their reading. The one girl is sitting upright, her eyes glancing downward at the book in her lap that she grips with one hand, her other hand resting on the page. The other girl is reclining, her knees tucked up under her skirt, resting her head on her hand. She is poised to turn a page but forgets to do so, absorbed by what she is reading. Light streams inside from an unseen window behind the girls, noticeable only by the shine on the dark wood of the chair and the pale glow of the paper where letters are suggested by little dark patches of paint. Although it was not my birthday, I had to have the postcard. I would often return to it, just sit and stare at it without being able to uncover the secret of its mysterious attraction. At best I could localize my fascination in the dreamy, unflinching gaze of the second girl, lost in a world evoked by words that would remain forever unreadable for me. In other words, what my gaze latched onto was that which I cannot see in her gaze, the image of what she is reading, an image that gives her eyes that characteristic, impenetrable expression of someone daydreaming, unaware of her surroundings or even the words in the book she is holding. In her gaze I recognize the same intensity that rivets me as a reader to the page, and imprisons me for hours in an imaginary world. The picture postcard lied on my desk, was sometimes used as a bookmark, got lost and reappeared again, and the more I looked at the print, the more I became convinced that she coalesced the essence of our relation to the literary imagination, but at the same time I realized that this imagination was not going to yield her secret straight away. And then I recognized the same fascination for the strange relationship between the reader's imagination and the text in the work of late Barthes, and in particular the courses he gave as professor of literary semiology from 1977 to 1980 at the Collège de France. What drew me to this period of Barthes' work was a cryptic sentence from the inaugural speech that Barthes gave on January 7, 1977 at the Collège de France. Je crois sincèrement que l'origine d'un enseignement comme celui-ci il faut accepter de toujours placer un fantasme, qui peut varier d'année en année. Barthes, Ouvres Complètes, hereafter OC, v. 445, I sincerely believe that at the origin of teaching such as this we must always locate a fantasy, which can vary from year to year. Barthes 1982, 477, it was primarily the notion of the fantasy or phantasm as fantasme is sometimes translated, that intrigued me here, and I was also very curious about the manner in which Barthes used these fantasies in his own courses. And I was fortunate, for only recently was this final chapter of Barthes' work made available to a wider audience. The first two courses, Comment Vivre Ensemble, How to Live Together, and Le Neutre, The Neutral, appeared in 2002, thanks respectively to Claude Coste and Thomas Clerc, and in 2003 the final two lecture series were published together under the title La Préparation du Roman IET2, The Preparation of the Novel IN2, thanks to Nathalie Leger. For more than 20 years, scholars had to avail themselves of brief summaries in the Annuaire du Collège de France, references in a few interviews and a couple of lectures or articles that revisited some elements from the lecture series. It was therefore logical that the course played a marginal role in the reception of Barthes' oeuvre, which is why at the start of my research I found myself on terra incognita. What frustrated me the most was that Barthes himself, in his own lessons, never really made clear what the notion of the fantasy which was so important to his literary theory actually meant. Nevertheless, I remained convinced that Barthes' notion of fantasy was particularly suitable to conceive the intensity of the reading experience, an intensity such as the one incarnated for me in the painting of the Arnsnia sisters. At the same time I quickly came to understand that I would first have to make a detour around a series of thinkers who could help me clarify Barthes' idiosyncratic interpretation of the fantasy. The reader will then forgive me this, in my search for an explanation for the mysterious and even somewhat disturbing character of Thalin's reading girls, Barthes himself will only make a late entrance on the stage. Of all places I discovered a first step on the way to an answer articulated in the work of someone whose thought is often depicted as the antipode to the post-structuralist philosophy to which Barthes' thought belongs, Jean-Paul Sartre. A Project of Consciousness, Reading. In Sartre's monumental L'être et l'Néant, 1943, Being and Nothingness, he describes an alienating encounter with a man reading in the park, an encounter that bears a very close resemblance to the experience I underwent while looking at Thalin's painting. Simplement la qualité même omniscient, comme rapport de l'homme libre, est un petit lézard particulier de mon univers, au sein de cette forme solide et visible, ilse fait un vidage particulier, ln est massive chu en apparence, son sens propre est d'être, au milieu de mon univers, audix pas de moi. Au sein de cette massivide, un foot rigoureusement calme et localisé. Sartre 2006, 295. The quality man reading as the relation of the man to the book is simply a little particular crack in my universe. At the heart of this solid, visible form he makes himself a particular emptying. The form is massive only in appearance, its peculiar meaning is to be in the midst of my universe, at 10 paces from me, at the heart of that massivity a closely consolidated and localized flight. Sartre 1992, 344. This passage forms a good illustration of the well-known distinction Sartre makes in L'être et l'Néant between the en soi, in itself, and the pour soi, for itself, a distinction that is also clearly present in the painting by Thalin, with the en soi an object falls together with itself, is always what it is in a tautological sense. The chaise longue is nothing other than the material out of which it is made, the red velvet upholstery, the metal buttons, the dark wood of the armrest, just like the girls' dresses or the paper from the books. But a person can never be an en soi because one cannot fall together with oneself, one always remains a pour soi that cannot be reduced to a concrete, material presence. Sartre's explanation of the human being as a pour soi found here is a continuation from his earlier publication, L'Imaginaire, Psychologie phénoménologique de l'imagination, 1940, The Imaginary. A phenomenological psychology of the imagination. In this study of the imagination, Sartre describes the imaginary as the capacity human consciousness possesses to present things to itself that are not there, to supply the concrete reality in which consciousness finds itself with an emptiness, a nothing. An example by way of clarification: I am looking for a certain book that I know I have, but cannot find. I imagine the color of the cover, its size, thickness. In other words, I see the book right in front of me, and in this way I get the feeling that something is missing from my study. Of course, The not being there of the book only appears in the light of my imagination, which can form an image of where the book must, be. Someone else entering my room would take no notice of this absence, precisely because the things in my study would appear just as they are. In L'être néant, Sartre applies this power of imagination not only to the consciousness of external objects or persons, but also to self-consciousness. As a poursuit, I always appear as enveloped by a nothing that haunts me. In the same way that my imagination can destroy, néantiser, the concrete room and replace it with an imaginary room in which the book is indeed present, via my imagination I can take leave of my present self, and as a poursuit continually conjure up choices and possibilities quite different from the situation in which I find myself. It is also the destructive power of consciousness that strikes us when we encounter another consciousness, such as Sartre with the man reading in the park, or me with Thalin's painting. The expression on the girl's face as she is reading made me realize that she is not entirely herself in the way that the chaise longue or the book are, that she does not entirely fall together with herself as she seems to when portrayed on the canvas. I see that she does not see, that all the things that I see have, for her, disappeared, that all she is concerned about is the intimate, imaginary universe evoked by her reading, into which I, as a spectator, almost literally sink into nothingness. The concrete reality as depicted by the painter, the sunlight, the chaise longue, even the body of her reading sister seem deprived of their natural tangibility by that single fixated, reading gaze. But what is disturbing is, of course, that the imagination which seems to dispossess these things of their tangibility is itself intangible, inexistent. To say simply that her thoughts are somewhere else would be misleading, because the process of imagination as described by Sartre consists precisely in the fact that the apparently absent gaze knows of no elsewhere, it cannot be anywhere else than there, in that moment. The girl's reading does not expose another world, it only reveals an emptiness in this world that cannot assume any positive, material content. The expression in her eyes as she reads confronts me as spectator with a nothing evoked by her reading consciousness, and it is precisely from this point of non-existence that all existence around her is destroyed. It is in this way that the nothing of imagination is capable of overcoming the enormity of being, and manifesting itself as possibility. In the poursuit appears the notion of freedom so essential for Sartre. While the chaise longue as en soi has no other choice than to be what it is in the location it was placed, this is not so for the two girls. They have the choice to be something else. While reading, they could imagine that they would set their books aside, tell the painter that they were tired of posing and, for example, go take a walk. At that moment they ignore their current situation as reading girls and project themselves into the future as strolling girls, after which they may decide to close their books and stand up, thereby actually ceasing to be what they were. The freedom exercised in this example is hardly spectacular, but is nevertheless fundamental for the poursuit, which in fact has no other choice than to choose and to take responsibility for the choices it makes. Freedom is frightening precisely because it is so radical. The nothing of consciousness, capable of opening a space for different possibilities within the bulwark of being, is never based on anything but negativity. But it is exactly because these possibilities do not actually exist that they can receive no external legitimation, which entails that the choices a subject must make continuously can also be a source of anxiety. Confronted with an infinite, unfounded freedom, every choice I make seems arbitrary. This is why I sometimes feel compelled to escape my freedom via what Sartre calls mauvaise foi, bad faith, through which I try to shift responsibility for the choices I have made onto someone else. I choose to act in such or such a way because others in my situation have done the same thing, or because others seem to expect this sort of behavior from me, or because I believe myself to be determined by socio-economic factors or a genetic blueprint to behave in this way. This is not to say that all of these factors do not play an important role. This can be seen in Thalin's portrayal of the Arnsnia sisters, influenced undoubtedly by 19th-century bourgeois culture, an important aspect of which was intimate. 14. Reading, but at the same time, the social context can never fully determine their actions. Irregardless of other factors, Sartre would say, the Arnsnia sisters have indeed chosen to pose before the easel while reading. It is a choice that, nolens volens, singularizes them because it is their choice, their possibility that no one can realize in their stead. By emphasizing the concrete, unique, and solitary individual, existentialist philosophy confronts the human being with a continuous appeal. It is my duty to realize the freedom that I possess, a freedom that makes me appear to myself as a unique task within the given situation in which I, by chance, find myself. My freedom thereby loses its non-committal character. The choices I make determine the direction of my life and form part of the unique project I become for myself, because of the fact that I can project myself as possibility into the future. The singular character of that project becomes clear against the horizon of the ultimate possibility that I can imagine, the only possibility whose realization is entirely certain, namely, the possibility of my death. This is a perspective that I can in no way pass off onto another. At that fatal moment when I die, no other consciousness can assume for me my disappearance. It is this anxiety-provoking awareness that is announced with the Heideggerian notion of sensum tod, being toward death. My life is finite, my time is limited, and it is precisely this that gives meaning to my choices, because they seen retrospectively from that one unavoidable end of my possibilities will determine whom I have been. Perhaps it is just this awareness of being toward death that so struck me while looking at the Arnsnia sisters. The portrayal of the two girls shows me the freedom they had as poursois, but in a rigid, fixed form, as painted figures. Their concrete freedom is, of course, denied. So long as the painting exists, the girl's hand will not turn the page, nor will her eyelids blink. Apart from the context of the painting, the expression on her face could just as well be that of a dead girl, and in a certain sense she is just that, for the girl who posed for a painter in 1895 has in the meantime become old, but how old, and died. It is with a shock that I realize that the only concrete freedom in the painting, the nothing that haunts it, is not hidden in the painted face of the girl, but in my act of gazing at the painting. It is my imagination that destroys this two-dimensional collection of lines and colors, ink and glossy paper of the postcard reproduction, and brings the 15 girls to life as a riddle that confuses me and ultimately throws me back upon myself, making me conscious of my freedom and of the finitude in which I am free. Again I recognize myself in Sartre, this time in a passage from Qu'est-ce la littérature? 1948, What is Literature?, where Sartre defines aesthetic experience as an appeal to human freedom. Qu'est-ce nommerai modification esthétique du projet humain, car à l'ordinaire le monde apparaît comme l'horizon de notre situation, comme la distance infinie qui nous sépare de nous mêmes, comme la totalité synthétique du don, comme l'ensemble indifférencié de obstacles et de ustensiles, mais jamais comme une exigence qui s'adresse à notre liberté. Ainsi la joie esthétique provientiale à ce niveau de la conscience que j'ai prince de récupérer et d'interroger sur ce qui est le non moi par excellence, puisque j'ai transforme le don en impératif et le fait en valeur, le monde est ma tâche. Sartre 1965, 75, italics in original. I shall call this the aesthetic modification of the human project, for, as usual, the world appears as the horizon of our situation, as the infinite distance which separates us from ourselves, as the synthetic totality of the given, as the undifferentiated whole of obstacles and implements, but never as a demand addressed to our freedom. Thus, aesthetic joy proceeds to this level of the consciousness which I take of recovering and internalizing that which is non-ego par excellence, since I transform the given into an imperative and the fact into a value. The world is my task, Sartre 2001, 44, italics in original. In the event that I would meet a girl similar to Tholins in the reading room of a library, for instance, there would be a good chance that I would not even notice her, let alone that a glimpse of her face while reading would affect me like that of the girl in the painting. At that moment I would probably be searching for a book myself, and in that context she might at most appear as an obstacle. She is reading the book that I wanted to borrow, or as an instrument. Perhaps she can help me find the shelf containing the book I am looking for. But in the closed environment of my study, face to face with that one picture postcard that is always somewhere on my desk, the act of reading loses its obviousness. Because of this, the aesthetic dimension of the scene receives an ethical appeal. This image, to which I can only relate as a spectator, forces me to pause over the value of the act of reading. It is thus not unusual that I am so struck by the portrayal of a girl reading. I could just as well undergo the experience of being toured. 16. Death and the fundamental freedom of the human being through a painting that depicts some other human activity. Were it not that reading is an activity occupying a central place in my universe, so central that I hardly give it a moment's thought. And it is precisely that which turns Thalen's painting into a challenge to my own bad faith as a reader. The temptation still remains, especially after an education in literary theory, to reduce this painting to a revealing snapshot in the history of reading, to an exemplary product of a bourgeois culture for which this theme is all too familiar. The preference for this theme results in a series of paintings of reading women in which one finds expressed the same strange mixture of intimacy and sentimentality, but also idleness. I can turn the same, objectivizing gaze onto myself as reader. Within the context of an academic mandate, I am supposed to conduct research within the field of literary and cultural theory, and the lion's share of my reading is framed within this assignment. I read books in order to be able to write about them, and I can present myself with various reasons why I do this. A noble one, namely, to assist others to broaden their knowledge; an ambitious one, namely, to expand my economic and symbolic capital; and perhaps even a self-pitiable one, namely, out of a vague anxiety that I am good for nothing else. But from Sartre's standpoint, this type of honesty concerning my motives is deceptive, because in this way I present myself as someone determined by these motives. When I read and want to write about what I have read, this is in the first place because I read and write for the sake of myself, because over the course of years reading has become an important part of the project I have, in all freedom, chosen. Just as within the limits of my concrete situation I am free to choose something else. The reading girl confronts me with this personal truth: I am not a random viewer of this intimately painted scenario. To a certain extent I am this scenario. The glance that the girl throws at her book is of the same order as the one I throw at the picture postcard. She reveals my freedom to me, my project in its absence, my nothing in the face of the massive, mute being of things. It is precisely through the nothing in my gaze that this painting comes to life, and the act of reading portrayed here appears to me as a task that I have chosen for myself. 17. The fantasy of the reading body. And yet, I examine once again the representation of the reading girls and notice that Sartre's explanation is not entirely sufficient to elucidate my fascination. What disturbs me in Thalen's painting is indeed more than absence itself, the nothing of consciousness that remains visibly invisible in the gaze of the reading girl, and in my gaze as spectator. Her intense facial expression shows me not only the nothing of her consciousness, but also the enduring presence of a body, a presence that does not fall together with the en soi because it is manifest via the conscious act of reading, but at the same time, it does not belong entirely to the pour soi either. In the face of the girl I rediscover, albeit less emphatically, the same trace of bodily ecstasy found in the face of Teresa of Avila in Bernini's famous sculpture from the Roman Church, Santa Maria della Vittoria. It is for this bodily involvement with the nothing of the imagination that Sartre's distinction between the pour soi and the en soi cannot find the correct formulation, precisely because of his rejection of every form of determinism in the project of human freedom. I began to recognize that in the reading experience, the aesthetic joy Sartre interprets as the becoming conscious of one's freedom perhaps expresses just the opposite, namely, that my reading runs off with my freedom. The girl has undoubtedly chosen to read, but in the process of reading it nevertheless seems that she is overwhelmed by what she is reading, by something from which she cannot extract herself, and which reveals itself in the presence of her reading body. The same goes for the enjoyment I experience when viewing the painting. it attracts me in a way that cannot be understood purely as a cerebral prize to conscience of my existential project. For while that which I encounter in this painting is indeed the image of my own situation as reader, my effective reaction and my repeated return to the postcard without knowing why, show that the Sartrean interpretation of the project does not entirely agree with my experience. Something in my relation to the painting transcends the intentionality of my consciousness, and the enjoyment adhering to my act of looking is not a result of a free choice. I thus came to the conclusion that existentialist philosophy alone was insufficient to provide a proper understanding both of my visual experience of Tholen's painting, and above all of the for me 18. Essential experience of reading it portrays. I needed a theory concerned specifically with that border area between body and consciousness, between the pour soi and the en soi, a theory which also is a first important intertext for Barthes' use of the fantasy in literary theory, psychoanalysis. In the following chapter, I will concentrate primarily on the psychoanalytic approach to the fantasy as the expression of a relation between the subject as a speaking being and its body. This signifies, particularly from the Lacanian reinterpretation of Freud, a radical break with the Sartrean notion of freedom. The fantasy indeed establishes a distance to the pure materiality of the body as en soi, by which the existence of the subject becomes possible. At the same time, the subject remains forever attached to this bodily presence, which remains an unknowable thing that the subject can neither transcend nor negate. With Lacan, this conception results in an ethics that is also inspired by Heideggerian being toward death, but in contrast to Sartrean existentialism, is radically anti-humanistic. The awareness of one's own mortality does not lead, in Lacanian psychoanalysis, to the insight that the nothing of the pour soi implies a radical freedom that turns me into a task or project for myself to complete. With Lacan the issue is more one of abandoning such illusions of self-determination and realizing that my subjectivity is defined by a fantasy that escapes my conscious grasp. In light of my death, what remains for me is an attempt to traverse the fantasy that I am, and to reach the point where I realize that the nothing of my desires which hides in the fantasy behind the illusion of a mythical object of desire is but the other side of the presence of an inaccessible, uncontrollable, enjoying body. Exploring Julia Kristova's work, however, we will find that psychoanalytic theory can nonetheless leave room for a more positive view on the fantasy. In a way more closely connected to Sartre, she considers the fantasy as a structure that provides the subject with a psychical space which enables imagination and even self-transformation. In the second chapter, I would like to complement this psychoanalytic view on the fantasy with the Nietzschean-inspired critique of Deleuze and Foucault, which forms the second most important intertext of Barthes' literary theory. Both thinkers were known as fervent opponents of psychoanalysis, a reputation gained by the former primarily due to El Anti-Oedipi, 1972, Anti-Oedipus, the first book that Deleuze wrote together with Félix Guattari, a former student of 19. Lacan's, and gained by the latter thanks to La Volonté de Savoir, 1976, The Will to Knowledge, the first part of Foucault's Histoire de la Sexualité, History of Sexuality. And yet both Foucault and Deleuze began their research using psychoanalytic paradigms which would never disappear entirely from their work. In my opinion, it is therefore more correct to speak of a radical reorientation of psychoanalytic theory in their work than a radical break with it. As my reading will show, this reorientation concerns primarily the status of the body. From a Nietzschean perspective, it is not some inaccessible thing but a collection of affects and powers that can be used in a perverse way to make possible new forms of thinking and feeling. In this sense, Deleuze reformulates the fantasy as a program, a unique coupling of bodily intensities in a continual process of becoming. Despite the important differences between them, both Lacan and Deleuze continue to be associated with the same anti-humanistic philosophical current that, mainly since the 60s, had fired shots across the bow of Sartre, the last great French defendant of humanism. As my work progressed, however, I came to the conclusion that the central ethical implication of Sartre's existentialist philosophy, namely, that one is a task for oneself to accomplish, was not in the least stripped of its relevance by its opponents. On the contrary, This ethical dimension echoed in their thought like some stubborn remnant, even if it received little exposure in the numerous introductions to, and discussions of their theoretical work. Taking paths that Sartre never could have anticipated, both Lacanian psychoanalysis and the Nietzschean-inspired philosophy of Deleuze confront their readers with a call to change their lives and, in a certain way, to overcome their current self. But as we will see, it is above all in the later Foucault that the affects of this existentialist undercurrent would again come to the surface. The fantasy appeared in Foucault as a demon, an uncanny double urging us to care for the self by imposing self-discipline on the body, and in this manner in light of the irrevocable being toward to turn the self into a work of art. I will elaborate extensively on the important role that aesthetic experience, and in particular literary experience, plays as the preeminent meeting place between reader and fantasy. Both for psychoanalysis and for Deleuze and Foucault's Nietzschean philosophy, literature was always a privileged interlocutor, and it is precisely this dialogue that makes their conceptualization of the fantasy so crucial. 20. For a proper understanding of Barthes' literary theory. More than just as a source of inspiration, Barthes would take their theoretical insights as a point of departure, translating them into a specific approach to literary texts. Roland Barthes was born in 1915, losing his father not even a year later when, as a Marine officer, he died in a naval battle during the First World War. His childhood years were spent together with his mother in Bayonne, in southwest France. In 1924 the little family moved to Paris, where Barthes developed into a promising student who, like many of his friends, seemed destined for an academic career. In 1934, a bout of coughing up blood put an end to his rosy future. Barthes was diagnosed with tuberculosis, which would result in him spending a great deal of time in sanatoria. Although he was finally pronounced cured in 1946 after an earlier relapse in 1941, his health remained weak and he felt that his academic ambitions had been ruined because the illness had prevented him from studying at the École Normale Supérieure, thereby thwarting his expectations for a career in literary studies. But during his stay in the sanatoria, where he spent the greater part of the Second World War, Barthes read voraciously. Along with literary texts, primarily by Proust, and more or less the entire collected works of the historian Jules Michelet, about whom he would publish a small book in 1954 in the Écrivains de Toujours series, Barthes read about two philosophical systems that would thoroughly influence post-war French thought, Marxism and, more importantly for Barthes, Sartre's existentialism. Thus when he returned to Paris in 1946, it was from that dual ideological perspective that he would engage in a critique of bourgeois society. Barthes did this initially via cultural pieces that were published in Combat, a former resistance newspaper that was held in high regard after the war. Barthes' biggest enemy was the apparent obviousness with which historically determined and class-inspired convictions were presented as natural and universal. This is what Barthes would later call Dasein, a concept closely associated with Sartre's notion of bad faith, by basing certain conceptions on a supposedly unchangeable nature that determines us. 21. Dasein in fact strips people of the notion of freedom, of the possibility of changing themselves and society. It was this critique of Dasein that brought Barthes in the mid-1950s to write a series of articles for Les Lettres Nouvelles, in which he scrutinized a variety of apparently meaningless details from 1950s French life, from the love for catch and beefsteak frites to the Citroën DS and astrological columns in women's magazines, each time exposing the bourgeois ideology on which they were based. These articles were collected in 1957 under the title Mythologies, which is still one of Barthes' most well-known books. While Barthes' critical engagement was in line with Sartre's, his approach was different indeed. Barthes' analyses placed a much stronger emphasis than Sartre's on the instrument that made Dasein so powerful and omnipresent, language. During a stay in Egypt, where Barthes was a reader at the University of Alexandria from 1949 to 1950, he came into contact with Algirdas Griemas, who advised him to read the work of Saussure and Jacobson. In this way Barthes discovered structural linguistics, which offered him a suitable method for his critical work, much more so than did Sartrean existentialism. but despite the enthusiasm with which Barthes analyzed many popular socio-cultural phenomena, his greatest passion remained the literary discourse. He wrote a few articles for Combat that formed the basis of the book with which he debuted in 1953, Le Degré Zéro de l'écriture, Writing Degree Zero. The book was clearly influenced by Sartre's Qu'est-ce la littérature, which had appeared a few years prior. Barthes makes explicit use of typical existential concepts such as engagement and responsibility, and implicitly assumes Sartre's fundamental approach to literature. Literary discourse was a means to escape the power of Dasein. It makes it possible to encounter a different arrangement of reality and to open new paths of freedom. And yet Le Degré Zéro de l'écriture also demonstrates the major distinction between Barthes and Sartre's view on literature. In Qu'est-ce la littérature, Sartre dismissed the literary form experiment with the now famous quip that la littérature moderne, en beaucoup de cas, est un cancer de mots. Sartre 1965, 341, in many cases, modern literature is a cancer of words. Sartre 2001, 219, whereas Barthes emphasizes that form, rightly conceived, is an ally against Dasein. Owing to its own artificial, constructed character as an expression of language, this modern literature unearths the work. 22. Ings of language, makes visible the mechanisms by which language surreptitiously guides our thinking. In his plea for an engaged and no-nonsense realism la fonction d'un écrivain est d'appeler un chat, Sartre 1965, 341, the function of the writer is to call a spade, Sartre 2001, 218, Sartre forgets that realism is also an ideologically loaded literary form. By calling a spade, a certain author subscribes to a certain genre code, shows himself to be a realistic writer with all the connotations that brings with it. Because of the continual danger of recuperation, which had less to do with content than with form, Barthes preferred authors such as Alain Robbe-Grillet and Michel Butor, and playwrights such as Bertolt Brecht, who always paid attention to the form of their work, to language as a system of signs, making an uncritical identification with the content impossible. He would write a series of groundbreaking texts about them, mainly in critique and in théâtre populaire, a few articles of which were collected in 1964 in his Essays Critiques, Critical Essays, together with other texts written specifically for that book. In the meantime, Barthes was delving deeper into structuralism. In the 1950s, Barthes twice failed to make good on a scholarship from the Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique, CNRS, the first for a lexicographic study on the vocabulary used in debates concerning the social question during the political squabbles of 1830, the second for the development of a socio-semiology of the fashion discourse. In both cases, Barthes would lose the scholarship before he could present a completed whole, although his research into fashion via strict structuralist principles would lead to the publication of Système de la mode, the fashion system, in 1967, at a moment that structuralism was actually already past its peak. After the double failure with the CNRS, Barthes had the good fortune in 1960 to be offered a position at the École pratique de hautes études, where he, with the exception of a year as visiting professor in Morocco, would teach until 1976. It is from this position that Barthes would further elaborate structuralist analysis as a literary theory offering an alternative to the critique universitaire which then dominated literary studies. He rigorously questioned the obvious starting points of this critique, such as the importance of the author's intention in interpretation or the supposed neutral position of the interpreting critic and the universality of his aesthetic judgments. Confronted with harsh criticism from the academic world upon Publica. 23. Chien sur Racine, 1963, on Racine, in which he rather provocatively applied his new style of literary criticism to the work of one of France's most well-known playwrights, Barthes felt compelled to defend the premises of this nouvelle critique. The short book from 1966 that Barthes had published in reaction to this polemic, Critique et Vérité, Criticism and Truth, serves in general as one of the most important programmatic texts of the type of literary theory that is bound to the structuralist mast. but at the same time it can also be read as an initial plea for the role that the contemporary reader plays in the attribution of meanings to a text, a role whose importance Barthes would emphasize more and more from that point forward. Critique et verite also forms the starting point of the second aspect of my investigation, by which I intend to follow the evolution of the figure of the reader that runs through Barthes' thought. A first milestone in Barthes' approach to literary texts focusing on the reader was S/Z, which appeared in 1971. With this book, a meticulous analysis of one of Balzac's short stories, Barthes shows that structures of meaning are not inherently present in a text, but are constructed arbitrarily via the different codes of interpretation at the reader's disposal. The book signified a break with structuralism, which is primarily directed at the text, and already announced what we now know as post-structuralism, which would grow to become the central paradigm of modern literary theory in the decades that followed. Yet regardless how often Barthes was named in one breath with other famous French post-structuralists such as Lacan and Deleuze, he never wanted to compare himself to his illustrious colleagues, displaying a strange mixture of coquettish dilettantism and an inferiority complex disguised as modesty. As he admitted in a 1978 interview, he never considered himself a thinker. Je pas fait de philosophie. Je suis, du point de vue d'études, un littéraire pur. J'ai fait de lettres classiques et, dans le champ intellectuel d'aujourd'hui, tout au moins en France, les intellectuels viennent très largement de la philosophie. Ils sont dans une autre conception de la pensée et du langage ou une autre pratique que moi. OCV, 537. I never studied philosophy. I am, from the point of view of my studies, purely a literary man. I studied classical literature and, in today's intellectual landscape, at least in France, the intellectuals come 24. Mostly from philosophy. They thus have a very different conception of thought and language or a different practical approach than I do. Nevertheless, Barthes was always well aware of the latest developments in philosophy and psychoanalysis in France, and in the course of his career he made full use of the most recent trends of thought, which he immediately implemented, albeit in an eclectic and extremely selective manner, as theoretical intertexts for his own analyses. Due to the eagerness with which Barthes incorporated the concepts of others and put them into his own words, it is often difficult to determine what exactly his own contribution was. Still, as Vincent Jouvet remarks in his La littérature selon Barthes, 1986, it is just this theoretical eclecticism that makes Barthes' work so interesting. Le génie de Barthes, nous semble-t-il, ajustement consiste à articuler en un système dynamique et toujours susceptible d'évolution les diverses pensées critiques jusqu'à farouchement opposées. Jouvet 1986, 105, Barthes' genius, it seems to us, consists precisely in taking what had up to then been fiercely opposed critical theories and articulating them into a dynamic system always capable of evolution. This is indeed valid for the manner in which Barthes, in the 1950s, linked Sartrean engagement to structuralist analysis, but it is also, and above all, valid for how Barthes, in his search for a literary theory in the early 1970s, made use of both the psychoanalytic and Nietzschean intertext right at the moment that both lines of thought, especially after the polemic surrounding l'Anti-Oedipus, seemed to be diametrically opposed. Under the influence of both theoretical frameworks, Barthes would eventually take into greater account the bodily aspect of reading. Lire, c'est faire travailler notre corps, OC3, 604, to read is to make our body work, Barthes 1989, 31. With this citation from a 1970 text, Barthes summarizes at one fell swoop the essence of the literary theory that he would try to develop in his work during the coming 10 years. In this he relied heavily on psychoanalytic and Nietzschean premises, often without specifying these intertexts in his argument. The first theoretical part of this book will therefore prove indispensable to follow accurately Barthes' intellectual path and to understand how he used both intertexts in the formulation of a concrete literary theory starting from the body of the reader. For the sake of clarity, It should be noted that it is certainly not my intention to present a sociological or biographical reconstruction of the milieus in 25. Which an intellectual such as Barthes found himself, and which enabled him to be influenced both by psychoanalysis and Nietzsche. My only criterion is that the work of Lacan, Kristeva, Deleuze, and Foucault provide me with the theoretical basis with which I can better comprehend Barthes' work. This also explains my anachronistic use of Foucault's later texts, which in fact were only published after Barthes' death, but are nevertheless indispensable to clarify the ethical stakes of Barthes' phantasmatic literary theory. Le plaisir du texte, 1973, The Pleasure of the Text, is the first important text in the extension of Barthes' literary theory. The pleasure from the title refers in the first place to the reader's pleasure, which surfaces every time one bumps into what Barthes calls the bêtise, stupidity, a stubborn enjoyment that unconsciously guides the reading process and transports the reader away from that other bêtise, which for Barthes has a much more negative connotation, namely, the disembodied bêtise of Dasein. The reader has various strategies available in order to be involved with the bodily bêtise while reading. As we will see, Barthes will clearly give preference to a perverse reading strategy. But in contrast to Deleuze, who couples his appreciation of perversion with a radical rejection of the I as an imaginary construction, Barthes will use a perverse reading strategy as a means to construct an imaginary I around the bodily bêtise via the literary discourse. Through his growing interest for the imaginary aspect of reading, Le plaisir du texte also marked Barthes' return to classic texts that once freed from the Dasein of the critique universitaire and approached from a perverse, unusual reading strategy can stimulate the reader's imaginary and allow one to imagine oneself as a character in a novel. Reading thus becomes for Barthes an essential component in a program of self-becoming that we can best understand in light of Foucault's later conceptions about the self as an ethical aesthetic, oeuvre. In his later texts, Barthes brings this imaginary I more to the forefront. Despite his still structuralist-tinted vocabulary, his tone becomes much more personal and his style more literary than previously. In 1975, the highly personal Roland Barthes Roland Barthes by Roland Barthes, appeared in the same series for which he had written Michelet, namely, Écrivains de Tougeurs. In this book, Barthes experiments with the autobiographical genre, here performing himself as character in a novel. 26. Following this deliberate staging of his own imaginary came Fragments d'un discours amoureux, 1977, a lover's discourse, Fragments, which as the title suggests gives the floor over to the imaginary of the lover, in this case Barthes himself, who is no longer taken seriously by the Dasein. Imagination also plays a central role in his final book, La Chambre Claire, Camera Lucida, published in 1980. This short book not only pays homage to photography and the memory of his deceased mother, but also explicitly to Sartre's L'Imaginaire. In the meantime, Barthes had been appointed professor of literary semiology in 1977 at the Collège de France. As we have seen, in his inaugural speech he pushed the fantasy to the fore as core concept of his research. The notion of the fantasy made it possible for him to bind together the imaginary, the body and the act of reading. While Barthes initially borrowed this notion from psychoanalysis, it would soon become apparent that the Nietzschean intertext is just as essential for a proper understanding of the manner in which Barthes employs the fantasy as an epistemological aid in his course. In this way, the two most important intertexts of Barthes' literary theory come together in this notion. It allowed him to translate the perverse reading strategy he had been exploring since Le plaisir du texte into a concrete method for the analysis of literary texts, a method that he described in his inaugural speech as Un sémiologie active, OCV, 443. An active semiology, Barthes 1982, 474, it is this active semiology that will occupy the central position in the final part of our investigation. After having delved into Barthes' most important intertexts and in the evolution of his thought from Critique et Vérité onward, we will also be in a better position to place the cores, as well as the entirety of Barthes' oeuvre, within both the Nietzschean and psychoanalytic frame of reference. In terms of content, this lecture series certainly does not house the most interesting elements of Barthes' work. Because these lecture notes were not intended for publication, they often lack the intensity of, for instance, books such as S/Z or Fragments d'un discours amoureux, that were also based on lectures Barthes gave at the École Pratique, but which he had thoroughly reworked prior to publication. The fact that he did not write his lectures for the college with publication in mind had much to do with doubts concerning the nature of his teaching position. The closed, intimate and somewhat marginal character of the seminars at the École Pratique was exchanged for the of 27:10 overcrowded, impersonal auditorium in France's most prestigious academic institution. It was clear that the transition intimidated Barthes, particularly insofar as it happened at the same time as the illness and subsequent death of his mother, with whom he had lived together his entire life. Traces of his mourning and his doubts can be found in the notes that sometimes seem rather flat and uninspired, especially in comparison with the rest of Barthes' work. And yet the 4 years in which Barthes taught at the Collège de France are still worthy of attention, and for 3 reasons. First, because they show how the respective fantasies that Barthes chose each year as starting point for his lectures can be traced retroactively to Barthes' earlier work, shining a new light on that earlier work. This is also nicely illustrates Barthes' own proposition that every bit of reading, regardless how objective it seems to be, is determined by unconscious fantasies. Second, because the lectures also amend the image presented by many critics of the later Barthes as a hedonist who could not be inconvenienced by theoretical consistency, and for whom the only thing that mattered was the pleasure of reading, without any further obligation. The lecture notes make clear that, behind the apparent hedonism, there indeed lurked a consistent argument. Literary studies were, according to the later Barthes, a way to care for the self, and this is why he viewed his lecture series at the Collège de France above all as an ethical experiment, as he emphasized in an interview from 1979. Dans mon cours, au collège, vous avez pu voir que je ne travaille pas en œuvre, je liste œuvres, et pousse je fais passer de morceaux de ces œuvres dans un pensée qui est situé ailleurs que dans la critique et qui est plutôt une sorte de recherche éthique. Comment se conduire dans la vie, comment vivre. OCV, 740. In my course at the college, you may have noticed that I am not studying an oeuvre. I read oeuvres, and then try to make pieces of these oeuvres flow through a thinking which is situated elsewhere than in criticism, and which is more a kind of ethical research, how to behave in life, how to live. With this approach he in fact anticipated what would come to be known as the ethical turn in literary studies, which until now has not given Barthes' literary theory the attention that, in light of the course, it rightly deserves. 28. Third, because we can determine the way in which Barthes' active semiology can be applied concretely to the reading of literary texts by discussing the methodological reflections that Barthes introduces into his lecture notes at different moments. The course thus offers us further theoretical refinement of the perverse strategy of reading that Barthes developed, and in which the reader approaches the text from out of a fantasy in an exploration of new possibilities for living. The type of reader Barthes envisions, which is also the kind of reader he himself tried to become, uses literature as an immense fictional encyclopedia whose epistemological value can no longer be tested on an external, objective truth, but rather on reading pleasure, the reader's bodily bêtise to which one relates via the fantasy. The knowledge the reader obtains about oneself via the intervention of the fantasy ultimately makes possible the image of a future self as oeuvre, a program that Barthes, with a gesture toward Dante, called the Vita Nuova. For the compilation of such an encyclopedia, during his lectures at the college Barthes did use, although not explicitly, some classic concepts of literary theory, such as the literary space, the detail in literary description, time both internal to the text, narratology, and external to the text, history of literature, and finally, and surprisingly, the author. I will devote a chapter to each of these notions, addressing briefly the, often privileged, position they occupy in Barthes' earlier work and how he, in his course, redefined them. In this way I would like to use Barthes' own trajectory as a case study in order to investigate how these notions might be integrated in a reading strategy directed toward the creation of that so-called vita nuova, as well as examine the problems Barthes encountered on his path. At the end of my discussion of Barthes' active semiology, in the final chapter I will address another important question which the status of the course as lecture notes almost automatically evokes: to what extent can the perverse reading strategy Barthes promotes also form the basis of a perverse teaching strategy? Or, stated more generally, how can a phantasmatic reading form the basis for a dialogue with other readers? The ethical question concerning how to live, which Barthes asks to literature, automatically evokes the question of how to live together. The design of this last chapter thus finally reminds me of the fact that, in the painting of Thalin's Two Girls, two reading bodies are 29 pictured. For while the girls are clearly entranced by their own imagination and the intimacy of each girl's reading experience remains inaccessible to the other, bound as it is to their singular bodies, they are still portrayed together, on the same chaise longue. Unintentionally, their reading thus does have something in common, however lonely the intimate reading experience might be, one never reads alone. I will therefore finish my exploration of the course with a reflection on the implications of the intersubjective dimension of the perverse art of reading. The fantasy, a psychoanalytic intertext. A woman, walking. When Freud published his famous Traumdeutung, the interpretation of dreams, in 1900, it was not only his intention to unravel the secret of the dream, at the same time, his work aspired to be a comprehensive analysis of the subjectivity of the dreamer. According to Freud, the subject is driven by unconscious desires that consciousness cannot or will not accept, but which are expressed in the dream via ingenious dream rebuses when conscious censorship is weakened. The talking cure that is psychoanalysis attempts to decode these rebuses, on the one hand through the analyst's unprejudiced manner of listening, and on the other hand by the rule of free association that obliges the analysand to say whatever comes to mind, however banal or embarrassing. In this way desires, which are frustrated and repressed in reality and thus seek satisfaction via the dream, are exposed. The most paradoxical and revolutionary aspect of Freud's theory was that the subject is not conscious of these desires, and yet the unconscious still, in one way or another, finds a way to express them. The Enlightenment ideal in which the human subject could know itself completely through its own consciousness by means of rational self-examination no longer seemed attainable. Mediation by an other is required in order to come to self-knowledge. In the first place, this other is the Anderschauplatz, the other scene, the unconscious where that desire is staged via dream images and symptoms. In addition, however, it is also the analyst who, thanks to the transference that takes place in the analysis, is presumed to know the meaning of the dream images and symptoms that remain incomprehensible to the analysand. This supposed knowledge of the other is the illusion required to encourage the subject to question itself intensely during analysis, and thereby to discover what motivates it. If we start from the premise that it is only via the other that we are able to arrive at knowledge of our unconscious desires, the OB. 32. Vious question that arises is to which other Freud could address himself in order to explain his own dreams, those dreams which would form the beginning of psychoanalytic theory. At that moment he was both analyst and analysand simultaneously, and was thus in flagrant contradiction of his own assertion that the subject cannot know itself. In this case, which authority is supposed to know what Freud's dreams signified? Considering the fact that it dismissed all knowledge of the dream as superstitious nonsense, the scientific, neurological discourse of his medical education would not suffice. It was at this point that Freud turned, out of sheer necessity, to literature, and in particular to canonical authors as Sophocles, Shakespeare, Goethe, and modern authors such as Hoffmann and Jensen. That literature functioned for Freud as the other supposed Takno is also apparent from the introduction to his first full-fledged analysis of a literary work, Der Wahn und die Traum in W. Jensen's Gradiva, 1907, Delusions and Dreams in Jensen's Gradiva. In their knowledge of the mind they, i.e. writers, KP, are far in advance of us everyday people, for they draw upon sources which we have not yet opened up for science. Freud 1959, 8. According to Freud, writers are able to crystallize into a creative work the elusive products of these unconscious desires, namely, day, dreams and fantasies, thereby exposing the mechanisms of the unconscious. Yet Freud was not entirely satisfied with the purely literary description of psychical processes. And just as the analysand sometimes becomes frustrated by the analyst's silence during the analytic treatment, Freud as well complains, in the same introduction, about the limited scientific interest shown by people of letters, if only the support given by writers in favor of dreams having a meaning were less ambiguous. 8. Confronted with the unbearable silence of literature, Freud turned the tables. Literature was no longer a discourse revealing the meaningfulness of the dream, it was now psychoanalysis that was going to expose the origin and functioning of literature, starting from the psyche of the writer. The writer went from being an involuntary analyst to an unwitting analysand, for while the writer may have penetrated deeper into the mysteries of the spiritual life of ordinary human beings, ultimately there remains something unexplained about which the writer could not speak, whether because unable or because of repression. It was Freud who would map out systematically that to which literature could at best only allude, and to try to establish. 33. A consistent theory for it. Freud's interpretation of Gradiva is in any event a good point of departure from which to look more closely at the intriguing interplay between literature and psychoanalysis. The protagonist in Jensen's novel is the bachelor Norbert Hanold, a young archaeologist who has little interest in anything other than his profession. Marble and bronze alone were truly alive for him, they alone express the purpose and value of human life. 14. Yet one day Hanold becomes inexplicably fascinated by an ancient bas-relief of a beguiling woman with her dress raised slightly so that one could see her elegant feet. He names her Gradiva, Latin for someone who steps along brilliantly. The scientific value of the bas-relief is minimal, and yet Hanold found something of today about it. 11. The relief intrigues him to that point that he goes fervently in search of women's and girls' feet in the same position as those in the relief. After having awoken from a nightmare in which he had dreamt that Gradiva was buried under a rain of ash from the eruption of Vesuvius in Pompeii, Hanold believes that he sees from out of his window the real Gradiva passing by on the street. He hurries outside, but it seems she has already disappeared. He hears a canary warbling from a cage in the open window of the house opposite, and this brings him to the shocking realization that he too, as an armchair scholar, is imprisoned in a cage. Determined to fly from his cage, Hanold resolves quickly to make a springtime journey to Italy. A scientific excuse for it soon presented itself. 13-14, still, the journey brings him no solace, at least initially. A strange restlessness urges him onward, disconsolate because he lacks something, though it was not clear to him what. Jensen, quoted in Freud 1959, 16, finally, his aimless adventure through Italy brings him to the ruins at Pompeii, where to his surprise he encounters a woman at the midday hour who is the spitting image of his mythical Gradiva, and who is named Zoe, Greek for life. He proceeds in the illusion that she is the woman from his nightmare, a victim of the volcanic eruption who has returned from ancient Pompeii just to meet him. It soon becomes clear, at least for the reader, that this Gradiva is actually no ghost, but a woman of flesh and blood who at first plays along with Hanold's delusion for reasons unclear. Zoe Gradiva steers their conversations in such a way that Hanold slowly begins to realize that he has fallen prey to a hallucination, a delusion from 34, which she gradually liberates him. Her true identity is finally revealed. It appears that she was a childhood friend of his, Zoe Bertgang, who is traveling through Italy with her father. Blinded by his obsession with Gradiva, he had not recognized her at that midday hour in Pompeii, and this for the second time, for she was also the woman that he had earlier seen pass by his window after he had awoken from his nightmare about Pompeii. Unbeknownst to him, Zoe had in fact been his neighbor for years. In his interpretation of the novel, Freud uses the relationship of the two protagonists as a typical example of the analytic situation. Norbert Hanold is the neurotic subject in flight from his unconscious desire after it has risen to the surface because of an unexpected confrontation with the other, the relief, the nightmare. Hanold wanders aimlessly through Italy, driven by a dissatisfied, restless mood that he cannot comprehend, and ultimately meets Zoe in Pompeii. She becomes the other who discovers quickly what Hanold is hiding from himself. Through her tactful approach, she frees him from the delusion with which he tries to protect himself, as much as possible, from his desire for her. Zoe here plays the role of the analyst, and Freud shows great appreciation for her character, which he calls, the embodiment of cleverness and clarity. 33. It is she who finally provides Hanold's journey with a logical meaning and both literally and figuratively situates all the elements of his delusion. In the end, the Italian ruins are but an exotic backdrop against which a very recognizable, domestic love relationship is established. After having admitted their feelings for one another, they return as a happy couple to the German university town from whence they both came. It is interesting to see how the trip to Italy itself, which is so central to the plot of Jensen's story, is relegated to a relatively insignificant role in Freud's analysis of the novel. In Freud's interpretation, Hanold's journey to Italy is nothing more than a flight from the desire that arose after he had unconsciously recognized his forgotten childhood sweetheart and neighbor Zoe in the woman he saw walking down the street after his nightmare. For Freud, the trip in Gradova is subordinate to the, for him, much more important field of metaphorical imagery, namely that of archaeology. Hanold's profession as an archaeologist, just like his dream about the volcanic eruption in Pompeii, fits perfectly into Freud's vertical topography of the subject which he conceives as a 35 sort of archaeological site. There is, in fact, no better analogy for repression, by which something in the mind is at once made inaccessible and preserved, than burial of the sort to which Pompeii fell a victim and from which it could emerge once more through the work of spades. 40. The subject can only expose the infantile origins of its desires by pausing over, and descending into, its own past in that meticulous work of excavation known as the analytic treatment. According to Freud, Hanold's inordinate obsession for the relief of Gradova is also a result of his memory of his former playmate Zoe, which had been buried under the ash of repression. Even in her childhood, Freud writes, the girl showed the same peculiarity of a graceful gait, and it was because it represented that same gait that an ancient marble relief acquired such great importance for Norbert Hanold. 46. It is therefore not by chance that it is in Pompeii, the preeminent archaeological site, that Hanold is able to discover the truth underneath his delusion and find his own object of desire, Zoe. While Jensen's novel may have the classic happy ending where the hero and heroine finally rediscover one another and go on to live happily ever after, the psychoanalytic story digs a bit deeper, thereby unearthing a more ancient layer of truth, one which does not permit rosy conclusions. According to psychoanalysis, behind every childhood sweetheart lurks another, more original object that can never be rediscovered because it is lost forever, the mother. It is this first love object that every subject must give up by means of an intervention from a third, forbidding party, the father, who demands the mother for himself and forces the child to look for other love objects in which it can hopefully recapture certain satisfying aspects of the mother's body, that first, mythical object of desire. The paternal incest prohibition in this way sets in motion the infinite metonymy of desire through which the subject is forced to go in search of a series of surrogate love objects, each of which turns out to be an imperfect copy of that one object forever lost, and can therefore never be fully satisfying. This frustration forms the core of the Oedipus complex so central to psychoanalytic theory. However traumatic the break with the mother object might be, because this break makes possible our own identity, it is at the same time necessary to ensure the existence of the subject. What we are is determined by the story of our desire, which is to say, by the way in 36. Which we incorporate into our lives that fundamental, irremediable lack. For while the author of the Gradova novel can create the illusion that the missing object can indeed ultimately appear in the form of a charming young lady, in reality this lack is never filled. Regardless which object we obtain, it will never coincide entirely with the mythical object we have had to give up. Psychoanalysis cautions us not to confuse the superficial roaming of desire from object to object with the hidden layers of its origin. To understand the desire that drives us onward as subjects, we must follow psychoanalysis in its archaeological search for the vestiges of desire which are, simultaneously, the very ruins from whence our subjectivity has arisen. In the beginning was the thing. Psychoanalytic research into the origin of the subject arrived initially at the border marked by the Oedipus complex, the moment where the first object of desire must be given up because of the incest prohibition. Freud's now classic theory of the Oedipus complex was based on the boy who entered into rivalry with the forbidding father because of his attachment to his mother. Things were different for the girl, who had to compete with her mother for the love of the father, but whose first infantile desire was also, like the boy's, directed toward the mother. In her case, where was the love that must be forbidden in order for the subject to come into existence? In his Über die weibliche Sexualität, Female Sexuality, from 1931, Freud once again uses an archaeological metaphor. Our insight into this early, pre-Oedipus, phase in girls comes to us as a surprise, like the discovery, in another field, of the Minoan-Mycenaean civilization behind the civilization of Greece. Freud 1961, 226. It would be primarily female psychoanalysts such as Melanie Klein who would elaborate on this pre-Oedipal terra incognita in their research on the child's earliest psychical developments. An important factor in this was the fact that children enter the world in an immature state and thus for a long time depend completely upon their environment for survival, in particular on the mother nurse. Moreover, particularly in the first months after birth, the child is subjected to a bombardment of stimuli and sensations without it being able to determine clearly which stimuli are coming from the outside and which come 37. From within. Hunger is a good example of this. As an internal stimulation, hunger is directed towards something that must come from the outside, for instance, nourishing milk. But at the same time it is experienced internally as strange and even frightening, as if something aggressive is besieging one from the inside. In his seventh seminar, L'éthique de la psychanalyse, 1986, 1959–1960, The Ethics of Psychoanalysis, Jacques Lacan will denote this foreign thing, which is difficult to distinguish from one's own self as in, for instance, the interplay between the internal stimulus of hunger that invades the child from within and the mother's breast that pervades it from without with the term das Ding. This thing, described paradoxically by Lacan as set exteriorite intimi, set extimite, Lacan 1986, 167, the intimate exteriority or extimacy, Lacan 1992, 139, is situated on the still unstable borders of the defense l'esprit subject and forms an emanation of the pure libidinal being into what is literally a no man's land. Just like the Ding and Sich from Kantian philosophy, the thing is something that falls outside the range of knowledge. It belongs to what Lacan calls the order of the real, and withdraws entirely from the other two orders that he differentiates in his thought, respectively, the imaginary order, the thing cannot be represented, and the symbolic order, the thing cannot be expressed in a signifying system. Therefore the real is also a somewhat misleading term, insofar as, for Lacan, it stands precisely for that which cannot be grasped in our categorization of reality. The real is that which continually escapes this categorization as an unknowable surplus. The thing looms on the horizon of our subjectivity only in certain traumatic limit experiences in which the subject is under threat of being flooded by its libidinal being. Lacan designates such experiences with the term jouissance, libidinal enjoyment, bliss, a compulsive, even unbearable enjoyment in which, paradoxically enough, the subject, precisely because it is so overwhelmed, can no longer enjoy. It is here that the fantasy enters the scene as an attempt to get a grip on the drives in their reaction to internal and external stimuli. The fantasy forms a shield against the pure, unmediated enjoyment of the libidinal being, and at the same time it is a construction intended to recuperate something of that enjoyment. In what follows I will examine precisely how the fantasy intervenes in each of the three orders that Lacan differentiates. 38. A rhythm given to the real. The first phantasmatic arrangement of the thing is primarily a question of rhythm, in the broadest sense of the word. We can find this rhythmicity in the processing of external sensory stimuli, such as visual impressions like certain alterations in color tones and light intensity, and auditory impressions, like sound variations in the voices the child hears, including its own. We can consider these rhythmic fantasies as initial interpretations of the entanglement of drives with which the child is confronted in reaction to such stimuli. Of course, here we should not understand interpretation as an explanation of these drives, but rather as a translation. The child in fact can still not reflect upon the drives that assail it, at most it can try to process or arrange them. Still, the child's affective arrangement means that an initial dissociation has occurred between an emerging self-consciousness and the libidinal being, which paves the way for the future individual. Now, the term individual, at least in its etymological meaning of individuus, not divisible, is not entirely appropriate, in that, precisely in order to become an individual, the child must be split between unmediated bodily perception, the thing, and its arrangement via the affective interpretation of the fantasy. The primary, libidinal involvement of the body with the external world now becomes an unattainable, extimate kernel with which the child can no longer coincide. Therefore, intervention by the fantasy also immediately implies the presence of a lack, a loss of the immediacy of the pure experience of enjoyment or pain. This is one of the most intriguing aspects of the fantasy. It is able to shield in excess, the overwhelming, immediate corporeal drive, from consciousness, but in the process of doing so the excess is transformed into an unattainable, lost good, a lack that awakens in the subject a desire to once again be unified with this mythical thing. For Lacan, the relationship to the thing, as expressed in the fantasy, always has a tragic dimension insofar as the subject desires something that, should it in fact be obtained, would signify its own destruction. The subject only exists by means of distancing itself from that stranger within, to which it has no access, an extimacy of which it will always be deprived, but can never do away with. We find a beautiful example of this paradoxical character of the fantasy in Du Côte de chez Swann, 1913, Swann's Way, the first. 39. Part of À la recherche du temps perdu by Marcel Proust. We read how, at a certain moment, the fashionable dandy Swann becomes fascinated by a phrase from a composition for piano that he heard somewhere inadvertently. This particular, harmonious combination of sounds seems the perfect way to bring Swann's enjoying body to expression. Lui avait propos aussitôt de voluptés particulières, dont il n'avait jamais eu l'idée avant de l'entendre, dont il sentait que rien autre que ne pourrait le lui faire connaître, et il avait éprouvé pour elle comme un amour inconnu. Proust 1994, 223. It had at once held out to him an invitation to partake of intimate pleasures, of whose existence, before hearing it, he had never dreamed, into which he felt that nothing but this phrase could initiate him, and he had been filled with love for it, as with a new and strange desire. Proust 1970, 160. We can call the feeling aroused by a certain aesthetic object, in Swann's case a musical phrase, a sublime experience in the sense that Lacan speaks of sublimation, l'élève un objet, à la dignité de la chose. Lacan 1986, 133, it raises an object, to the dignity of the thing. Lacan 1992, 112. In this manner, the phrase has an absolute quality for Swann because the combination of notes and rhythm seems to encapsulate in an almost magical way his phantasmatic relationship to the thing. In his description of Swann's ecstatic reaction, Proust's brilliant powers of observation in fact already indicate the different barriers with which the fantasy confronts the subject, and which see to it that sublimation never really succeeds entirely. We have already identified the first barrier, the exceptional delight that the phrase makes Swann envision never does actually occur. However unique and intimate Swann's reaction to the music composition may be, The second barrier is that the phrase ultimately comes from another. And however much he tries to make this phrase his own, to turn it into a personal expression of his singular affects, in the end the composition remains something foreign, possessing something impersonal that goes beyond the listener. Souffrant de songer, au moment où passit si proche portant à l'infini, que tandis tu l'esadressate à yeux, elle ne les connaissait pas, il regrettait presque tu eut une signification, un but intense. 40. Quet fixe, étrangerie à yeux, comme de bijoux duns, ou même en de lettres écrites par un femme aimée, nous en voulons à l'eau de la gemme, et auxiliary mots du langage, de ne pas être faits uniquement de l'essence d'une liaison passagère et d'un être particulier. Proust 1994, 232. Agonized by the reflection, at the moment when it passed by him, so near and yet so infinitely remote, that, while it was addressed to their ears, it knew them not, he would regret, almost, that it had a meaning of its own, an intrinsic and unalterable beauty, foreign to themselves, just as in the jewels given to us, or even in the letters written to us by a woman with whom we are in love, we find fault with the water of a stone, or with the words of a sentence because they are not fashioned exclusively from the spirit of a fleeting intimacy and of a lass unparalleled. Proust 1970, 167. Swann is incapable of making the phrase entirely his own, of finding a language in which to express his fascination for the musical composition. Therefore, and this is the third barrier, the fantasy separates the subject not only from the thing by which it changes into an object of desire but also from other subjects who cannot share this particular relationship to an object of desire. The particular phrase, which had such an overwhelming impact on Swann, is for others at most but a beautiful piece of music, and so his search for confirmation of his fantasy goes for naught. Musical performances serve primarily and most definitely in the salons where Swann hung around as instigation to informal chit-chat and the utterance of witticisms. This is why the extremely personal remarks that Swann makes about his favorite musical theme so irritates Madame Verdurin, the hostess of the salon Swann often visited because of his mistress Odette. Tiens, c'est amusant, j'envise jamais fait attention, on ne perd pas son temps à coudre les cheveux en quatre ici, ce n'est pas le genre de la maison. 226, do you know, that's a funny thing, I had never noticed it, we don't waste time splitting hairs in this house, why not? Well, it's not a habit of ours, that's all. 163. A blind spot in the imaginary. The distance established by the fantasy with respect to the personal libidinal being increases with the further psychical development of the child. The primary factor here is the progressive improvement of the 41. Child's visual capacities. The moment where the child recognizes itself in the mirror is an important developmental phase. The collection of heterogeneous drives that the child experiences now seem to belong together in one corporeal totality for which the mirror image is the guarantee, and with which the child can identify. The mirror gives the child a fixed location among other things, which can now be considered as distinct objects, enabling the child to position itself in space. Lacan calls this the imaginary order. But just like the real, this term is also somewhat misleading because we usually equate the imaginary with the purely illusory and unreal, similar to what Sartre does in L'Imaginaire. Imagination, the creation of something that does not exist in reality, is of course an important aspect of the child's imaginary. Now that the child has learned to recognize that the mother is an independent, separate being, the child also realizes that the mother can leave it. The child therefore evokes the mental image of the desired mother object in order to avert the anxiety that comes with this realization. In this way, the image pacifies the absence by making it present in a visual fantasy. The child attempts, via the imaginary, to visualize its desire. Here the psychoanalytic interpretation of the fantasy comes closest to its etymological meaning. Fantasy comes primarily from the Greek phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma alpha, which can be translated as phantom or specter, but also as vision or dream. The verb phi alpha nu tau alpha zeta omega means to make visible, display an object, imagine. See the relevant lemmas in Liddell and Scott 1961 1843. But whatever enjoyment this visual fantasy might arouse, just like Swan's musical phrase, it remains circling a void and promises a satisfaction it cannot deliver. It is impossible to make the real object of desire present via the imagination. This lack forms the essence of imagination for Sartre as well. In his study, Sartre differentiates between imagined and concretely perceived objects precisely on the basis that, in the imagination, the object is missing, cette absence de principe, ce n'est essentiel de l'objet image suffit à le différencier de objets de la perception. Sartre 1975, 346, this fundamental absence, this essential nothingness of the imagined object, suffices to differentiate it from the objects of perception. Sartre 2004, 180, on this point Lacan goes a step further and questions this distinction between perception and imagination. According to him, the world of perception is based upon a fundamental absence and is structured around an irreducible lack, namely, the irrepresentable. 42. Thing every bit as much as is the imagination. When the child borrows its self-image from its mirrored body, this mirror image obviously cannot show its libidinal involvement with its surroundings. The mirror establishes the contours both of its own body and that of the other, but the thing which continually exceeds these boundaries receives no definitive place in that image. It is as if something remains hidden in the visible, something of the real that travels along with the wandering eye of the child like a strange stain. Lacan calls this surplus in perception l'regard, the gaze, a term that he borrowed from Sartre's l'être et l'enient. Sartre specifies the gaze as the moment when I feel myself changing into an object while being watched by someone. Sartre uses the example of a voyeur who stares through a keyhole and is completely engrossed in his act of spying until the sudden realization occurs that someone else in turn is watching him. Sartre 2006/1992, 298/347, first a spying subject, the voyeur changes into an object spied upon, and is overcome by a feeling of shame. That the gaze is dissociated from the concrete eyes is here made evident. I do not need to see the eyes of the other in order to know that he is looking at me. Sometimes there need not even be an other for the gaze to arise. Walking at night down a dark and threatening alley, a shadow appearing suddenly behind a window or in a doorway can create the impression that I am being watched. The supposed gaze directed toward me is in fact nothing more than an externalization of my own anxiety, thereby revealing my effective involvement in the situation. The gaze appears as something that cannot actually be seen, precisely because anxiety, as pure drive, cannot be represented. In contrast to Sartre, Lacan does not necessarily limit the gaze to a human agency. In his 11th seminar, Lacan's Concepts fondamentaux de la psychanalyse, 1973, 1964, the four fundamental concepts of psychoanalysis, Lacan illustrates his interpretation of the gaze with the classic visual story of a competition between two renowned painters, Zeuxis and Parrhasius. Lacan 1990/1998, 118/103, Zeuxis is able to depict grapes in such a realistic manner that birds are deceived and fly down to the painted cluster in order to feed. Convinced of his abilities by this demonstration, and full of confidence, he goes to Parrhasius who, it appears, is hiding his painting behind a curtain. Zeuxis asks to see the painting. We then discover that the curtain in fact is Parrhasius' painting. He wins the contest because he has not only managed to deceive birds, but people as well. According to Law 43. Ken, Parrhasius plays adeptly with the principle of the gaze. Birds react instinctively to a visual stimulus, they see something that creates the illusion that it can satisfy their hunger. Human beings, however, always go in search of the thing behind things, of that which seems to be hidden by the veil of reality, the eternal truth behind the curtain of temporary, vacillating phenomena. According to psychoanalysis, there is no true world waiting for us behind the Platonic world of shadows. One who turns around toward the exit of the cave runs up against a libidinal being that escapes all representation. The gaze that seems to stare at one from behind things is ultimately nothing more than an externalization of one's own scopic drive. In Gradova we find an example of how the scopic drive structures our field of vision unconsciously. Hanold is attracted irresistibly to the Roman bas-relief not because of the artifact as such, the scientific value of which is rather limited, but rather because of a particular aspect of the relief, namely, the gracious positioning of a young girl's elegant feet. Hanold's fascination is not found in the material object itself, the plaster reproduction of a marble sculpture of a woman's foot, but in something that remains invisible in the foot. Just like Zeuxis, he is convinced that something is hidden in the relief, a secret that he, somewhat naively, tries to discover by examining charming feet on the street. What Hanold does not understand is that his fascination is not contained in the object itself, but is only evoked by his own gaze. In terms of Lacan's formula for sublimation, the foot of the Gradova is thus a perfectly ordinary object which Hanold raises to the dignity of the thing. From a Lacanian perspective, in his analysis of the novel, Freud makes the same mistake as Sartre when he proposes that Hanold's imaginary object, the Pompeian woman on the relief, is ultimately exchanged for an object that actually exists, his childhood sweetheart Zoe, and thus that the imaginary scene which Hanold has constructed in his delusion makes room for reality. In fact, for Hanold, Zoe is equally an image invested with phantasmatic enjoyment, a reassuring interpretation of an irrepresentable drive. This becomes clear when, at the close of the story, Zoe and Hanold leave the ruins of Pompeii. Hanold suddenly asks Zoe to walk in front of him briefly so that he can admire her from a distance. Zoe granted his request and crosses the street with the same gait as Gradova. Freud offers an exceptionally lenient comment on this request, with the triumph of 44. Love, what was beautiful and precious in the delusion found recognition as well. Freud 1959, 40, in Freud's interpretation, it is as if Hanold's request is nothing but a final, innocent whim, a playful, self-conscious allusion to something that had earlier haunted him as a pathological delusion, but now with his newly found health and clear consciousness can be put back into proportion, namely, the beauty of the elegant gait of his girlfriend, valuable in itself, which no longer exercises the same compulsive power of attraction as the grade of relief. Yet it is equally possible, and perhaps even more correct, to read the scene as proof that Hanold is still very much in the grip of his fantasy and remains obsessed with the image of an elegant foot in motion, a fascination that goes beyond the actual bas-relief, but also beyond the real Zoe. The foot raised to the dignity of the thing is still the irresistible object that rouses Hanold's desire, even though he tries to master it, to reduce it to the simple aesthetic pleasure of watching Zoe walk. For Lacan, the imaginary is always the order of misrecognition. He links this misrecognition to the supposedly autonomous, independent I, the ego, the self-image that is borrowed from our mirror image and does not want to know about its libidinal involvement with the body, which directs its perception of the world. The ego cannot accept that it is only a constructed effect of its mirror image rather than its origin. Because we identify ourselves entirely with our mirror image, we alienate ourselves from our libidinal being, this extimate thing that escapes all imaginary self-determination. This is why Lacan has such a fierce resistance against the interpretation of psychoanalysis in so-called Anglo-Saxon ego psychology. This movement places the emphasis of analytic practice on the fortification of the ego and the development of a stable, controlled personality modeled on the example of the analyst, and which should enable the subject to find the right balance between the blind, corporeal drive and the demands of reality. Only from such a point of view, Hanold's therapy could be called a success. At the end of the story he is both aware of reality, he knows that Gradova does not really exist, and of his desire, which he no longer represses, he loves Zoe, who does really exist. For Lacan, the ego is anything but a dam against neurotic pathologies. Even more, in his first seminar, Les Écrits techniques de Freud, 1975, 1953-54, Freud's papers on technique, he does not. 45. Hesitate even to call the ego le symptôme humain par excellence, la maladie mentale de l'homme. Lacan 1975, 22, the human symptom par excellence, the mental illness of mankind. Lacan 1991b, 16, this is why, according to Lacan, the impact of the imaginary as the preeminent order of the ego must be reduced as much as possible in psychoanalysis. Language takes precedence in Lacan, the subject can only realize through the symbolic order that its imaginary identification is a linguistic construction and its ego is nothing more than a symptom. And as Lacan remarks in Fonction et champ de la parole et du langage, Function and Field of Speech and Language, a reading from 1953 that was later included in his Écrits, 1966 le symptôme se ressout tout entier dans un analyse de langage, parce que il est l'homme structure comme un langage, que il est langage dont la parole doit être délivrée. Lacan 1970, 147, symptoms can be entirely resolved in an analysis of language, because a symptom is itself structured like a language, a symptom is language from which speech must be delivered. Lacan 2002, 223, this quote makes clear that Lacan's view always starts from the primacy of language, from the symbolic as a manner of overcoming the misrecognitions of the imaginary. But as we will see in what follows, the fantasy is also active on the level of the symbolic. An anchor in the symbolic. The impetus for the entry into the symbolic order is that the child comes to realize that the pool of sounds, the rhythmic repetition of vowels and consonants that continually besiege it consists of signifiers that are often addressed to it. The mother, for instance, gives the child pet names or makes comments about its body or behavior. Ultimately, the child does not only want to be the one addressed by all those signifiers with which it is continually haunted, at a certain moment the child assumes the word for itself, and through the process of language acquisition gains entry into the treasure store of signifiers and grammatical structures with which it can express itself. This process necessarily cuts through the other two orders. Speech, in which a specific vocal sound is joined to a certain referent, can thus only arise via a gradual disciplining of the real vocal drives, little shrieks and crying, which are almost direct discharges of drive, acquire rhythm, are modulated and repeated until the child can finally form compare. 46. Hensible words and phrases. These vocal sounds are identified with a certain mental object via the imaginary. In this way the child learns to connect the name given to it by its parents with its mirror image. This often goes together with tremendous pleasure, the child loves to point at things and name them, and in this manner give them a place in its continually expanding life world. As its linguistic ability increases, the child will finally notice the arbitrary character of the imaginary equivalence between verbal signs and the object. The child comes to realize that its parents could have just as well given it a different name, or that there are other children running around with the same name. The child thus comes to the frustrating realization that the signifiers it has at its disposal in order to determine itself always have the potential to slide. Who we are always depends on the context in which we find ourselves and which structural positions we assume in the symbolic universe of a particular family, a particular community, a particular society. The subject does not have the impression that it is signified completely by any of the alternating symbolic positions, something always escapes linguistic identification, the real body always seems, at certain points, to resist the signifiers that attempt to express it. This might be because the signifiers are partially taboo, and therefore cannot be pronounced by the subject or by society, and thus remain repressed. The classic example is, of course, frustrated sexuality, which landed many a young woman on Freud's couch with nervous disorders in the prudish bourgeois milieus of Vienna, with its arranged and often unhappy marriages. For Lacan as well, the unconscious was originally but a mere consequence of censorship, as seen in the definition he gave of the unconscious in Fonction et champ de la parole et du langage. L'inconscient sce chapitre de mon histoire qui est marqué par un blanc ou occupé par un mensonge, Say le chapitre censure. Lacan 1970, 136, the unconscious is that chapter of my history that is marked by a blank or occupied by a lie, it is the censored chapter. Lacan 2002, 259, in the event that the analysand is able to fill the empty, open places in its story with the right signifiers, the analysis can ultimately lead to a conscious acceptance of the repressed and its formulation in truthful speech. Lacan would eventually realize that this was too optimistic. Unconscious processes did not translate perfectly into signifiers, there would always be a remainder, an open space in the subject that cannot be filled. The open place means that 47. The subject can never fulfill its desire to coincide with itself in a full speech. There will always be a yawning chasm between the symbolic and the real of the body. The fantasy in the symbolic surfaces precisely here, more specifically, as a way to bridge the gap with the real and thus to establish a relationship between the libidinal being and the speaking being. And like the fantasy is expressed in the imaginary via a libidinal involvement with a certain image, at the symbolic level it appears as a sentence. The prototype of such a phantasmatic sentence is the famous "A child is being beaten" that Freud discusses in an article of the same name from 1919, Ein Kind Wort geschlagen. It was a mysterious sentence that kept returning stubbornly and causing much agitation to several different analysands, without them being able to find an explanation for it. What is intriguing is above all Freud's observation that the subject itself never seems to be present physically in all the different variations on the root sentence. The figure of the child who is producing the beating fantasy no longer itself appears in it. In reply to pressing inquiries, the patients only declare, "I am probably looking on." Freud 1955, 185-6. The formulation in which the analysand makes itself the subject of the sentence "I am being beaten by my father," which is for Freud moreover the most important variation of the phantasmatic sentence, can only be formulated through a construction of analysis, 185, that is, through an intervention by Freud himself. The reason why the subject itself remains absent from the sentence and is replaced with the vague substitute, "a child," is because the subject exists precisely in the distance maintained from the phantasmatic scene symbolized via the sentence. In the entire scene, the subject is only present in the gaze "I am probably looking on" that establishes its libidinal involvement as a non-localizable surplus of perception. This physical absence at the place where it all happens not only signals the distance between the subject and its real libidinal being in the symbolic, it also makes clear that the subject only exists in this distance, or even more, it is this distance. In order to avoid confrontation with this fundamental emptiness, the I that is absent from the grammatical structure of the fundamental fantasy returns with all the more insistence in the imaginary fantasies constructed around the fundamental fantasy. We again illustrate this with Jensen's Gradiva. We could formulate Hanold's Funda. 48. Mental fantasy as a young woman strolls by, her dress raised slightly, so that her feet are visible. The I is indeed absent from this fundamental fantasy. Hanold's involvement in the scene depicted is only shown by his gaze, staring passively at the relief. Hanold's I plays a more important and more active role via the imaginary superstructure. He imagines that Gradiva is a prominent woman from ancient Pompeii who has returned from the dead to meet him. He addresses her, follows her, tries to find out who she is, discovers the real situation and thinks that he is finally himself again. But all of these actions in effect only disguise the extent to which Hanold is determined by the symbolic structure of his fantasy. He does not choose the phantasmatic scenario that suits him best, the scenario chooses him. And so, at the ground of Hanold's subjectivity lies an arbitrary encounter with a signifier, namely, the surname of the girl next door, Zoe Bertgang, which means something like someone who steps along brilliantly or splendidly. Freud 1959, 51, Hanold develops a fantasy from the one signifier that he picked up by chance as a child, and which in turn brought into existence the desire from which Hanold appeared as a subject. While the fantasy may well be an arbitrary linguistic construction that recalls an object of desire to which the subject is inordinately attached, At the same time it also offers the subject a necessary anchoring in the symbolic. Our subjectivity, through the open space in the symbolic, is continually subordinated to the infinite sliding of the signifier, a little like the missing piece of a slide puzzle makes it possible to continually move the other pieces of the puzzle around. But the subject does not disappear entirely in the chain of signifiers with which it is designated precisely because it detects a surplus in its relation to the symbolic, a phantasmatic attachment to an object that cannot be symbolized. The sight of the foot in the relief is thus the cause of Hanold's desire, a desire that singularizes him and gives him his dignity as a unique, irreplaceable individual. The fantasy protects the subject in this way, and in a double sense. On the one hand it establishes a necessary distance with respect to the extimate thing that can appear via the fantasy as the subject's, unattainable, object of desire, without the subject being destroyed by a terrifying jouissance. On the other hand, the fantasy also ensures that the subject does not lose itself in the symbolic, disappearing entirely in the continual sliding of the signifiers. 49. On account of the fact that the ultimate object, the thing, is kept at a safe distance in the fantasy, it becomes possible, via sublimation, to place all kinds of different objects in that empty place in the symbolic. Some of the sublimitable objects are already present in reality, others are the result of human creativity, attempts to materialize the desired object in a work of art. The creative influence of the fantasy has received a good deal of attention primarily from the English psychoanalyst, D.W. Winnicott. In the section that follows I will discuss briefly his insights, viewing them as a supplement to Lacan's theory that should enable us to better understand the specific function of the fantasy in literary experience. The literary text as transitional object. D.W. Winnicott is known primarily for his notion of the transitional object that, in his view, plays an essential role in child development. This object, as he writes in Playing and Reality, 1971, appears at the moment that the child realizes that its mother cannot always be there. The child becomes attached to a certain object such as, for example, a particular cuddly toy or a particular song it wants to hear before going to sleep that must replace the lost body of the mother in order to avert the anxiety for this absence. Cf. Winnicott 1971, 4. With this, the child at the same time creates what Winnicott calls a potential space, a space in which it can play with this transitional object. This area of playing is not inner psychic reality. It is outside the individual, but it is not the external world. Into this play area the child gathers objects or phenomena from external reality and uses these in the service of some sample derived from inner or personal reality. Without hallucinating, the child puts out a sample of dream potential and lives with the sample in a chosen setting of fragments from external reality. Winnicott 1971, 51. What is most striking about this play with the transitional object is that the child does in fact remain aware of the inanimate character of the things with which it plays, but at the same time is willing to suspend this knowledge for the duration of the play so that the things in the play area take on a magical aura, are subject to internal projections and are used in the staging of phantasmatic scenarios. Winnicott argues that we, even as adults, never lose this ability for serious play. I am assuming that cultural experiences are in direct continuity with 50. Play, the play of those who have not yet heard of games. Winnicott 1971, 100. In this sense, we can also understand the relief from Gradova, just like Swann's musical phrase, as an adult variant of the child's transitional object. They open this potential space that allows the subject to sublimate its phantasmatic relationship to the thing. Potential space, as a space between the internal world of imagination and external reality, is the most suitable way to describe the literary experience, an experience that is only evoked when an external reality, letters on a white sheet of paper, intermingle with the imagination of the individual reader. The author of the book, it is true, provides the characters, the plot, and the descriptions, but the book only comes to life in interaction with me as a reader. This is the moment where I forget that I am reading words printed on a page and I project myself into that literary space which I know is not real, but which I nevertheless enter. The importance of imagination becomes clear when I watch a film adaptation of a book. It is only then that I realize how much I as reader have contributed to the construction of the literary space, the characters, and the circumstances in which they are placed. We also often have the tendency to identify with characters from a book, mainly with the agent, the hero around whose desire the story unravels. The most famous literary examples of readers who become so involved in their identification with heroic fictional characters that they mistake the fiction for reality are assuredly Cervantes' Don Quixote and Flaubert's Emma Bovary. This identification does not necessarily stop with the protagonist. For instance, I can also recognize myself in characters that one would not initially think of as the agent, but who are the victim of the hero. Even if not explicitly, a reader can recognize one's own hysterical tendencies in Emma Bovary, but at the same time can sympathize with her unfortunate husband and re-examine the story from his point of view. This is, for example, what Freud does in his interpretation of Gradiva, as he identifies with Zoe Bertgang and not with the protagonist, Hanold. The procedure which the author makes his Zoe adopt for curing her childhood friend's delusion shows a far-reaching similarity, no, a complete agreement in its essence, with the therapeutic method which was introduced into medical practice in 1895 by Dr. Joseph Breuer and myself, and to the perfecting of which I have since then devoted myself. Freud, 1959, 88-9. 51. Oddly enough, in his interpretation of Gradiva, Freud does not call his own identification with Zoe into question, let alone examine what this identification reveals concerning his own phantasmatic relationship to the novel. While Freud does, in his interpretation, keep open the possibility that he has produced a complete caricature of an interpretation, thereby showing how easy it is to find what one is looking for and what is occupying one's own mind, a possibility of which the strangest examples are to be found in the history of literature. 91. He seems to have included this consideration primarily as a gesture of false modesty. A bit further in the text he defends his method by saying that we have not discovered anything in Jensen's work that is not already in it. 92. With respect to Jensen's text, Freud clearly considers himself as the analyst and not the analysand. He positions himself outside the text and believes he can thereby assume the standpoint of neutral interpreter. Still, the imaginary plays a role here as well, albeit less prominent, because the fundamental identification with the other remains. Freud not only sees in a concrete character his mirror image, but is of the opinion that from this imaginary misrecognition he can completely merge with the seemingly objective perspective from which he interprets the novel. Like Freud in his discussion of Gradiva, as reader I usually take no notice of the phantasmatic relationship to my singular libidinal being which, while I am reading, betrays itself in the gaze. While I can look through the eyes of a focalizer character or from the perspective of a certain theory, it is still my particular desire that guides my reading. I project a lack into the text that cannot be filled at any level and which appeals to my object of desire. In this way, the object is that which can never appear concretely in the text and becomes, during my reading, the counterpart of that which can never disappear outside of the book, namely, the libidinal involvement of my reading body. The reader, who believes to be capable of grasping one or another hidden truth behind the work, is often another's Euxis who, misled by the workings of the gaze, tries to pull aside the curtain of text. In the sense of minimal interpretation of the subjective involvement with what is shown, or read, it is the same presence of the gaze that Freud's analysands were unable to localize when he asked them about their fantasy of a child is being beaten. This makes it clear that they were not capable of determining their position with 52. Spect to the phantasmatic scene, at most they could say that they probably stood to the side and watched. In other words, they identify, apparently, with the role of the spectator. This, however, is but one of the many roles that the analysand can play in one's imaginary assimilation of the fantasy. The analysand can identify with the one who beats, the one whom is beaten, or the one looking on. The subject, however, does not find itself in one of these three positions, but rather in that impossible, empty point from which it sees itself being beaten, sees itself doing the beating, and finally also sees itself watching. Thus, the subject does not appear in the phantasmatic scene, but it is its unconscious support. We can clarify this with the famous statement attributed to Flaubert, Madame Bovary, c'est moi. At first sight we are inclined to interpret this as the writer's imaginary identification with his female protagonist. This interpretation, however, is difficult to reconcile with Flaubert's famous impassibilité, his aloof absence as writer from the fictional universe he has created. If we assume that he is referring to the book Madame Bovary in its entirety rather than to the character Madame Bovary, Flaubert's statement becomes less paradoxical. L'auteur dans son œuvre doit être comme Dieu dans l'univers, présent pour tout et visible nulle part. Flaubert 1980, 204, the author in his work must be like God in the universe, present everywhere and nowhere visible. The definition Flaubert gives here of the author is also valid for the reading subject: invisible, but nevertheless present, it guides the direction of the reading. The reader's conscious eye, as an imaginary construction, can never coincide entirely with the subject. There is always a remainder, a phantasmatic involvement that remains unconscious. Phantasmatic enjoyment thus appears in that which is read, but at the same time, I know that what I read does not exist, it is fiction. This is a necessary precondition, according to Lacan, for the subject to survive a confrontation with this phantasmatic enjoyment. The fantasy can only be staged if it is clear that it is but a game, that the transitional object, in this instance the story read, is not the real thing, otherwise, the subject would be under threat of losing the coordinates of its desire and thus of its identity, as Lacan declares in Le Transfert, 1960-61, 1991, Transference il faut dans l'exécution. Trait qui fasse pas vrai, parce que autrement, peut-être, si cela devenait tout à fait vrai, on ne saurait plus ou on en est. Il aurait peut-être plus pour le sujet aucune chance d'y survivre. Lacan 2001. 53. 458-9, italics in original. In the execution it is necessary that a mark makes it unreal, because otherwise, perhaps, if it should all become true, one would no longer know where one is in it. Perhaps there would no longer be any chance for the subject to survive. Therefore, from a psychoanalytic standpoint, we would do better to invert Coleridge's famous claim from his biographical leader Aria, 1817, about willing suspension of disbelief for the moment, which constitutes poetic faith, Coleridge 1985, 314, into a willing suspension of belief. An artistic creation only remains tolerable as long as we as spectator or listener do not believe that the real work of art could in fact fully incarnate and make present the phantasmatic object of desire. As soon as one no longer creates a distance between the text as a fictional construction and that which it evokes in the reader, such that the necessary disbelief is suspended, the text acquires such a stranglehold on the reading subject that the words lose their symbolic arbitrariness and become a direct, unmediated expression of intolerable jouissance that normally is shielded by the fantasy. I keep this enjoyment at a safe distance so long as I, as the reader who sees my fantasies performed in the text I am reading, continue to believe that what I read is not real. And yet the creation of a potential space during the act of reading literature is more than an escapist activity in which I can enjoy away from the view of others an innocent staging of those fantasies that I cannot actualize in real life. From a Lacanian perspective, it is in fact an imaginary misrecognition to think that, in this way, I can completely control my reading enjoyment. In other words, as reader, I may not cherish the same illusion as Hanold who, once he has realized that Zoe is not really the Gradova, thinks that he is liberated from his phantasmatic obsession for the gait of a woman. Psychoanalysis makes clear that the fantasies that become visible in fictive constructions, from my conscious act of reading to Hanold's delusions, also determine my relationship to reality. The question now is which position I as reader should try to assume with respect to the fantasies that I detect during my reading. With this in mind I will discuss two divergent standpoints, first that of Lacan, who sees the fantasy as an obstacle to desire, as something that the subject must learn to traverse, and then that of Julia Kristeva, who pays much more attention in her work than Lacan does to the lit. 54. Errori experience, and therefore develops a more positive view on the role of the fantasy and the imaginary activated by it. Jacques Lacan, Traversing the Fantasy. Freud's interpretation of Gradiva does not suffice if we want to approach the phantasmatic reading experience from the perspective of Lacanian psychoanalysis. In order to illustrate the reader's journey through the literary universe, we thus turn to another travel story, Milan Kundera's The Hitchhiking Game, a short story included in his Laughable Loves, 1969. The hitchhiker from the title is an attractive young woman who is underway to a vacation spot in the Tetra Mountains with her somewhat older boyfriend. In her eyes he is a man of the world who has had numerous fleeting relationships, and she imagines that he, while on a business trip, has perhaps cheated on her with the sort of frivolous woman that she can never be for him. She sees herself as a prudish and shy person who does not feel very comfortable with her own body. Her fantasy is that she could also become such a loose woman, freed of all of her complexes. She often longed to feel free and easy about her body, the way most of the women around her did. Kundera 1974, 5. Her boyfriend teases her frequently about her exaggerated shame for her body, and he does so also when she, along the way, needs to relieve herself at the side of the road while he fuels the car at a petrol station. When she returns to the car she acts as if she does not recognize her boyfriend and is looking for a ride. Just as Zoe in Gradiva, her boyfriend initially goes along with the game, a seduction scene develops between the driver and the hitchhiker who did not know each other. Kundera 1974, 12, but for the hitchhiker the game quickly takes on a strange, serious character. The girl slipped into the silly, romantic part with an ease that astonished her and held her spellbound. Kundera 1974, 10, the difference with Zoe is that here, the man gets carried away in the game as well. He deliberately takes another route with a determination that surprises him. Fiction was suddenly making an assault on real life. The young man was moving away from himself and from the implacable straight road, from which he had never strayed until now. Kundera 1974, 12, they arrive in an unfamiliar town where the man reserves a hotel room. During a vodka-saturated dinner, the man begins to feel increasingly 55. Uneasy about the role that his girlfriend is playing with so much conviction. Perhaps the girl supposed that by means of the game she was disowning herself, but wasn't it the other way around? Wasn't she becoming herself only through the game? Kundera 1974, 16, italics in original, her provocative body language and the frequent glances cast by the other male guests give her a new sensation, one she didn't recognize, indecent joy caused by her body. Kundera 1974, 17-8, italics in original, the role play nears its climax when the man escorts her roughly to their room and rudely forces her to undress. She performs a striptease, something she never thought herself capable of doing, but as soon as she is naked the game is over for her. She now wants to go back to their normal relationship. But the man refuses to abandon the game, and at the same time he has greater and greater difficulty disguising his disgust for her. He humiliates her like a common whore until finally, against her will, he has sex with her. For her, the game has now taken on an unbearable intensity, and her initial pleasure turns into excessive enjoyment. She knew that she had crossed the forbidden boundary, but she proceeded across it without objections and as a full participant. Only somewhere, far off in a corner of her consciousness, did she feel horror at the thought that she had never known such pleasure, never so much pleasure as at this moment beyond that boundary. Kundera 1974, 25. Her boyfriend's brutal reaction to her behavior forces her to realize that it was no longer a game for her, that her behavior no longer had anything playful or unreal about it. For a moment she actually appeared to be the woman that she had always wanted to become, thereby destroying her desire at the same time. She was now compelled to look behind the confines of her fantasy where she found nothing but an exorbitant, terrifying enjoyment that threatened her symbolic identity. She no longer knows who she is, the prudish girl seemed but a facade, but even less could she really be the frivolous hitchhiker. After the love-making, in the darkness of the hotel room, a pleading, sobbing voice broke the silence, calling him by his name and saying, "I am me, I am me." The young man was silent, he didn't move, and he was aware of the sad emptiness of the girl's assertion, in which the unknown was defined in terms of the same unknown quantity. Kundera 1974, 25. 56. Her unexpected hitchhiking adventure thus did not come to the same satisfactory conclusion as Hanold's escape to Italy. While Hanold reconciled with his desire, and his conscious eye once again got a grip on reality, she seemed to be losing this grip entirely. She discovers that her self-image is founded on a void, namely, the distance that she as a subject maintained with respect to the intolerable presence of her enjoying libidinal being. Lacan, at the close of his seminar on Les Quatre Concepts Fondamentaux de la Psychanalyse, proposes that the ultimate goal of a psychoanalytic process is just this disconcerting experience in which the fantasy is traversed and nothing remains but the confrontation with the libidinal being, l'expérience du fantasme fondamental déviant la pulsion. Lacan 1990, 304, the experience of the fundamental fantasy becomes the drive. Lacan 1998, 273, the goal of psychoanalysis is thus not what Lacan had originally described, namely, to help the analysand to formulate the censored chapter concerning one's own desire. The ethic of the later Lacan is much more pessimistic. It implies that the analysand must reach the point where he realizes that the only truth of his desire is that there is nothing hiding behind the fantasy, that there is no true identity that must be freed from taboos or inhibitions. This means when we focus this ethic upon the reading subject that as a reader, I must come to the insight that I do not have, but rather that I am the desire that the text evokes in me. Not only imaginary fantasies, but also the fundamental symbolic fantasy on which they rest are in effect nothing more than the final obstacles I must traverse. The paradox here is that this real desire lies beyond the fantasy that desire itself constructs a desire, thus, on the other side of every object, which only aims at nothingness, an empty place in the symbolic. The experience of reading at this point reveals to me my fundamental loneliness as a reader because I realize that there is literally nothing to say about the essence of my reading, a nothing that I cannot share with anyone, neither with the writer nor with other readers of the same text. This nothing is not, as in Sartre, an appeal to my freedom, a confrontation with my unique existence, the nothing of the singular project that I both am and still must realize in the time that remains before my death. Freedom for Lacan is an imaginary construction that gives me the illusion that I can escape the stranglehold. 57. Of desire. I do not choose this desire myself, it chooses me and will accompany me until my death without ever providing the satisfaction it seems to promise. That the appeal from this nothingness nevertheless maintains its claim on the subject is a peculiar aspect of Lacanian ethics. The subject has the obligation to assume this particular desire stripped of all imaginary illusions, or as Lacan formulates in L'éthique de la psychanalyse, je propose que la seule chose dont on puisse être coupable, au moins dans la perspective analytique, c'est d'avoir cédé sur son désir. Lacan 1986, 368, I propose then that, from an analytical point of view, the only thing of which one can be guilty is of having given ground relative to one's desire. Lacan 1992, 319, as a reader, this is thus the task I must assign myself from a Lacanian perspective. In traversing the text, I must also traverse my own fantasy that travels along with my reading gaze, and dare to consider that this mythical object of desire, the promise of which the receding horizon of the text still seems to contain, can ultimately never be found, not even in the terminal point of desire, namely, my own singular death. Thus, what remains for me beyond the traversed fantasy is the experience of the compelling presence of my libidinal being that confronts me with a real body to which I have no direct access. And at the same time, according to the same imperative that addresses us in the poem of the same title by Dylan Thomas, Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light, Thomas 2003, 148, I cannot take any distance from the desire with which I am burdened. As we will see in the section to follow, Kristeva denounces such a view on the bodily real as an inaccessible, uncontrollable libidinal being. In her opinion, this radical standpoint passes over too quickly the possibilities opened for the reader by a confrontation with the fantasy. Julia Kristeva, Revaluating the Imaginary. Julia Kristeva arrived in Paris at the end of 1965 as a young Bulgarian linguist with a grant. She immediately made a strong impression on her professors and was received quickly into the avant-garde milieu of the Telkal journal. In LEMOT, LE Dialogue ETLE Roman, 1966, Word, Dialogue, and Novel, her article about the Russian literary. 58. Theoretician Bakhtin, who until that time was still relatively unknown in the West, she introduced the concept of intertextuality, which is still one of the central ideas in contemporary literary theory, cf. Kristeva 1978-1980, 82-112-64-91. In 1973 she defended her doctorat d'état, which was published in 1974 under the title La Révolution du langage poétique, Revolution in Poetic Language, at the University of Vincennes. Under the influence of Lacanian psychoanalysis, the body came to play an important role in her analysis of literature, but at the same time she also distanced herself from Lacan on this point. According to her, he placed too much emphasis on the gap between the symbolic of the speaking being and the real of the libidinal being, which can only appear in the symbolic as a lack. In La Révolution du langage poétique, Kristeva takes as her starting point that there is an inextricable link between language and body. To this end, Kristeva introduces the chira, Chi-Rho alpha, a concept borrowed from Plato's Timaeus and which refers in her work to the pre-Oedipal body that is still closely bound to the mother's body. The chira constitutes the libidinal breeding ground from which the process of signification, and thus symbolic identity, ultimately arise. Cf. Kristeva 1985-1984, 22ff/25ff. According to Kristeva, this system of signs can still only appear in a concrete, corporeal realization, loaded with affects and drives, even though the libidinal being's direct, pre-symbolic expression of enjoyment or pain remain fundamentally heterogeneous to the arbitrary, abstract sign system of language. Kristeva therefore introduces a new term alongside the symbolic, the semiotic. The semiotic is that which is active in the symbolic, and is an immediate expression of the chira. The introduction of the corporeal in textual analysis has important implications. It means that we not only have to take into account the different codes that direct one's reading, but also the manner in which these codes are changed and transformed under pressure from the semiotic. In La Révolution du langage poétique, Kristeva examines the working of the semiotic in such avant-garde writers as Mallarmé and Lautréamont. Through their style of writing, the avant-garde shows its readers that which transgresses the symbolic from the laws of genre and grammar to the social conventions that regulate a society and brings language into contact with the libidinal being that is continually kept at bay by the symbolic. 59. For Kristeva, the destructiveness of the avant-garde clears a space for new symbolizations, for a new sort of writing. The significance of the avant-garde is that they confront the readers with what Kristeva calls, in an article of the same title from 1973, Le sujet en procès, the subject in process, a subject whose identity is continually altered by the incessant slippage of the symbolic under the influence of corporeal drives and unconscious processes. Cf. Kristeva 1977, 55ff. Classic psychoanalytic interpretation as a rule misjudges, according to Kristeva, this transformative, revolutionary activity of the semiotic. At the same time, Kristeva admits that the enjoyment evoked by semiotic processes must be kept in check by a symbolic framework. In L'expérience et la pratique, 1973, an article on the work of Georges Boutali, Kristeva makes clear that the rejuvenating action of avant-garde discourse only remains fruitful if it takes sufficient account of what she calls the thetic phase of the signifying process. This is the moment in which the continually in motion semiotic coagulates into a set series of signifiers, thereby making possible for the subject new identifications and meanings, cf. Kristeva 1977, 107. Bertoli's work is distinguished from other avant-garde artists, according to Kristeva, exactly because of the attention he gave to the necessary thetic phases. Bertoli understood that the transgressive experience that confronts the subject with its own heterogeneity, with that which cannot be inscribed in the symbolic, can only put the subject in process so long as the subject does not disappear entirely, but to a certain extent remains anchored in language. In her view, Bertoli was able, through a fictional discourse, to confront the subject with excessive enjoyment without it being destroyed by this enjoyment. In this way a certain form of knowledge about the relationship to this enjoyment finally became possible. Kristeva would later extrapolate her remarks about Bertoli's writing to every form of fiction that confronts the reader with semiotic processes, and which can thereby put the symbolic identity of the reader into process. While Kristeva certainly does not deny the importance of the Oedipal phase, she believes that the genesis of the subject goes through an important earlier phase that is neglected by classic psychoanalysis, the phase in which the child becomes conscious of the presence of what Kristeva in Histoires d'amour, 1983, Tales of Love, calls the loving other who appears as a third in the relationship between the 60 child and the mother's body. Cf. Kristeva 1999/1987, 31ff/21ff. This third is at first a sort of grid that includes both the mother and the child and consists of certain prelinguistic patterns that offer the child a first structuring for its initial identification. In other words, it provides the child with the first primitive fantasies through which it can relate to its libidinal being. This other is not experienced as a prohibitive paternal authority that confronts the subject with a fundamental lack, but as a loving third that does not deprive the child of something, namely, a mythical, direct relationship to the libidinal being, but rather gives something to it, namely, a schema and later a language with which the child learns to relate to its libidinal being. We are reminded here of Swann's musical phrase that functions as a gift that comes to him from the other, and in this way becomes a minimal, if indefinable expression of his own relation to his libidinal being. For Kristeva, imaginary identification with this loving third is anything but a moment of misrecognition, it is rather the essential precondition for the subject to be able to develop its own potential space. The child learns to represent its drives and to project its unconscious process onto the transitional object within the imaginary playroom made possible by the loving other. For Kristeva, the imaginary thus does not belong exclusively to the order of misrecognition. On the contrary, Kristeva proposes, in her Pouvoirs et limites de la psychanalyse 2. La Revolte Intime, 1997, Intimate Revolt, The Powers and Limits of Psychoanalysis 2, that it is the imaginary that can bring the subject into contact with the intimate world of its unconscious desires and drives. Kristeva 1997/2002, 100/63, it is not surprising that Kristeva, in La Revolte Intime, makes a detailed examination of Sartre's book about the imaginary in the course of her own revaluation of the imaginary. As we have already seen, Sartre indicated that the imagination is always based on a fundamental absence, the essential nothingness of the imagined object. According to Lacan, this absence is not only valid for the imagination, but for every perception insofar as it can never represent the thing as being present. Unique to the Sartrean imaginary is in effect that it reproduces this absence as absence. At the moment that I imagine something consciously in a daydream, for instance, I know that I am imagining something that is not there in reality. This is why Kristeva believes it is important to maintain Sartre's distinction between imagination and perception, however problematic it may be. The Imagi 61. Neri can only have a liberating effect on the subject if the subject remains conscious of its fictitious, unreal nature. Kristeva also distinguishes this form of the imaginary from the imaginary of the advertisement, of the looks, of the image I want to radiate and that others have of me, an imaginary that indeed holds a false mirror before the subject, and with which it desperately tries to coincide, but in vain. La gestion commerciale de cet imaginaire spectacle omnipresent, indique la diminution ou l'établissement de la culture verbale qui l'accompagne conduisant à effacer le vecteur néandescent au profit de l'illusion, j'aime col de l'image, gene la percois plus comme image néandescent fatalement libératrice, j'adhere au contraire à sa prétendue réalité, j'y crois. Plus d'imaginaire, l'imaginaire est réalise. Ou plutôt, si tout est imaginaire, l'imaginaire est mort. Et ma marge de liberté aussi. Kristeva 1997, 197. The commercial control of this omnipresent imaginary spectacle and its attendant diminishing or weakening of verbal culture end up erasing the annihilating vector in favor of illusion. I get drunk on the image, I no longer perceive it as a fatally liberating, annihilating image, I cling instead to its so-called reality, I believe in it. More than imaginary, the imaginary is realized. Or rather, if everything is imaginary, the imaginary is dead, along with my margin of freedom. Kristeva 2002, 128. Kristeva argues that the subject, precisely from the intimate of its imagination, is capable of dealing creatively and actively with the lack around which its subjectivity is constructed. Somewhat provocatively, she also suggests that psychoanalysis has the task of activating the imaginary. La psychanalyse ouvre la voie à une valorisation de l'activité imaginaire comme seule d'élection pour la constitution de l'appareil psychique. 278, italics in original, psychoanalysis opens the path to a valorization of imaginary activity as favored terrain for the constitution of the psychical apparatus. 179, with this, Kristeva has also set aside an important function for the fantasy, which she calls the nucleus of the imaginary, cf 278/179. According to her, imaginary fantasies are essential for the construction of the intimate playroom that the subject needs for its psychic survival. Kristeva hereby reserves an exceptionally important place for the literary discourse which confronts the subject with the imaginary, but at the same time clearly remains a fictitious construction, thereby preventing the subject from mistaking the imaginary for reality. Together with psychoanalytic practice, literature hereby becomes 62. Un derrière le fantasme avoué sa réalité de surf du désir, par quoi ils affirment comme indispensable et, nce sens, real, etou, dans le même temps, il pose sa propre nécessité de se décider comme fantasme pour apparaître dans son essence de réalité néandescente libératrice. 279. One of the rare places where fantasy admits its reality as a servant of desire, thereby asserting itself as indispensable and in this sense real, and where, at the same time, it poses its own necessity to dissolve like fantasy in order to appear in its essence of annihilating, liberating unreality. 180. As we have seen, Kristeva does not share Lacan's negative assessment of the fantasy, and in contrast to Freud she is also not afraid to recognize the fictitious, imaginary aspects of the psychoanalytic practice. According to her, it is precisely this imaginary character of psychoanalysis that makes it the ideal ally of the subject insofar as it enables the subject to obtain a better picture of the way its imaginary fantasies have arisen and can possibly be developed. But despite her revaluation of the imaginary, ultimately the formulation of the fantasy in literature and art still remain, for Kristeva, subordinate to their psychoanalytic interpretation. L'art et la littérature sont les alliés de la psychanalyse, ils ouvrent la voie verbale à la construction de fantasmes et préparent le terrain à l'interpretation psychanalytique. 109. Art and literature are the allies of psychoanalysis, they open the verbal path to the construction of fantasies and prepare the terrain for psychoanalytical interpretation. 68. However important the fictive constructions may be for the subject, Kristeva still starts from the assumption of a truth beyond imaginary appearance, a truth that can be unearthed by psychoanalysis. While perhaps less focused than Lacan on the lack, and definitely much more tolerant with respect to the imaginary, Kristeva also assumes an unsatisfiable desire that continues to drive the subject for the rest of its life, from a place before and beyond language, the place of the mythic body of the mother around which all fantasies circle, including the fantasy of psychoanalysis itself. Kristeva in this way holds fast to the fundamental point of departure in psychoanalysis, namely, that there is always a transcendent thing beyond things and that there is a truth to be found beyond the fantasy, a starting point that shows the extent to which the psychoanalytic universe is influenced by Plato's worldview. To conclude this chapter about psychoanalysis, I 63. Would like to demonstrate that this theory of the fantasy betrays unmistakably a Platonic influence. It is also this influence that constitutes the most important difference with the Nietzschean view on the fantasy, which is the topic of the next chapter. The Platonic inheritance of the fantasy. From a psychoanalytic standpoint, the fantasies that the subject formulates during the treatment or encounters in its reading constitute a misrecognition of the fundamental intermination of real desire. In this perspective, psychoanalysis has the task of liberating the subject from the omnipotence of the fantasy. It is as if enjoyment is the chain that keeps the subject imprisoned in its Platonic cave, fascinated by the shadow play of its imaginary fantasies on the stone wall, and ignorant of the true dimension of its desire outside the dark cave. Lacan always resisted vehemently such an interpretation of psychoanalysis, even though he admitted that psychoanalytic theory can lead in the direction of Platonic idealism. In Les Quatre Concepts fondamentaux de la psychanalyse, he emphasizes that psychoanalytic practice ne nous permet en rien de nous résoudre à un aphorisme comme la vie est un songe. Aucune praxis plus qu'elle analyse en est orientée vers ce qui, au cœur de l'expérience, est le noyau du réel. Lacan 1990, 63, italics in original, in no way allows us to accept some such aphorism as life is a dream. No praxis is more orientated towards that which, at the heart of experience, is the kernel of the real than psychoanalysis. Lacan 1998, 53, italics in original, nevertheless, Lacan always remained an heir albeit recalcitrant of the idealism he meant to combat. For both Plato's idealism and Lacanian psychoanalysis ascribe a central position to desire caused by the experience of a lack. Zeuxis, the duped painter who believed that there was something hidden behind the painted curtain, is thus not merely an allegory for Platonic philosophy, which tries to discover the real world by looking behind the painting of sensibly perceptible reality, but is equally an allegory for the psychoanalyst who attempts to look beyond the fantasy and goes in search of what Lacan designates as la rencontre première, le réel, que nous pouvons affirmer derrière le fantasme. Lacan 1990, 64, the first encounter, the real, that lies behind the fantasy, Lacan 1998, 54, this thing the brute, traumatizing presence of the real body may well differ radically from Plato's. 64. Sovereign good with respect to content, yet both assume a sort of doubling of the world with an inaccessible space on the other side of, respectively, the symbolic and sensible world. While the lack for Lacan only applies to the symbolic level in the order of the real strictly speaking, no objects are missing, the subject still only has access to reality via the symbolic, and so its view on reality is marked by that fundamental lack. Lacan's view in this sense can hardly be seen as constituting a break with idealism, it is rather an exceptional reinterpretation of the Platonic inheritance of Freudian psychoanalysis. Freud, in his introduction to the fourth edition of Drei Abhandlungen zur Sexualtheorie, 1905, 4th ed. 1920, 3 essays on the theory of sexuality, called explicitly on Plato to defend his theory against criticism. Anyone who looks down with contempt upon psychoanalysis from a superior vantage point should remember how closely the enlarged sexuality of psychoanalysis coincides with the eros of the divine Plato. Freud 1953, 134, his reference to Plato is more than a rhetorical attempt by Freud to make his theory credible and respectable. Earlier we saw how Freud, in his investigation into the meaning of the dream, found no support in the scientific discourse of his day. He therefore went in search of another discourse, one that could serve for him as the necessary other in that auto-analysis which would lead to the discovery of psychoanalysis, the discourse of literature. Psychoanalysis soon became ensnared in the paradoxical situation of thinking it held the key to the explanation of the cultural discourse from which it arose. Freud's genesis of the subject, which he primarily explained via the Oedipus myth, thus became a retrospective clarification of that very myth, and by extension of every other philosophical and literary narrative in which loss and insatiable desire played a prominent role, as in Plato. As we have already noted, in his interpretation of Gradiva, Freud was surprised about the remarkable similarities this novel displayed to his psychoanalytic theory. We probably draw from the same source, and work upon the same object, each of us by another method. And the agreement of our results seems to guarantee that we have both worked correctly. Freud 1959-92, with this Freud assumes, implicitly of course, that this common source was the Oedipal history at the origin of the subject which he himself had exposed via his archaeological excavation of the human spirit. But this common 65 source could very well be the ancient cult of desire from which have arisen not only Platonic philosophy, but literature and psychoanalysis as well. We can thus see that psychoanalytic theory is no exception to its own principle that identity always originates in the discourse of the other. But it is just this influence that Freud did not recognize. This accounts for his surprise when he notices that what he, a Viennese doctor at the end of the 19th century, discovers in himself is already there to read in the ancient tragedies, and when reading them it is as if he is looking at himself through a mirror, darkly. We can use Freud's later terminology of the unheimlich, uncanny, to designate the unexpected encounter with a doppelganger, a double in literature and philosophy. In Das Unheimlich, 1919, The Uncanny, Freud describes just such an encounter. It is marked by the fact that the subject identifies himself with someone else, so that he is in doubt as to which his self is, or substitutes the extraneous self for his own. In other words, there is a doubling, dividing, and interchanging of the self. And finally there is the constant recurrence of the same thing. Freud 1955, 234. It is this extraneous self that Freud recognizes in Zoe, a fictional character from a story written by an author who knew nothing of psychoanalysis, and yet nevertheless seemed to apply Freud's own, unique method. And when Freud always found the same pattern appearing in mythical and literary figures such as Oedipus and Hamlet, when he continually saw the same story repeated, these were undoubtedly examples of the constant recurrence of the same thing by which myth and fiction once again seem to articulate accurately the psychic reality of the subject. An uncanny effect is often and easily produced when the distinction between imagination and reality is effaced, as when something that we have hitherto regarded as imaginary appears before us in reality. 244, but the reverse is also true. Sometimes the uncanny also appears when something regarded as reality turns out to be mere fantasy. Freud's disconcerted reaction to his discovery, at the very beginning of his psychoanalytic practice, of a curious hysterical phenomenon serves to prove this. Namely, he found that the sexual assaults about which some patients spoke, and which he considered as the real basis of their traumas, were in fact only phantasmatic constructions that had never actually occurred. This led Freud to the fundamental insight that fantasies play a central role in 66. The construction of reality. In the end, however, Freud balked at appropriating this insight into his own theory, which he invariably considered to be based on objective scientific knowledge, the potential distortion of which by his own fantasies he found unacceptable. This difficulty, stemming precisely from its Platonic bias, became one of the most important theoretical problems for psychoanalysis. If every subject creates a psychic reality with the help of its fantasies, then this is true of the scientist as well. The scientist cannot place oneself at a remove from the enjoyment of one's own libidinal being, an enjoyment that announces itself in what Lacan calls, in his 17th seminar, L'Envers de la Psychanalyse, 1991a, 1969-1970, The Other Side of Psychoanalysis, La Pulsion Epistemologique, Lacan 1991a, 122, The Epistemological Drive. In other words, the scientist's fantasy, the obsessive search for the truth, is equally a variant of the phantasmatic quest for the object of desire. Thus when Freud remarks, in Der Dichter und das Fantasieren, 1908, creative writers and daydreaming, that our actual enjoyment of an imaginative work proceeds from a liberation of tensions in our own minds, and that not a little of this effect is due to the writers enabling us thenceforward to enjoy our own daydreams without self-reproach or shame, Freud 1959, 153, this might also apply to his own reading of Gradiva. This reading is just as well guided by a fantasy, more precisely, the archaeological fantasy that Freud recognized in Jensen's novel. This recognition only took on an uncanny complexion at the moment when Freud, while reading, meets his phantasmatic enjoyment in the figure of Zoe and in the metaphor of Pompeii. But as a scientist, he cannot admit of this enjoyment. This uncanny is in reality nothing new or alien, but something which is familiar and old, established in the mind, and which has become alienated from it only through the process of repression. Freud 1955, 241. In connection with this, we can summarize Freud's archaeological fantasy, a desire to continually dig under the surface in search of the underlying motives of a given reality, as a variation of the so-called Urfantasien, original fantasies, identified by Laplace and Pontalis. In their Fantasme originaire, Fantasme est origins, Origine du Fantasme, 1964, they describe them as the foundational fantasies with which the subject attempts to answer essential questions that confront it, such as the question of sexual difference and the question of its origin, questions that earlier were answered with collective creation. 67. Myths. Cf. Laplanche and Pontalis 2002, 159. These religious myths of creation have been replaced in secular Western society by the natural sciences that, to a certain extent, assume the phantasmatic function of myths and continue to offer the subject meaningful coordinates. Seen from this perspective, psychoanalytic theory in general is also a prototype of such an Urfantasy, is an explanation offered to the subject, and which makes it possible to cast an impossible glance on the how and why of its own existence, just like physics does with the Big Bang theory or biology with the theory of evolution. But the psychoanalytic fantasy, just like all other fantasies, also confronts the subject in extremis with an enjoyment that in no way whatsoever can be appropriated by a symbolic order that provides it with meaning. Le savoir est un fantasme qui en est fait que pour la jouissance. Lacan 1991a, 14, knowledge is a fantasy that is only made for enjoyment. Ultimately, the psychoanalytic concept of the fantasy in this way seems to be sawing off the branch on which it is perched, because it, as a theory, is also driven by a fantasy. This is why, in order not to have to take distance from this claim, psychoanalysis advances the theory of a truth that can be reached on the other side of the fantasy, so that the subject can come to confront the truth of its desire without phantasmatic deformation or misrecognition. But psychoanalysis hereby remains imprisoned in universe of Plato. This dualistic interpretation of reality has nevertheless incited much opposition. And one of the most important and influential opponents was undoubtedly Friedrich Nietzsche, who would finally reject the Platonic doubling of the world and would postulate the phantasmatic world of appearances as the only reality. In the second section of this first theoretical part I would like to examine Nietzsche's philosophy, which both breaks with the Platonic inheritance and was decisive for the later reorientation of psychoanalysis by Deleuze and Foucault. The Fantasy, a Nietzschean intertext. Friedrich Nietzsche and the pathos of distance. Nietzsche's philosophy can be summarized as a radical rejection of the idealistic belief in an essence of things hidden behind their appearance. When Nietzsche uses the notion of fantasy in his work, it too is deprived of every form of transcendence. For Nietzsche, fantasies are handy, even indispensable schemas with which the human being interprets reality, or, More accurately, they are schemas in which reality as such can appear to the human being. As Nietzsche emphasized in Menschliches, Allgemeines, 1886, human, all too human, the fact that these fantasies cannot be legitimate in any way by an external, objectively determinable truth has no harmful effect on their epistemological value. That which we now call the world is the outcome of a host of errors and fantasies, which have gradually arisen and grown entwined with one another in the course of the overall evolution of the organic being, and are now inherited by us as the accumulated treasure of the entire past, as treasure, for the value of our humanity depends on it. Nietzsche 1986, 20. Just as psychoanalysis would later do, Nietzsche conceived fantasy as an interpretation of the libidinal being. But while for psychoanalysis the libidinal being is a radically unknowable, inaccessible kernel kept at a safe distance by fantasies, for Nietzsche the libidinal being is expressed immediately in fantasies, and with which it therefore coincides. If one supposes that reality can only be experienced through fantasies, then the classic opposition between the apparent world of fantasies and the truth beyond appearance disappears. Nietzsche articulates this as follows in a famous passage from Götterdämmerung, 1888, Twilight of the idols, the real world we have done away with it, what world was left? The apparent one, perhaps. But no. 70. With the real world we have also done away with the apparent one. Nietzsche 1998, 20, italics in original. A second departure from psychoanalysis is that Nietzsche does not theorize this libidinal being as a monolithic thing, but rather as a heterogeneous collection of various fluctuating drives that continually affect one another, establish connections and thereby either weaken or reinforce each other. Fantasies are valuable because they structure not only the interplay between internal and external stimuli, but also the drives and effects generated by these stimuli, and they do so in such a way that the organism strengthens its grip on itself and its environment. The task of the philosopher, according to Nietzsche, is to examine fantasies, which ones are circulating in a given culture, what functions do they serve, what are the existential possibilities that these fantasies open up or foreclose, which forces do they stimulate and which ones are curtailed, or even destroyed. When it becomes apparent that certain of these fantasies are unproductive and condemn humanity to an existence of ignoble, life-denying slavery, the task of the philosopher is to philosophize with a hammer, that is to say, to strike them so that people can hear the hollow sound they make, and in this way to free humanity from their grip. It is tempting to see Nietzsche as a precursor to the psychoanalyst on this point, insofar as the analyst tries to disengage analysans from the nefarious influence of their fantasies. The big difference is that the diagnosis Nietzsche gives does not aim toward a truth beyond the fantasy. The critique of existing fantasies that together shape the morality, culture, and religion of a particular society is but the first phase. It must be followed by the creation of new fantasies which are the expression of different combinations of stimuli, drives and effects, and through which a new way of living becomes conceivable. It is of no matter to Nietzsche that these new fantasies are, strictly speaking, every bit as fictional as the older ones. Why could the world which is of any concern to us not be a fiction? Nietzsche 1973, 47, italics in original, as he remarks in Jenseits von Gut und Böse, 1886, Beyond Good and Evil. Considering the fact that this interpretation of fantasies is itself a fantasy, Nietzsche's stated aim of creating and evaluating new fantasies immediately raises the question of exactly whom or what would determine the perspective from whence they should be judged. There can be no talk of an external standpoint, a sort of ideal, natural. 71. Condition toward which the good forces strive. For this would amount to yet another doubling between the real and apparent world. When one considers that Nietzsche rejects this division insofar as the drives, in his view, only function within the perspective in which they are expressed, there can thus be no question of a deeper, more true nature to which different fantasies point like the needle of a compass. Even less is there a purified subject that can oversee the situation and get a clear view on its fantasies in order to select the best ones. For Nietzsche, the subject is not the result of a distance established from the libidinal being, but is itself the expression of one specific drive among others. The subject thus cannot consider itself an objective interpreter of its situation, on the contrary, it is itself already an interpretation of the situation. Nietzsche argues that we must get out of the habit of looking for some underlying agent, the subject, nature, behind the process of interpretation, an agent that evaluates these fantasies and guides their interpretation. There is only a will to power of the affects, which cannot be reduced here to a simple thirst for power, the inclination to control. In its most ideal form, Nietzsche's will to power is precisely the expression of a favorably disposed profusion of energy, an active, creative power that increases the possibilities of the organism through the integration of more and manifold forces. Thus, the will to power does not strive for the construction of a reductionist, generalist system, rather, in the process of interpretation it aims at the unclassifiable detail, the little nuance through which appear subtle powers that slip through the threads of language. This will to power is, more specifically, the power that expresses the chaotic complexity of the libidinal being in all its different intensities and nuances. It is power that confronts the subject with the collection of drives and affects from which it is constructed, thereby enabling it to explore and use for its own development the unknown forces that traverse its body. In Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche calls this will to power by another name, the pathos of distance, that is to say, the ability to take distance not only from others but also from oneself as a means to expand the limited horizon of experience, to open up new and unknown territories, with as the ultimate goal an ever-increasing widening of distance within the soul itself, the formation of ever higher, rarer, more remote, tenser, more comprehend. 72. Substates, in short precisely the elevation of the type man, the continual self-overcoming of man, to take a moral formula in a supermoral sense. Nietzsche 1973, 173. We can read Nietzsche's definition here as a foreshadowing of what Julia Kristeva would later call the subject in process, a subject whose symbolic identity is broken open, transformed and overcome by what Kristeva calls the semiotic, the action of subtle libidinal processes that cannot be signified in language, yet which exert a translinguistic influence. Like Kristeva, Nietzsche already valued art as the ideal place for the formulation of these processes, the foremost place where the pathos of distance can develop and where new fantasies can be expressed. But for Kristeva, art ultimately can only serve as a step on the way to more penetrating psychoanalytic interpretation. Seen from a Nietzschean standpoint, she does not go far enough in her fictionalization of the psychoanalytic discourse because she does not follow it through to the thing itself that forms the basis of these psychoanalytic fictions. For her, the thing is a pre-Oedipal, pre-linguistic experience to which the subject always desires to return, even in psychoanalytic interpretation itself. Beside the fiction there still remains the pure desire for the thing, even if that desire can only be formulated in fictional constructions. Nietzsche is more radical in this regard. For him, nothing exists beyond the fiction, and thus beyond the fantasy. In the introduction to Die Fröhliche Wissenschaft, 1882, The Gay Science, Nietzsche pleads for a return to the pre-Platonic universe of the ancient Greeks, who did not believe in a hidden truth behind appearance, but rather were seduced by the creative power of their fantasies. Oh, those Greeks! They knew how to live. What is required for that is to stop courageously at the surface, the fold, the skin, to adore appearance, to believe in forms, tones, words, in the whole Olympus of appearance. Those Greeks were superficial, out of profundity. And is not this precisely what we are again coming back to? And are we not in this respect, Greeks? Adorers of forms, of tones, of words. And therefore, artists. Nietzsche 1974, 38, italics in original. From the 1960s onward, Nietzsche's plea to become adorers of forms, of tones, of words would certainly reverberate throughout French literature and philosophy, aided by the 1962 publication of Gilles Deleuze's Nietzsche et la philosophie, Nietzsche and Philosophy. This monograph not only made a significant impact on the 73 orientation of the post-structuralist reception of Nietzsche in France, but was also crucial for the later development of Deleuze's own philosophy. In what follows I will examine how Deleuze tried to rethink the psychoanalytic fantasy within a Nietzschean context, and how he then under the influence of Félix Guattari would go on to replace it with the notion of the program. Having illustrated the difference between these two concepts by means of Gradiva, I would ultimately like to investigate the role this program might play in the reading of literature, and to do this from the perspective of Deleuze's reinterpretation of perversion in view of a few of his literary analyses. Gilles Deleuze, From Lack to Problem. Gilles Deleuze initially wrote primarily about philosophers and authors. His 1953 debut was a classic introduction to Hume's empiricism, and alongside his study on Nietzsche, in the 1960s he also published books about Kant, 1963, Proust, 1964, Bergson, 1966, Sacher-Masoch, 1967, and Spinoza, 1968. He eventually began to develop his own philosophy with Difference et Repetition, 1968, Difference and Repetition, and Logique du Sens, 1969, The Logic of Sense, which was in line with Nietzsche's anti-Platonic revaluation of the phantasmatic appearance as the only reality. He summarizes his philosophical project in Difference et Repetition as follows: Renverser le Platonisme signifie ceci, tenir le primat d'un original sur la copie, d'un model sur l'image. Deleuze 1968a, 92, Overturning Platonism, then, means denying the primacy of original over copy, of model over image. Deleuze 2004a, 80, starting from this Nietzschean perspective, Deleuze equally resists the psychoanalytic interpretation of the phantasmatic object of desire as a copy of the lost, mythical body of the mother, the unattainable original on the other side of the fantasy. For Deleuze, this object of desire is, in the first place, a virtual object that can indeed enter into relationships with figures from the surroundings, like the mother, but at no point can it be reduced to their substitute. Bref, il pas de terme ultime, nos amours ne renvoyent pas à l'amour, simplement l'amour occupe dans la série constitutive de notre présent un certain place par rapport à l'objet virtuel. Deleuze 1968a, 139, in short, there is no ultimate term, our loves do not refer back to the mother, it 74 is simply that the mother occupies a certain place in relation to the virtual object in the series which constitutes our present. Deleuze 2004a, 130, the difference between Deleuze and psychoanalysis becomes clear when we compare this virtual object with Winnicott's transitional object. When the child gets caught up in its game and turns different, inanimate things, cuddly toys, a toy car, a melody, into transitional objects, Winnicott interprets them as objects that are intended to restore, via a phantasmatic staging, the broken bond with the mother's body. This can in fact only happen on a fictitious level insofar as a real restoration would lead to an annihilation of subjectivity. As Lacan remarked, the staging of the fantasy therefore must maintain something unreal about it. In contrast, Deleuze did not believe whatsoever that the child's game aimed at restoring a lost unity from the past. The desire expressed in this game is primarily a desire to construct something new. Deleuze also does not view the unreal, virtual character of this object as protection against the destructive proximity of the real thing which is the libidinal being. Its virtual character is precisely inherent to an experimental process that tries to bring about a new approach, an unprecedented arrangement of reality. What goes for the child's play also goes for adult fantasies. Deleuze gives, in ABC Dare, an extensive television interview with Claire Parnett from 1988, the simple example of a woman who wants to buy a dress to illustrate desire. CFD as in desire, Deleuze and Parnett 2004a, it is foolish, in Deleuze's opinion, to see the dress itself as the desired object. the dress becomes worthy of being desired when the woman can imagine a context in which the dress is associated with certain people, with a certain situation, a certain atmosphere or, in short, to the effect she hopes to create with the dress. In contrast to psychoanalysis, with Deleuze the fantasy takes on a much more active function, from the primitive hunter who envisions a future weapon in the branch lying on the ground, to the scientist who finds in various chemical formulas a virtual image of the medicine he is hoping to discover. A possible future in a virtual environment is always evoked via a fantasy. By forming an association between the virtual impression and the dead branch, between the pangs of hunger and thought of his prey, the chance is created for the primitive hunter to expand his hold on the environment by transforming the branch into a spear. The fact 75. That, once actualized, the virtual object in the end does not turn out to be the ultimate, totally satisfactory object, has not so much to do with the fact that it cannot incarnate the thing as with the fact that reality continually makes new virtualities possible, thereby bringing about new challenges. The branch may well turn out to be a suitable spear, but this object leads directly to yet another new, virtual object, a spear that can be thrown faster and over a longer distance. It is this fantasy that will eventually be actualized in the invention of the bow and arrow. Deleuze does not belong in the camp of those who believe that desire results in an ineradicable lack. He views desire as leading to the formulation of a concrete problem. En même temps que le désir trouve le principe de sa différence avec le besoin dans l'objet virtuel, il apparaît non pas comme une puissance de négation, ni comme l'élément d'une opposition, mais bien plutôt comme une force de recherche, questionnante et problématisante qui se développe dans un autre champ que celui du besoin et de la satisfaction. Deleuze 1968a, 140-1. However, just as desire finds the principle of its difference from need in the virtual object, so it appears neither as a power of negation nor as an element of an opposition, but rather as a questioning, problematizing, and searching force which operates in a different domain than that of desire and satisfaction. Deleuze 2004a, 131. Desire appears at the moment that internal and external stimuli and unconscious processes interact in such a way that they combine to form a problem that compels the organism to what Deleuze calls an individuation, the result of a particular combination of varying forces and intensities that work upon an organism, and by which it evolves and develops new methods of interacting with the changing context. In her introduction to Deleuze from 2002, Claire Colebrook illustrates this with the simple example of the reaction to light. The problem of light is posed, creatively, by different forms of life in different ways: photosynthesis for plants, the eye for animal organisms, color for the artist. A problem is life's way of responding to or questioning what is not itself. Colebrook 2003, 21. This individuation is not a consciously planned transformation of the organism. The plant has not chosen consciously to perform photosynthesis, but individualizes itself at a certain moment in this direction through the interplay of chemical and physical processes. At a 76. Higher level, a fantasy is also a result of this kind of individuation. Just like the spontaneous evolution of an organism, it appears as what Deleuze describes, in Logique du Sens, as un pur événement, Deleuze 2002a, 245, a pure event, Deleuze 2001, 241, an anonymous occurrence, the unexpected result of different stimuli, drives and effects reacting upon one another. According to Deleuze, we should view the fantasy as an indeterminate happening, an infinitive occurrence without a concrete agent. Le fantasma est inséparable du verbe infinitif, et t'imagine par la l'événement per. 250, the phantasm is inseparable from the infinitive mode of the verb and bears witness thereby to the pure event. 245, at first glance, this interpretation of the fantasy comes close to the Lacanian interpretation of the symbolic fantasy as an agentless occurrence in which a few signifiers coincidentally become attached to the jouissance of the libidinal being. Thus, for psychoanalysis as well, the symbolic fantasy is an infinitive verb, considering the fact that it is the unconscious support of the phantasmatic scene, the subject cannot be posited as present in the fantasy. It is only by means of an imaginary approach to the fantasy that the subject finally appears on stage as the supposed agent of the desire that is being performed. According to Lacan, confrontation with the fundamental fantasy also unmasks the illusion of an autonomously acting and deciding ego, an illusion that, ideally, disappears as a disturbing symptom in the analysis. But the subject survives both the destruction of its imaginary fantasies as well as the traversal of the symbolic fantasy. It is this subject that, at the end of the analysis, is considered capable of recognizing the emptiness on which it is founded and to accept the impossibility of its desire. In contrast to Lacan, Deleuze nevertheless rejects such a distinction between the imaginary ego and a symbolic subject that transcends this ego. For Deleuze, beyond the ego there is nothing but the chaotic, anonymous tangle of intensities that the fantasy brings to expression. Ce qui apparaît dans le fantasme, c'est le mouvement par lequel le moi s'ouvre à la surface et libère les singularités cosmiques, impersonnelles et pré-individuelles qui il emprisonnate. À la lettre, il les lâche comme des spores, et éclate dans ce déliestage. 249. What appears in the phantasm is the movement by which the ego opens itself to the surface and liberates the acosmic, impersonal, and 77. Pre-individual singularities which it has imprisoned. It literally releases them like spores and bursts as it gets unburdened. 244. This also implies that there is no underlying, fundamental fantasy to discover behind the numerous imaginary fantasies. Deleuze argues that psychoanalysis, by placing too much emphasis on the ever-returning fundamental fantasy, neglects the fact that every manifestation of the fantasy is a new event, and is the result of a specific linking of singularities that continually creates new, unique individualities in a continuously fluctuating context. If we follow Deleuze's line of thinking, it makes no sense whatsoever to go in search of this fundamental fantasy, let alone to try to traverse it in order to finally be able to accept the fundamental lack of our being toward death as the only truth. The desire to go beyond the fantasy can only lead to a resentful refusal of life. While Deleuze, in Difference et Repetition and Logique du Sens, often made use of the psychoanalytic conceptual arsenal, these points of disagreement with Lacan make clear that his Nietzschean inspiration is ultimately difficult to reconcile with psychoanalytic theory. And yet his definitive rejection of psychoanalysis only took place through his friendship with Félix Guattari, whom he met during the turbulent student protest at the end of the 60s. Guattari was one of Lacan's students who increasingly turned away from the ideological dominance of psychoanalytic schemes of thought. It was he who convinced Deleuze to abandon his half-hearted relationship with psychoanalysis and together with him to formulate a radical alternative. In an interview from 1988, included in Pourparlers, 1990, Negotiations, Deleuze described this evolution as follows. C'en est pas moi qui ai sorti Félix de la psychanalyse, c'est lui qui m'en a sorti. Dans mon étude sur Mazoc, puis dans Logique du Sens, j'ai croyé avoir de résultats, qui n'étaient pas conformes à la psychanalyse, mais qui pouvaient se lire avec elle. Au contraire, Félix était et restait psychanalyste, élève de Lacan, mais à la manière d'un fils qui s'est déjà tué il n'y a pas de conciliation possible. Deleuze 1990, 197. Oddly enough, it wasn't me who rescued Félix from psychoanalysis, he rescued me. In my study on Mazoc, and then in the logic of sense, I thought I'd discovered things that contradicted psychoanalysis but could be reconciled with it. Félix, on the other hand, had been and was still a psychoanalyst, a student of Lacan's but like a 78. Son who already knew that reconciliation was impossible. Deleuze 1995, 144. From Fantasy to Program. The first and now famous result of the collaboration between Deleuze and Guattari would appear in 1972, L'Anti-Oedipie. Capitalisme et Schizophrénie. The book signified a full frontal attack on the privileged position occupied by psychoanalysis in Parisian philosophy. According to Deleuze and Guattari, psychoanalysis always again reduced desire to an Oedipal prehistory which saddled the subject with a fundamental lack that the analyst and, through an endless process of analysis, must learn to accept. In their view, psychoanalysis in this way completely missed the creative role played by desire in the development of virtual constructions, the production of new links between stimuli, drives and effects, and the creation of unexpected possibilities for the future, discaisse Oedipi, sinon théories ungefähr. Voilà que les psychanalystes ne demandent même plus, tu sce caisse, tes machines désirants à toi, mais escrit, répondent papamaman quand jete parle. Deleuze and Guattari 1995, 54, say that it's Oedipus, or you'll get a slap in the face. The psychoanalyst no longer says to the patient, tell me a little bit about your desiring machines, won't you? Instead he screams, answer daddy and mommy when I speak to you. Deleuze and Guattari 2004a, 49, with l'anti-Oedipi, Deleuze and Guattari not only distanced themselves from psychoanalytic theory, but also from its specific vernacular. This included that the concept of fantasy that Deleuze, in his Difference et Repetition and Logique du Sens, had still interpreted positively, from this point forward would only be understood according to its strict psychoanalytic meaning, namely, as yet another expression of the reactive, pessimistic psychoanalytic view on desire. Le désir apparaît comme ce qui produit le fantasme et produit l'humain se détachant de l'objet, mais aussi bien en redoublant le manque, en le portant à l'absolu, en faisant une incurable insuffisance d'être, un manque être tuist la vie. 33. Desire is regarded as what produces the fantasy and produces itself by detaching itself from the object, though at the same time it intensifies the lack by making it absolute, an incurable insufficiency of being, an inability to be that is life itself. 27. 79. Contrary to psychoanalysis and its emphasis on the neurotic subject, the schizoanalysis of Deleuze and Guattari takes as its starting point the impersonal delirium of the schizophrenic. They find in this delirium the expression of all those different forces, effects and intensities that are manifested in the body and which cannot be reduced to one single fundamental fantasy. One of the examples they discuss is Nietzsche's delirium as documented in the final series of letters that he wrote from Turin at the beginning of January, 1899, just before his total collapse. In these letters, Nietzsche crawls into the skin of multiple personalities, from Julius Caesar to Vittorio Emanuele, from Dionysius to the crucified. Commenting on this in a letter to Jacob Burckhardt, he writes, "The unpleasant thing, and the one that nags at my modesty, is that at root every name in history is I, Nietzsche," quoted in Deleuze and Guattari 2004a, 95, italics in original. Seen from a psychoanalytic perspective, a delirium such as this is, in the first place, a last-ditch attempt at self-preservation. Psychosis is distinguished by a rejection of the master signifier that the subject attaches to its symbolic identity. In its most concrete form this is the surname of the father which, in a patriarchal society, is given to the child. This is why Lacan calls the signifier the nom du père, the name of the father. In the structure of psychosis, the connection to the symbolic via this master signifier is missing. When this lack appears in the psychotic patient, the patient loses its grip on reality and is handed over, defenseless, to the libidinal being. Nietzsche's imaginary identifications with historical figures and gods can thus be interpreted as a final, desperate attempt to find a substitute for the rejected name of the father. But according to Deleuze and Guattari, in Nietzsche's case these multiple pseudonyms have nothing to do with a frenetic search for a stable identity, but are rather a condensed rendition of those forces that are traversing his body, making any stable identification impossible. La théorie des noms propres ne doit pas se concevoir en termes de représentation, mais renvoie à la classe de effets, ceux-ci ne sont pas une simple dépendance de causes, mais le remplacement d'un domaine, L'effectuation d'un système de signes. On l'évoit bien en physique, ou les noms propres désignant de téléphones effets dans de champs de potentiels, effet Joule, effet Seebeck, effet Kelvin. Il est en histoire comme en physique, un effet Jeanne d'Arc, un effet héliogable. 80. Tous les noms de l'histoire, and non pas les noms du père. 103, italics in original. The theory of proper names should not be conceived of in terms of representation, it refers instead to the class of effects, effects that are not a mere dependence on causes, but the occupation of a domain, and the operation of a system of signs. This can be clearly seen in physics, where proper names designate such effects within fields of potentials, the Joule effect, the Seebeck effect, the Kelvin effect. History is like physics, a Joan of Arc effect, a Heliogabalus effect, all the names of history, and not the name of the father. 95, italics in original. And yet the schizoanalysis that Deleuze and Guattari attempt to develop from these psychotic deliria is anything but an idealization of schizophrenia as a clinical syndrome. Schizophrenia is only valuable to the extent that it makes visible the multiplicity of anonymous forces from which the individual has arisen, and that schizoanalysis then tries to explore in search for new connections between these forces. The goal pursued by schizoanalysis thus has little to do with transgressive excess, self-destruction, or the loss of self in madness or drug addiction. The schizophrenic clinical syndrome, for Deleuze and Guattari, primarily points to the failures of these kinds of self-experimentation. Considering that psychoanalysis and psychiatry are confronted solely with these failures, they create a distorted picture of schizophrenia as purely negative, destructive experience. Mille plateaus. Capitalisme et schizophrénie 2, 8,000 plateaus, Capitalism and Schizophrenia 2, the follow-up to L'Anti-Oedipy, which appeared in 1980, continued in the same experimental vein. In this book, Deleuze and Guattari bring the notion of the program to the fore as an alternative to the psychoanalytic fantasy. Nevertheless, this does not discount the fact that the program is closely linked to the fantasy described by Deleuze in La Logique du Sens as a means by which a cosmic, impersonal, and pre-individual singularities can be liberated from the reactive envelope of the ego. The experimental program in 8,000 plateaus is also aimed at stimulating new virtual constructions and establishing new links between forces both internal to the body and forces passing between bodies. The combination of all these lines of force results in an immense cartography, a map with which the body provides coordinates for itself and its environment, thereby transforming chaos into a differentiated world. This often leads Deleuze and Guattari back to the 81. Example of a tick which, with an absolute minimum of affects climbing up a stem to the light, dropping toward the scent of a passing mammal, penetrating at the spot where its prey is least protected by fur, can create for itself a territory. The human being, in contrast to the tick, is not only a being in possession of infinitely more affects, but additionally is always developing new programs with which it can forge new links, thereby enlarging its horizon of experience. In this way, the body is diverted from the lines that it had formed to this point, its territory expands, and what Deleuze and Guattari designate as a ligne de foot, line of flight, comes into existence, a deterritorializing line of becoming that points the body toward a virtual object that drags this body along with it, away from its familiar environs. Deleuze and Guattari call this process of transformation a devenir, becoming. A similar example of a line of flight is a becoming animal, in which a certain animal becomes the virtual object of a specific program. Deleuze and Guattari stress that this becoming animal does not have to do with imitating an animal, with mimicking its behavior, or with sacralizing it into a sort of totem or symbol. In becoming, the animal is at no moment whatsoever a metaphor for something else, even less is it the intention to effectively be this animal. There is also no clear goal for the line of flight, because the virtual object toward which one escapes is itself caught up in that process of becoming, and in this process is itself subject to change. A simple but indeed illuminating illustration can help clarify this becoming animal, the age-old dream of man to be capable of flying, the dream of becoming a bird. We should not interpret this desire in the abstract, but rather as a collection of concrete, desirable affects, floating on the wind, the panoramic perspective, speed, that seem fundamentally incompatible with the structure of the human body. It was this virtual construction of a becoming bird that captured the imagination of many inventors and artists, the most famous of which was undoubtedly Leonardo da Vinci. Numerous sketches and models of flying machines bear witness to his attempts to realize this program. The failure of these plans comes from the fact that he wanted to imitate the bird too precisely, the flapping of one's wings, propulsion by muscular exertion, etc. Becoming bird could only come to fruition through construction of an apparatus that in many ways did not resemble a bird, that worked according to other principles, with different parts, like the 82 combustion engine, to which Leonardo had no access in his day. The Wright brothers' solution to the problem also signified, however, the end of this becoming bird as line of flight, the seductiveness of which effectively derived from its virtual character. Flying became an experience that was part of the territory of modern humanity, a coupling of body and machine which quickly became self-evident. This perhaps explains the fascination for the work of an artist such as Panamarenko. His fantastic machines, which will never get off the ground, serve as virtual objects that once again bring the program of flight to the foreground, thereby keeping open the line of flight of becoming bird. A difference in approach becomes apparent if we compare our Deleuze-inspired analysis with the way Freud interprets da Vinci's flight plans in Eine Kindheitserinnerung de Leonardo da Vinci, 1910, Leonardo da Vinci and a Memory of His Childhood. For Freud, da Vinci's desire to fly is primarily a distorted copy of his true, hidden desire for sexual intercourse, but why do so many people dream of being able to fly? The answer that psychoanalysis gives is that to fly or to be a bird is only a disguise for another wish, namely, a longing to be capable of sexual performance. Freud 1957, 125-6, this leads to Freud's conclusion, thus aviation, too, which in our day is at last achieving its aim, has its infantile erotic roots. Freud 1957, 126, while for modern readers this passage from Freud is certainly a rather caricatural example of a reductionist reading, it nevertheless illustrates all the more clearly the inherent drive of psychoanalysis to penetrate deeper into the layers of repression by means of careful excavation in order to finally unearth a different, unconscious desire. In his dialogues with Claire Parnett from 1977, Deleuze pits the horizontally oriented, geographic research of schizoanalysis against this vertical image of the unconscious as an archaeological site. L'analyse de l'inconscient devrait être en géographie plutôt qu'en histoire. Quels lignes se trouvent blocs, calcifiés, murs, en impasse, tombant dans un trou noir, ou terres, quels autres sont actifs ou vivants par quoi quelque chose s'échappe et nous entraîne? Deleuze and Parnett 2004b, 122. The analysis of the unconscious should be a geography rather than a history. Which lines appear blocked, moribund, closed in, dead-ended, falling into a black hole or exhausted, which others are active or 83. Lively, which allows something to escape and draw us along. Deleuze and Parnett 2007, 102. It goes without saying that an interpretation of the unconscious as divergent from Freud's as this one necessarily implies a very different analysis of literary texts as well. Before dealing with Deleuze's approach to literature, I would first like to return again to Jensen's Gradova, a novel that can help us to elucidate the difference between archaeological psychoanalysis and geographic schizoanalysis. Gradova Revisited. As we saw in the first chapter, Hanold's journey was, for Freud, little more than a neurotic flight, a way of avoiding confrontation with his unconscious desires. The desire that is initially sublimated into his fascination for the Gradova relief ultimately is drawn to the surface by Zoe, his childhood sweetheart, through her intelligent approach. From a Deleuzean perspective, the trip to Italy symbolizes anything but a way to dodge desire. On the contrary, the journey itself is the expression of Hanold's desire to escape from his sterile study and his boring life as an office archaeologist. His Pompeii fantasy is therefore not a delusion repressing a true desire, but rather an entire program that enables Hanold to follow those lines of flight that can transport him beyond his limited academic territory, and by which he can map out a cartography of unknown affects, intensities, sensations of speed, color, movement. The importance of these new sensations is also clear to see in Jensen's description of Hanold's journey through Italy. He had a feeling that a nature unknown to him was surrounding the railway tracks, as if he must have passed through these places before in continual twilight, or during a grey rainfall, and was now seeing them for the first time in their golden abundance of color. A few times he surprised himself in a desire, formerly unknown to him, to alight and seek afoot the way to this or that place because it looked to him as if it might be concealing something peculiar or mysterious. Jensen 1993, 23-4. Freud passes over these impressions of Italy in his interpretation because he, as a consummate Platonist, always wants to part the curtains of these sensual impressions, to exchange the superficial appearance of things for that of which they are, in his eyes, but a reflection, an 84. Imperfect copy. For Deleuze, on the contrary, the spectator never sees an object or a landscape as a metaphor, as a substitute for something else. It is a compilation of a series of stimuli, effects and drives that are transformed immediately into a virtual object. The same goes for the foot in the relief that aroused Hanold's desire. For Freud, this object was a substitute for Zoe's foot as Hanold had perceived it many years earlier when they were playing together, or perhaps it was even just an imaginary construction on the basis of a signifier, her family name, Bertgang. But as Deleuze puts it in Ce que les enfants disent, 1983, What Children Say, included in Critique et Clinique, 1983, Essays Critical and Clinical, the unconscious has not so much to do with de personas et de objets, mais de trajets et de devenirs, cens plus un inconscient de commemoration, mais de mobilisation, Deleuze 2002b, 84, Persons and Objects, but with trajectories and becomings, it is no longer an unconscious of commemoration but one of mobilization, Deleuze 1997. 63, Silvera Latringer, in his article, The Fiction of Analysis, 1977, offers an interesting reinterpretation of the grade of a novel which is heavily influenced by Deleuze. He suggests that Hanold's desire is not directed toward a person, Zoe, or to a fetish object, a woman's foot, but to the trajectory, the becoming that virtually expresses the foot as it strides along. According to Latringer, Freud is mistaken when he shifts the accent of his analysis from the walking woman to the walking woman. Latringer 1977, 183, italics in original, Freud is therefore incapable of understanding Hanold's desire, a desire that forms part of a program that compels him into the street in search of women's feet, which starts the scientist moving, which throws him into the streets like an ankle-high dog. Latringer 1977, 178, Latringer's analysis, in which the meeting with the grade of a figure is the absolute beginning of Hanold's history, is in sharp distinction from the one given by Freud, where the fixation on the foot with which the story begins is the result of a lengthy process of repression preceding the fixation, and which is only later revealed. First came the sincere love for a girl from his youth, and then came the escape into a sexual science. Thereafter, his desire for her threatens to erupt once again as he looks at the grade of a relief, which prompts a renewed attempt at escape, this time to Italy. When Hanold is finally able to recognize the truth of his original desire, the entire, hidden his 85. Story is brought to light and the story ends with the promise of a happy marriage. On the other hand, if we follow the apparently naive sequence of Jensen's exposition, there was first the relief that presented itself as a virtual object, but which did not refer to any other object than itself. The figure of the Gradova is only associated with Zoe once Zoe Bertrang happens to appear at the same location where Hanold's becoming Gradova has led him. The program is coupled in this way to a mass of childhood memories, a connection that eventually causes the line of flight to change direction and return to its starting point, by directing itself towards Zoe's foot. Hanold's program of becoming great changes into a reactive construction that leads to a reterritorialization. It is thus only when this point is reached that Hanold is in flight from his unconscious desires. He departs from the path which Gradiv's gate had opened to him and returns with Zoe to the bourgeois life that he had earlier tried to escape. Nothing of the active program that had sent Hanold on his explorations remains except for passively watching as Zoe, at his request, walks elegantly ahead of him. From reading these two different interpretations of Jensen's novel we should already have a preliminary idea of the way in which Deleuze presents, in a radically different light, the relationship between body, literature, and reader. Literature as line of flight. Glancing through the work of Deleuze, we notice that, as with Freud, literature often occupies the place of the privileged other, an ideal interlocutor that both legitimates as well as illustrates his theory. The major difference is that for Freud, literary expression ultimately must be accompanied by an external analytic interpretation. For the psychoanalyst, an author is often no more than an analysand who has the gift of being able to write about fantasies and symptoms in an exceptionally precise fashion. Deleuze wanted to reverse that standpoint. For Deleuze, the work of Sacher-Masoch is much more than a case study of the sexual behavior named after him and included by psychoanalysis among the ranks of the perversions. The pervert is someone who cannot tolerate that the symbolic other imposes signifiers upon him, signifiers that determine the relationship with the libidinal being and deny the subject direct access to its enjoyment. The pervert, 86, is in no way prepared to sacrifice this enjoyment in exchange for the unsatisfiable desire offered by the symbolic. And yet the pervert does not reject the lack in the symbolic order, as does the psychotic, because he realizes that the subject only continues to exist on account of language, which establishes a distance with respect to the libidinal being. The lack is thus not rejected, as in psychosis, but is denied, disavowed. Every symbolic representative of the law is challenged and made ridiculous, and at the same time is forced to look on powerlessly as the pervert replaces the law with a contract that gives him excessive enjoyment. At first glance, no one seems further from the pervert than the masochist, who submits willingly to the law of the other in the form of a merciless master, who demands total obedience and administers severe punishment for supposed infractions on entirely arbitrary grounds. The masochist thereby becomes the passive instrument of the other's enjoyment and effaces himself entirely from the scenario. And yet the masochist is the one who has everything under control insofar as it is he who determines the subjection by means of a contract, and who can suspend the performance of the masochistic fantasy with a contractually arranged password. Thus the masochist controls and can manipulate the other's enjoyment, and enjoys this position of power. This is in sharp contrast to the passive neurotic subject who is indeed at the mercy of, 1. a phantasmatic enjoyment outside its control, and, 2. the whims of the other that prescribes an arbitrary identity on the subject until its death without providing the password with which the subject could stop the game. By means of the contract, the pervert raises to the dignity of the thing a certain fetish, a concrete object that excites him immeasurably, and yet he knows very well that this object is, all the same, an unreal attribute in a fictitious world. The latter is continually emphasized by the exaggeratedly kitschy complexion of many fetish objects and the theatrical staging of S&M practices. The pervert can participate in the game with complete abandon, and enjoy it immeasurably, precisely because one knows that it is just a game. The neurotic subject can only dream of the enjoyment to which the pervert seems to have such free access because the neurotic does not dare to defy the judgmental other and finds perverse activities either too immoral, too risky, or too shameful to participate in them. Psychoanalysis, however, makes clear that this is a much too 87 rosy picture of the perverse structure. For, while the pervert indeed does not submit to the law, he is all the more compulsorily bound to the contract that replaces the law. The perverse relation to enjoyment is exceptionally rigid insofar as it can only be attained by carrying out a specific contract. Furthermore, concerning the law, which the pervert wants to reveal and confirm precisely through his transgressive behavior, even if this law is but a powerless authority that must be continually challenged, the pervert has no means to escape it. As with its view on schizophrenia, this psychoanalytic approach to perversion is still determined too unilaterally by those patients whose behavior lands them either in psychiatric clinics or prison. Furthermore, the component of sexual deviation is focused upon too exclusively. From a Deleuzian perspective, we could also expand the field of perversion to every form of deviant, improper use of an object or situation. In this way, perversion appears as an ingenious program in which an element loses its original function, is deterritorialist and incorporated into a virtual construction. One should also note here that the notion of the program itself already involves numerous aspects that could be interpreted as masochistic. It strives for the destruction of the reactive ego through total submission to the will of another, in this case, the Nietzschean will to power, and turns one's own body into a subordinate instrument in an impersonal experimental process that erases or overcomes one's current identity. At the same time, Deleuze and Guattari recognize no external authority that can pass judgment on this process of becoming, an authority like psychoanalysis, for instance. In his presentation De Sacer Masoch, Le Freud et le Cruel, 1967, Masochism, Coldness and Cruelty, Deleuze suggests that it makes no sense to go looking in Sacer Masoch for a primordial erotic scene that would serve as an explanation of his masochism, because the perverse experiment goes far beyond the boundaries of strictly sexual enjoyment. Sacer Masoch's poetics starts from a personal experience that he even calls la figure vivante, Sacer Masoch, quoted in Deleuze 2004b, 251, The Living Figure, Deleuze 1991, 273, which he then intends to reformulate as a problem concerning one's worldview. Rather than using his writing as an intimate scene in which he, as a passive spectator, can endlessly enter into his perverse contract with the reader as the third party who merely 88. Serves, powerlessly, Sacer Masoch uses his writing as an active search for une structure théorique, idéologique, qui lui donne la valeur d'une conception générale de la nature humaine et du monde. Définissant l'art du roman, Masoch de il fallut à l'heure de la figure au problème, partir du fantasme obsédant pour s'élever jusqu'au problème, jusque la structure théorique ou le problème se pose. 47-8. A theoretical and ideological structure which transforms it into a general conception of human nature and of the world. Talking about the art of the novel, Masoch remarked that we must proceed from the schema to the problem. From our starting point in the obsessive fantasy we must progress to the theoretical framework where the problem arises. 53. For Deleuze, the pervert becomes a Nietzschean philosopher-artist who tries by means of his program to develop new customs that seem inconceivable in current society. In this regard, the work of Sacer Masoch is much more than a pertinent case study about deviant sexual behavior. Deleuze believes that he is an artist à la manière de ceux qui savent extraire de nouvelles formes, et créer de nouvelles manières de sentir et de penser, tout un nouveau langage. Deleuze 2004b, 16, in that he discovered new forms of expression, new ways of thinking and feeling, and an entirely original language. Deleuze 1991, 16, it should be clear that this form of perversion has little to do with perversion as diagnosed in psychiatric patients or delinquents. In their case, the perverse program is indeed stagnant, and possibly experimental. Creative strategy has become fixed within an inflexible, perverse structure. This ultimately leads to a dead end, and the only recourse left to the subject is the continual repetition of a sterile scenario and an ostentatious challenge to the law which, after all, cannot change the Oedipal societal structures. This also explains Deleuze's annoyed response to Michel Cressol's in Lettres à une critique sévère, 1973, letter to a harsh critic. Cressol had accused the author of L'Anti-Oedipie of hypocrisy because he occupied a position in the university, was married, and had a daughter whom he, God forbid, allowed to play with dolls. How scandalously conformist. Deleuze pointed out that it was naive to believe that self-experimentation is only possible within the context of an unconventional life. Tu devrais savoir tu il suffit pas d'être C89. Libateur, sans enfant, PD, membre de groupes, pour éviter Oedipe, Deleuze 1990, 21, you should know that it's not enough just to be unmarried, not to have kids, to be gay, or belong to this or that group, in order to get round the Oedipus complex, Deleuze 1995, 10. On the contrary, one only gives the norm greater power and turns transgression into an Oedipal structure by so openly flirting with margins and taboos. The real process of becoming perverse occurs in a clandestine and almost invisible manner, is a question of subtle maneuvers and recombinations that are anything but limited to the classic form of perversion. Aucune raison que j'aille dans vos ghettos, puisque j'ai les means. Le problème n'a jamais consiste dans la nature de tel ou tel groupe exclusif, mais dans de relations transversales ou les effets products par telle ou telle chose, homosexualité, drogue, etc., pouvant toujours être products par d'autres moyens. 22, italics in original. I don't need to join you in your ghettos, because I've got my own. The question's nothing to do with the character of this or that exclusive group, it's to do with the transversal relations that ensure that any effects produced in some particular way, through homosexuality, drugs, and so on, can always be produced by other means. 11, italics in original. It is therefore absurd to either reject or celebrate a certain lifestyle in absolute terms, and to associate it automatically with perversion. As Deleuze and Guattari emphasize in their final joint book, Qu'est-ce la philosophie, 1991, What is Philosophy, the perverse program can only be judged from within its own context and according to its own results. Un mode d'existence est bon ou mauvais, noble ou vulgaire, plein ou vide, indépendamment du bien et du mal, et de toute valeur transcendante, il jamais d'autre critère que la teneur d'existence, l'intensification de la vie. Deleuze and Guattari 1991, 72. A mode of existence is good or bad, noble or vulgar, complete or empty, independently of good and evil or any transcendent value. There are never any criteria other than the tenor of existence, the intensification of life. Deleuze and Guattari 1994a, 74. In their short study that appeared in 1975, Kafka, pour une littérature mineure, Kafka, toward a minor literature, Deleuze and Guattari once again prove that a perverse program does not need to be con. 90. Spicus to be successful. With this book they challenge the prevailing view on Kafka's work as a grotesque enlargement of his neurotic fantasies and the cultivation of his Oedipal complexes. Not subscribing to the standard view that posits the primacy of the Oedipus complex in the constitution of desire, Deleuze and Guattari refuse to read Kafka's work as one long staging of this complex and the fundamental lack with which it burdens the subject. They believe, on the contrary, that the Oedipus complex is only a secondary construction issuing from a desire to subject oneself to the law. Bref, cen est pas Oedipe qui produit la névrose, c'est la névrose. C'est-à-dire le désir des gens et cherchant à communiquer sa propre sommission, qui produit Oedipe. Deleuze and Guattari 1975, 19, italics in original. In short, it's not Oedipus that produces neurosis, it is neurosis, that is, a desire that is already submissive and arching to communicate its own submission, that produces Oedipus. Deleuze and Guattari 1986, 10. While Deleuze and Guattari do add that there are indeed traces of such a subjected desire to be found in Kafka's life and work, they emphasize that Kafka's writing program does primarily aim to overcome and pervert the power of Oedipus. Psychoanalysis remains blind to Kafka's specific program, which cannot be explained from the supposed Oedipus complex. C'est pourquoi il est si facile, si grotesque, d'opposer la vie et l'écriture chez Kafka, de supposer chu ilse refugie dans la littérature par manque, faibles, impuissance devant la vie. Un ligne de food, oui, mais pas du tout un refuge. Deleuze and Guattari 1975, 74, that's why it is so awful, so grotesque, to oppose life and writing in Kafka, to suppose that he took refuge in writing out of some sort of lack, weakness, impotence, in front of life. A line of escape, yes, but not a refuge. Deleuze and Guattari 1986, 41, it annoys Deleuze immensely that psychoanalytic interpretive schemes not only influence the literary critics, but the authors themselves as well. In Dialogues, he criticizes the modern French novel for just this, as he believes they are often written with a psychoanalytic interpretation in the back of the author's mind. It has thereby become a literature of confession, l'elige plus ehant de la névrose, Deleuze and Parnot 2004b, 61, the most shameless eulogy of neurosis, Deleuze and Parnot 1997, 49, the continual interpretation and rehashing of personal experiences and traumas based on the psychoanalytic notion of fantasy, on ne dira pas le mal que le fantasme a fait a. 91. L'écriture, 59, it is impossible to overemphasize the harm that the phantasm has done to writing, 47. This rejection can somewhat astonish us, not only because French thinkers as a rule are rather chauvinistic about French literature, but above all because Deleuze himself, with his Marcel Proust et les signes, Proust and Signs, from 1964, had written a book about a body of work that can be read as a precursor to the modern, narcissistic confessional literature that he had dismissed in Dialogues. Proust's La Recherche du Temps perdu is, in effect, a meticulously detailed, and for the most part autobiographical roman à clef about the Parisian lifestyle at the beginning of the 20th century. But just as he would later do with Kafka, Deleuze refused to reduce Proust's work to a personal fantasy, to surreptitious erotic frustration. He has no inclination, as he has written, to view Swann's jealous love for the coquettish Odette as a repetition of the storyteller's possessive love for his mother, and is even less inclined to see the jealous relationship between Albertine and Marcel as a reflection of Proust's own relationship with his chauffeur, Alfred Agostinelli. The love object in Recherche is a virtual object that is not desired in the context of a continually returning, triangular Oedipal relationship, but which rather forms part of a program that tries to gain access to the unknown worlds evoked by the beloved through an intimate coupling with the loved one. Dans la mesure où être conscient de mondes possibles, ils agit d'expliquer, de déployer tous ces mondes. Deleuze 2003a, 167, insofar as the beloved contains possible worlds, it is a matter of explicating, of unfolding all these worlds. Deleuze 2138, Deleuze takes a similar approach to the active role played by unconscious memories in the series of novels. The autobiographical musings at the basis of the novel are in no way a form of free association, allowing Proust to unearth repressed memories which once remembered and written down would provide a more precise, more real portrait of his personality. It is rather that, in his accounts of involuntary memory, the author is transported beyond the limits of the distinct individual. Ilnes agit plus de dire, créer, c'est se ressouvenir, mais se ressouvenir, c'est créer, c'est aller jusqu'à ce la chaîne associative se rompte, sauter hors de l'individu constitué, se trouver transféré à la naissance d'un monde individuant. 134, italics in original. 92. It is no longer a matter of saying, to create is to remember, but rather, to think is to create, not to remember is to create, is to reach that point where the associative chain breaks, leaps over the constituted individual, is transferred to the birth of an individual adjuating world. 111, italics in original. Deleuze contrasts Proust's impersonal form of remembrances with Swann's phantasmatic fascination for a musical phrase. Swann can only interpret that which always seems to elude him while listening to the phrase as the forbidden, inaccessible thing, and not as an invitation to go beyond his eye, to overcome himself and enter into a world of unknown sensations and affects. This is why it also disturbs Swann that the most intimate relationship to his libidinal being is only possible via a fantasy that comes from the other, and thus always has something alien about it. If we follow Deleuze's reasoning, it is necessary that Swann's favorite phrase appears as something heterogeneous and strange, as an unconscious, impersonal interconnection of affects and sensations. The phrase, through its radical alterity, incites Swann to get carried away in the line of flight that it outlines as it floats by, so near and yet so infinitely remote. Proust the author succeeds at the moment that Swann the character fails, when joined with other sensations. The phrase which turns up again and again in Recherche exceeds Swann's personal associations and becomes an expression of the individuating world that Proust creates in his work. It is this experience that is occluded when a work of literature is reduced to the author's prior personal history. In contrast to l'infini compte rendu de interpretations toujours un peu sales, Deleuze and Parnot 2004b, 59, the infinite account of interpretations which are always slightly disgusting, Deleuze and Parnot 2007, 48, to which in his view a psychoanalytic reading gives rise. In Dialogues Deleuze advocates that literature only be seen as de procès finus d'expérimentation, de protocoles d'expérience, 59, finished processes of experimentation, protocols of experience, 48, as de programmes. De vie, 59, programs for life, 48, that may be used as de moyens de reproche pour conduire une expérimentation qui déborde nos capacités de prévoir. 60, italics in original, means of providing reference points for an experiment which exceeds our capacities to foresee. 48, italics in original, it is for this reason that Deleuze prefers Anglo-Saxon literature which, in his opinion, pays more attention to the experimental. 93. Process that characters go through in the course of a book, and he examines how they develop a unique program along a line of flight that carries them beyond themselves, beyond their familiar world. On this point Deleuze invokes D.H. Lawrence who, in a discussion of the American author Melville, describes the highest aim of literature as to leave, to escape. To cross the horizon, enter into another life. Lawrence, quoted in Deleuze and Parnot 2007, 36, Deleuze distinguishes two literary traditions in Dialogues. This distinction directly implies two different methods of reading, which of course is very interesting for our inquiry into the relation between the literary text and the reader. In his Lettres à une critique sévère, Deleuze places both methods of reading right next to one another. C'est il deux manières de lire un livre, ou bien on le considère comme un boîte qui renvoie à un dedans, et alors on va chercher ses signifies, et on commentera, on interpretera, on demandera de explications, on écrira le livre du livre, à l'infini. Ou bien l'autre manière, on considère un livre comme une petite machine à signifiant, le seul problème est que fonction, et comment fonction. Comment fonction pour vous? Deleuze 1990, 17. There are, you see, two ways of reading a book. You either see it as a box with something inside and start looking for what it signifies, and you annotate and interpret and question, and write a book about the book, and so on and on. Or there's the other way, you see the book as a little non-signifying machine, and the only question is does it work, and how does it work? How does it work for you? Deleuze 1995, 7-8. It is clear that Deleuze prefers the second way of reading in which the reader neither goes in search of hidden meanings such as the author's unconscious fantasies nor tries to interpret those fantasies evoked by one's own reading. The reader should thus not ask why one is so fascinated by a certain passage, by one particular character, but rather how this fascination works and how it can lead to the construction of one's own program of life that enables one, in the words of D.H. Lawrence, to enter into another life. The text hereby becomes a virtual object which puts me on the trail of an unexpected line of flight. In this way, reading a text becomes a process of interpretation driven by the will to power. This method of reading proves to be 94. Diametrically opposed to the style of reading that imposes upon the text a scheme of interpretation that has been chosen in advance, that effectively conquers a text by planting the flag of a particular theory. That is to say, it is rather a matter of the reader, in combination with the text, going through a unique process of individuation and expanding the cartography of one's body to those ever higher, rarer, more remote, tenser, more comprehensive states about which Nietzsche wrote in his description of the pathos of distance. We can illustrate this briefly by looking to Freud's interpretations of literary texts, such as the tragedy of Oedipus, which laid the foundation for the archaeological program of psychoanalysis. Freud's interaction with these texts gave rise to a program in which the unconscious is formulated as problem, and in the course of which Freud himself got caught up in the character of Oedipus as a virtual object, getting swept along in a deterritorializing line of flight toward that inaccessible, unknown land of the dream. Freud's program of reading, however, quickly became associated with reactive forces, foremost among which was the longing for affirmation. As is often seen in his interpretation of Gradiva, it is no longer a matter here of Freud becoming Oedipus, but of Zoe becoming Freud. The unconscious line of flight becomes a centripetal line spiraling toward one sterile endpoint, that self-same Oedipal scenario that always turns up behind every utterance, behind every creation. Every variation of desire could be traced back to an insatiable desire for that one object, forever lost. In his Nietzsche et la philosophie, Deleuze had already indicated the amount of force required to protect thought from slumbering reactive forces such as these, which bring a program to a halt and stagnate thought. Il faut une violence s'exercer sur l'entente que penser, il faut une puissance la force à penser, la jet dans un devenir actif. Un tel contre inte, un tel dressage, sce que Nietzsche appelle culture. Deleuze 2003 b. 123, italics in original. Violence must be done to it as thought, a power, the force of thinking, must throw it into a becoming active. A constraint, a training of this kind is what Nietzsche calls culture. Deleuze 2006 a. 101, italics in original. 95. Nietzsche based this idea on the paideia of the ancient Greeks, a pedagogical program that was directed toward the constraining of these reactive forces. Ils surveillent que la pensée ne pense pas à partir d'une bonne volonté, mais en vertu de forces qui s'exercent sur elle pour la contraindre à penser. 124, they knew that thought does not think on the basis of a good will, but by virtue of the forces that are exercised on it in order to constrain it to think. 101, when we apply the necessity of training to the act of reading, this means then that the Deleuzean theory is anything but a license for a wild reading. An active, affirmative reading can in fact only come about when the reader is compelled to distance oneself from every form of narcissistic identification and instead to go in search of that which in the reading material makes one differ from oneself and opens lines of flight. This narcissistic return to oneself is nevertheless but one risk associated with the exploration of lines of flight in the reading process. Another, much graver danger is that these lines of flight ultimately change into lignes d'abolition, de destruction, de autre et de soi-même. Deleuze and Parnot 2004 b. 168, lines of abolition, of destruction, of others, and of oneself. Deleuze and Parnot 2007, 140. Kundera's story about the hitchhiker offers a good example of how a line of flight could come to a bad end. The main character develops a program during her journey, a becoming whore that allows her to enter into another life and expand the cartography of her body with new affects. This line of flight, in the end, carries her too far. She becomes so lost to herself that she can no longer return to the person she was, but neither can she move forward. This stalemate strips her of all future perspective and leaves her behind in a cheap hotel room, desperate and lonesome. The same destructive process also arises in Nietzsche's madness. To be sure, Deleuze and Guattari refused to interpret the many identities that Nietzsche assumed in his final letters as a search for the nom du père, but they also could not deny that the great philosopher did indeed have a total collapse shortly thereafter. Nietzsche would die a complete catatonic after several unproductive years in which he was entirely dependent on his doctors and his mother and sister, both of whom he despised. Therefore, Deleuze and Guattari also emphasize, in Mille Plateaus, how cautiously one must proceed with such experimental programs so that the self-overcoming at which one aims does not end up becoming a process. 96. Of pure self-destruction, ne faut-il pas garder un minimum de straits, un minimum de formes et de fonctions, un minimum de sujet pour en extraire matériaux, effects, agencements. Deleuze and Guattari 1994b, 331, is it not necessary to retain a minimum of strata, a minimum of forms and functions, a minimal subject from which to extract materials, effects, and assemblages? Deleuze and Guattari 2004b, 298, in a similar way, Julia Kristeva also emphasized the importance of the thetic phase as a necessary interlude for the subject in process, a reterritorialization that allocates the subject a place in the symbolic universe and assures it of at least a minimal identity, an identity that later, under the influence of the semiotic, can transform itself once again, thus making new subject positions possible. But ultimately, starting from her psychoanalytic framework, Kristeva assumes the existence of the kind of subject that allows it to be reterritorialist in this process, whereas Deleuze and Guattari reject this very subject as a transcendental illusion. For them, the program is a process without a subject, which destroys the reactive ego, splintering it into a series of pre-individual singularities. And yet they still assume the necessity of a minimal subject which survives this destruction and prevents the lines of flight from becoming lines of annihilation, although they neglect to clarify how exactly we are to conceive such a minimal subject. From a Deleuzean perspective, we also cannot explain adequately why it is that a reader can in fact change or overcome oneself through the process of reading, and yet at the same time, in one way or another, is still able to recognize oneself through all these transformations. If we assume, along with Deleuze, that there is no fundamental fantasy hiding behind all these different reading programs, there nevertheless must still be something which survives to support the subjectivity of the reader. In what follows I will call upon Michel Foucault to help us find a solution to this problem. Starting from the same Nietzschean intertext as Deleuze, Foucault, in his later work, seems to search for a way to provide a concrete interpretation of this minimal subject. 97. Michel Foucault, The Search for the Limit. Picking up the thread where Nietzsche left off, Michel Foucault also assumes a reality that only arises within the perspective of a series of collective fantasies. Together these fantasies form a complex system of knowledge in which reality appears meaningful and comprehensible to the subject. And in his historiography, Foucault, as Nietzsche did before him, rejects the notion of a guiding agent that produces this knowledge through a determined process. The system of knowledge that produces a specific social form at a particular moment is supported by a certain exercise of power, power that in turn is legitimate by the very knowledge it supports. Foucault stresses that the exercise of this power is not exclusively repressive, but also constructive. A society arises from, and is held together by, the interaction of an entire series of power relations working at different levels. It would therefore be naive to want to localize a power in one central place, the state apparatus, for example, that wields power over its subjects from the top down in a hierarchical structure. For Foucault, power is everywhere and nowhere, and is often so ingrained that we do not even notice it. From the architectural arrangement of classrooms and other public spaces to our personal family ties and individual viewpoints, the exercise of power makes us the subjects that we are. This proposal forms the nucleus of Foucault's theoretical anti-humanism. It is not the autonomous subject that conceives of increasingly better institutions through a process of rational reflection, rather it are the institutions themselves that ultimately have generated the modern subject through a process of discipline and normalization. Foucault is therefore interested in those points where the dominant paradigm runs up against its self-imposed limits and is confronted with a different perspective that it is unable to integrate. In his work, Foucault searches for the kinds of limit experiences that simultaneously provoke fascination and anxiety and which give rise to various discourses by which society attempts to control these experiences, for instance by exclusion. Here as well, Foucault does not abandon his Nietzschean point of departure. These experiences only exist to the extent that they, from the perspective of discourse itself, appear as the impossible, the unutterable, and the unknowable. Therefore, the transgressive experience is never the discovery of an essence still hidden beyond discourse. The limit experience emerges only through the 98 course that delineates the boundary, and can therefore change or even disappear together with that discourse. One of those limit experiences, the experience of madness, was the subject of Foucault's Doctorat d'état, which appeared in 1961 under the title Folie et de raison. Histoire de la folie à l'hclac, Madness and Civilization, A History of Insanity in the Age of Reason. In this extensive study he investigated the different strategies that were used to form the image of madness, from the idea of the ship of fools in the Middle Ages, up to and including 20th century psychoanalysis. Foucault's historical overview rejects the teleological approach to history in which every development in the discourse of madness is seen automatically as a progression with respect to earlier ways of thinking. Thus, Foucault does not view the actions of the enlightened director Pinel, who famously liberated the lunatics from Bicêtre where they had been chained like animals, as quite the historical schism that the history of psychiatry has usually considered it to be. At most it was a shift internal to the very system which attempts to exclude madness. The mentally ill started to be gathered into institutions as a separate group, their physical chains replaced by mental coercion administered by the doctor, the representative of morality and reason. Thus Foucault does not believe there is any guiding force underlying the march of history that would make humanity ever more humane. It is therefore also a mistake to look at the past from our current perspective and to see it as a process of increasing liberation from the yoke of ignorance, a progressive evolution toward a more reasonable, more humane, and tolerant society. The criteria by which we now judge the past have come about precisely by means of a historical process, and thus they cannot be used to pass judgment retroactively on the past from which they have arisen. At that time there were other systems of knowledge at work, which made the experience we are concerned with appear radically different. This goes as well for the other limit experiences that Foucault investigated in later studies about, respectively, criminality, Surveiller et punir, Naissance de la prison, 1975, Discipline and Punish, The Birth of the Prison, and Sexuality, the 3 volumes of his Histoire de la Sexualité, 1976–1984, The History of Sexuality. From a contemporary point of view, the manner in which people used to treat borderline cases is seen as intolerable and inhumane, the gruesome. 99. Treatment of the mentally ill, the torture of prisoners or the stigmatizing of every form of deviant sexual behavior. The fact that we now view such practices in a different way is a result of an anonymous, arbitrary progression of historical events, impasses, and conflicts from which our current way of thinking has arisen. This Nietzschean point of departure has significant implications indeed for historical research itself, which, according to Foucault in his programmatic Nietzsche, La Généalogie, L'Histoire, 1971, Nietzsche, Genealogy, History, must confront the modern subject with the various anonymous and heterogeneous processes from which it has emerged over the course of time. L'analyse de la provenance permet de dissocier les moyens de faire polluer, auxiliary les places de sa synthèse vide, mille événements maintenant perdus. La provenance permet aussi de retrouvir sur l'aspect unique d'un caractère, ou d'un concept, la prolifération d'événements à travers lesquels, grâce auxquels, contre lesquels, ILSSE sunt forms. Foucault 2001a, 1009. The analysis of dissent permits the dissociation of the me, its recognition and displacement as an empty synthesis, in liberating a profusion of lost events. An examination of dissent also permits the discovery, under the unique aspect of a trait or a concept, of the myriad events through which, thanks to which, against which, they were formed. Foucault 1998a, 375. In this way the historical knowledge we gain also stimulates the pathos of distance, becoming a Nietzschean call to self-overcoming. If the ego is split apart into the different forces that have formed it, it may become possible to envision new combinations, new subject positions that enable resistance to, and alteration of, the existing social order. Le savoir appelle aujourd'hui à faire des expériences sur nous-mêmes, au sacrifice du sujet de connaissance. 1023, knowledge now calls for experimentation on ourselves, calls us to the sacrifice of the subject of knowledge. 388, because of their common Nietzschean intertext, Foucault's historical analysis and exploration of the miscellaneous forces and intensities active in history is closely related to Deleuze's work, for which Foucault initially showed great sympathy and interest. In his Theatrum Philosophicum, 1970, an extensive discussion of difference and repetition and logique du sens, Foucault even predicted that un jour, peut-être, le siècle sera Deleuzean. Foucault 2001a. 100. 944, perhaps one day, this century will be known as Deleuzean. Foucault 1998a, 343, still, despite his admiration and friendship, over the course of time Foucault would increasingly take distance from Deleuze, who in an interview from 1986 interpreted Foucault's prediction as a misunderstood joke. Je sais pas si que voulait dire Foucault, je ne lui ai jamais demandé. Il avait un humour diabolique. Peut-être voulait-il dire ceci, que j'étais le plus naïf parmi les philosophes de notre génération. Deleuze 1990, 122, I don't know what Foucault meant. He was a terrible joker. He may perhaps have meant that I was the most naive philosopher of our generation. Deleuze 1995, 88, it was indeed this naivete, as Deleuze called it, that ultimately gave Foucault grounds for concern, not in the least because it was largely his own naivete too. With their glorification of the anonymous processes and forces that made any identity impossible, were he and Deleuze perhaps not themselves also the prisoners of a specific system of knowledge? Was their way of thinking not part of a discourse that, like every other discourse, established boundaries and thus provoked new limit experiences? And just like madness in the discourse of reason, did not the experience of the self continue to surface at the limits of their anti-humanistic stance? Did not their banishment of the ego as an imaginary construction result precisely in the relationship to the self announcing itself as a problematic limit experience? This question would be central to Foucault's later work. His changing view on sexuality would eventually lead to a radical revaluation of the notion of pleasure and a growing interest for that which, in classic antiquity, was known as care of the self. Foucault attempted to translate into a modern context this care of the self, as well as the duty to speak openly and honestly, the so-called parousia, that goes along with it. Of course, the problem with this was that for Foucault, there existed no transcendent truth that could legitimate a contemporary, parousiastic care of the self. From Foucault's Nietzschean perspective, the only legitimacy that remains is thus perverse self-creation, the self as a work of art, an oeuvre. By going back to Foucault's earlier texts about the imaginary, I want to examine how this creation can occur through a process of imagining the self, such as is found in dreams and above all in literature. In particular, it seems that the notion of the demon will come in handy for our purposes. The demon, as the numinous double of the 101 subject, not only helps us to conceive the experience of the self from within Foucault's anti-humanist framework, it also functions as a possible compromise in the theoretical conflict between the passive repetition of the psychoanalytic fantasy and the active process of becoming found in Nietzschean philosophy. To conclude, I want to examine how this notion of the demon also plays a crucial role in the experience of reading. The discovery of the self. The evolution of Foucault's later thought was influenced greatly by changes in his own life. As he remarked in an interview from 1984, his personal experiences always played a large role in determining the content of his work. Cf. Foucault 2001b, 1486, in his biography of Foucault from 1989, Didier Eribon focused primarily on the impact that Foucault's sexual disposition had during his adolescence. In those days, homosexuality was not only considered scandalous, but moreover was a criminal act and thus could only be carried out in clandestine fashion. Shortly after the Second World War, Foucault was admitted into the elite boarding school, the École Normale Supérieure, after having taken a public exam. He struck the other students as someone unstable, as someone who was always struggling with madness and could behave very destructively, both toward himself and his fellow students. His bottled-up aggression eventually even led to several suicide attempts. See Eribon 1989/1992, 41-60/24-40. Foucault would later try, through his work, to come to terms precisely with these personal experiences of sexuality, madness, and violence. In a particularly elucidating intellectual biography, The Passion of Michel Foucault, 1993, James Miller summarizes this effort with a question taken from one of Nietzsche's early texts from 1874, Schopenhauer als Erzieher, Schopenhauer as educator, which was included in Unzeitgemäße Betrachtungen, 1876, Untimely Meditations. How did I become what I am and why do I suffer from being what I am? Nietzsche, quoted in Miller 2000, 72, Foucault would gradually come to realize that this question was, in fact, too one-sided. In his text on Schopenhauer, Nietzsche had also posed still another, more important question which was directed toward the future rather than the past, a question that runs like a guiding thread through his 102 work and which is encapsulated in the subtitle to the autobiographical Ecce Homo, 1889, How One Becomes What One Is. This does not mean that Nietzsche assumes the existence of a higher, immutable self that one could reach by continual self-overcoming. Become who you are means rather that you are only who you become. In other words, the self coincides with the process of self-becoming from which it arises. The self toward whom one tries to direct one's life must therefore not be discovered, but rather invented. It was this Nietzschean call to self-becoming that Foucault, in his later work, would endeavor to translate into a contemporary context. This would lead him to shift his focus somewhat, such that he would no longer analyze exclusively those anonymous processes and power structures that had turned the subject into what it was, and would focus more on the way the subject itself tried to actively influence and apply these processes in order to become oneself. Both Eribon and Miller suggest that the decisive turning point for Foucault were his visits to the United States in the 70s, cf. Eribon 1989/1992, 329 ff/309 ff, Miller 2000, 245 ff. In the big cities, such as New York and primarily San Francisco, he came into contact with a well-established homosexual subculture that thrived in a relatively tolerant atmosphere where, much less than in France, it was not as burdened with social stigmatization. Furthermore, what was particularly revealing for Foucault was that in the S&M clubs he frequented in San Francisco, the sadomasochistic experiences which had caused him so much anxiety and shame during his student years were actually seen in a radically different light. There he discovered a creative approach to this perversion that did not fit with the way this disorder was interpreted by classical psychoanalysis. The image that Foucault gives of perversion is closely related to Deleuze's version. The sadomasochistic homosexuality with which Foucault became acquainted in San Francisco consists in an exploration of the body's possibilities, an exploration that is not limited exclusively to sexual practices, as he stresses in an interview from 1982. Nous devons comprendre qu'avec nos désirs, à travers lux, s'instaurent de nouvelles formes de rapports, de nouvelles formes d'amour et de nouvelles formes de création. Le sexe n'est pas une fatalité, ils d'une possibilité d'accéder à une vie créatrice. Foucault 2001b, 1554. 103. We have to understand that with our desires, through our desires, go new forms of relationships, new forms of love, new forms of creation. Sex is not a fatality, it's a possibility for creative life. Foucault 1997, 163. It was in this subculture that Foucault saw Nietzsche's idea of the individual who creates his own values being put into practice. Rather than focusing on resistance to the psychosocial, clinical perspective, which claims that their inclination is assimilated and defined by various power structures in the discourse, Foucault argued that they experimented with sadomasochistic sexuality in order to create an entirely personal lifestyle. The American experience was so pivotal that Foucault felt compelled, upon his return to France, to set aside the enormous collection of notes that formed the material for his Histoire de la Sexualité, cf. Miller 2251, which was almost completed. Instead, he first began on a methodological work, La Volonté de Savoir, The Will to Knowledge, which appeared in 1976. With this work he attempted to define the theoretical playing field for the research that would follow. The revaluation of the art of living. Foucault's primary aim in La Volonté de Savoir was to question the so-called oppression hypothesis, which would have us believe that our sexuality from the 17th century onward and culminating in the infamous Victorian priggishness has gradually become the object of taboos and shame. Above all, it is a hypothesis which proposes that after centuries of oppression, a laborious process has finally made sex open for discussion again, and offers each and everyone the opportunity to choose one's own sexual identity freely. What Foucault brings to light, however, is that in earlier times sexuality was anything but kept under wraps, and that as far back as the days of spiritual care in Christianity, a system of knowledge with sensual desire as its point of departure was already being developed. For Foucault, the pertinacious attention of the clergy for sinful thoughts which had to be enumerated meticulously by the parishioners during confession was no different than the tendency of 19th-century sexologists to turn sex into a medical affair or the contemporary compulsion to come out sexually. They are all merely phases of the same historical process, a process that turned the Western subject into unbet. 104. Diabeu, Foucault 1986a, 80. A Confessing Animal, Foucault 1998b, 59, and which still forces us à nous faire passer presque tout entier, nous, notre corps, notre âme, notre individualité, notre histoire, sous le signe d'une logique de la concupiscence et du désir. De tu ils agit de savoir qui nous sommes, c'est elle qui nous sort désormais de clef universel. 103. To bring us almost entirely our bodies, our minds, our individuality, our history under the sway of a logic of concupiscence and desire. Whenever it is a question of knowing who we are, it is this logic that henceforth serves as our master key. 78. In La Volonté de Savoir, Foucault points out that alongside the Western encapsulation of sex within a theoretical, scientific framework which he specifies with the term scientia sexualis, there is still another way for a culture to produce the truth about sex, namely via an ars erotica, 77/59. In contrast to the scientia sexualis, this ars erotica does not try to unveil the hidden desire that functions as an underlying truth for sexual experience, but strives for the acquisition and transfer of knowledge, through which the pleasure of sexual activities becomes richer and more intense. In an extensive interview from 1983 with his Californian colleagues, Dreyfus and Rubinow, Foucault mocked the current, exclusive focus on desire in which the concrete pleasure of the sexual act itself remained underexposed. Je dirais que la formule moderne est le désir, qui est souligne théoriquement et accepte dans la pratique puisque vous devez libérer votre désir. Les actes ne sont pas très importants, quant au plaisir, personne ne sait que c'est. Foucault 2001b, 1219, and I could say that the modern formula is desire, which is theoretically underlined and practically accepted, since you have to liberate your own desire. Acts are not very important, and pleasure nobody knows what it is. Foucault 1997, 269, but however much the scientia sexualis neglects pleasure, according to Foucault it has nevertheless unwittingly discovered a new pleasure, namely, the plaisir spécifique au discours vrai sur le plaisir. Foucault 1986a, 95, Specific Pleasure of the True Discourse on Pleasure, Foucault 1998b, 71. Under the guise of a search for our ultimate truth, this kind of pleasure is cultivated to the extreme. Les livres savants, écrits et lus, les consultations et les examens, l'angoisse à répondre auxiliary questions et les délices à se sentir interprète, tant de récits faits à soi et auxiliary autres, tant de curiosité, des nombreuses confidences dont le devoir de vérité sachant, non sans tremblant. 105. Pou, le scandale, le foisonnement de fantasies secrètes en païs cher le droit de chuchoter à qui sait les entendre, d'en mot le formidable plaisir à l'analyse. 95-6. The learned volumes, written and read, the consultations and examinations, the anguish of answering questions and the delights of having one's words interpreted, all the stories told to oneself and to others, so much curiosity, so many confidences offered in the face of scandal, sustained but not without trembling a little by the obligation of truth, the profusion of secret fantasies and the dearly paid right to whisper them to whoever is able to hear them, in short, the formidable pleasure of analysis. 71. In this passage as well Foucault offers a barely disguised critique of psychoanalytic practice. Freud's teaching brings the surge for confession to a head in its search for repressed desire, which is revealed to be the ultimate truth of the subject, a truth lodged in the subterranean world of sexual drives. It is a critique that takes up where l'anti-Oedipe left off. Psychoanalysis cultivates the pleasure of confession, of acknowledging the underlying fantasy that the analyst brings to the surface through a patient overcoming of resistance which attempts to conceal the truth of desire. With his revaluation of pleasure, however, Foucault not only distances himself from psychoanalysis, but also from the standpoints of Deleuze and Guattari. According to Foucault, despite their rejection of psychoanalytic theory, they also assume the primacy of desire. Foucault had shown in his study on sexuality that such a standpoint is included in a paradigm that has developed historically, and this makes it difficult for him to tolerate its obvious dominance in the intellectual discourse of his time. We can discern this from his discussion with Dreyfus and Robineau. Tout le monde, le philosophe comme le psychanalyste, explique que ce qui est important c'est le désir et que le plaisir en est rien. Alors on peut se demander si cette séparation n'est pas un événement historique qui n'était pas du tout nécessaire et n'était lié à la nature humaine et à un quelconque nécessité anthropologique. Foucault 2001b, 1208-9. Everybody, the philosopher or the psychoanalyst, explains that what is important is desire, and pleasure is nothing at all. We can wonder whether this disconnection wasn't a historical event, one that was not at all necessary, not linked to human nature, or to any anthropological necessity. Foucault 1997, 259. 106. This implicit critique of his work did not escape Deleuze. It became clear through a series of notes that Deleuze had given to Foucault in 1977, and which was published in 1994 in Deux régimes de fous, Two Regimes of Madness, under the title of Désir et plaisir, Desire and Pleasure, that their most significant difference of opinion was indeed reducible to their antipodal appreciation of the notion of pleasure. For Deleuze, pleasure was a reactive force that disrupted the stream of desire, a reterritorialization, Deleuze 2003 c. 120, while Foucault distinctly chose pleasure over desire. La dernière fois que nous sommes vus, Michel me dit, avec beaucoup de gentillesse et affection, à peu près, gene pour pas supporter le mot désir, même si vous l'employez autrement, gene per pa pecher de penser ou de vivre que desir equals manque, ou que desir se dit reprime. Michel ajoute, alors moi, que j'appelle plaisir, c'est peut être ce que vous appelez desir, mais, de tout façon, j'ai besoin d'un autre mot que desir. De los 2003 c. 118-9. The last time we saw each other, Michel kindly and affectionately told me something like the following: I can't stand the word desire, even if you use it differently. I can't stop myself from thinking or experiencing the fact that desire equals lack, or that desire is repressed. Michel added, so, what I call pleasure is maybe what you call desire, but in any case, I need a word other than desire. De los 2006 b. 130. This discussion would, together with a few differences of opinion concerning politics, eventually seal the fate of their friendship for Foucault. See Miller 2297. Together with his self-imposed isolation, the sudden end of his alliance with Deleuze, which had lasted for many years, is telling for the intellectual crisis in which Foucault found himself. Detours led to dead ends. Lost and discouraged, he kept starting over again. At times, as one friend later recalled, he seemed struck with boredom, or some awful doubt. Miller 2288, Foucault had no idea whatsoever where the research he had begun for La Volonté de Savoir would lead him, or how his revaluation of pleasure could lead to a viable alternative for the dominant philosophy of desire. There is no doubt that Foucault could not have anticipated, with the publication of La Volonté de Savoir, just how difficult it would be to develop a broader theoretical framework for that which he had discovered concerning the experience of pleasure while he was in America. In the 2 volumes that followed La Volonté de Savoir, 107, respectively El usage de plaisirs, the use of pleasure, and El souci de soi, the care of the self, he produced a study of sexuality in classical antiquity. The 2 books were only finished in 1984, when Foucault was already considerably weakened by the then still rare and largely unknown disease of AIDS, of which he would die that same year. Foucault's impasse was also discernible in the lectures he gave during the 1977-78 academic year at the Collège de France, where he had occupied the chair of Histoire des Systèmes de Pensée since 1970. In the lecture series that year, Sécurité, Territoire, Population, Security, Territory, and Population, Foucault introduced unexpectedly a new theme which would dominate his later work, the notion of governmentality. If his earlier emphasis had primarily been on the 19th century, with this concept Foucault went back to the treatises concerning proper government from the 16th and 17th century, which had been influenced by the Judeo-Christian tradition as well as by Greek-Roman philosophy. In his conversation with Dreyfus and Robineau, Foucault argued that under the growing influence of Christianity, the care of the self which was so central to classical antiquity had become subordinate to the pastoral care of the other. According to Foucault, this evolution led to an increasing aversion to one's own self as vain self-deception which obscures one's true nature. Ce nouveau moi chrétien devait être examen constamment parce que ce moi abritait la concupiscence et les désirs de la chair. À partir de ce moment, le moi n'était plus quelque chose que il fallait construire, mais quelque chose auquel il fallait renoncer et que il fallait se mettre à déchiffrer. Foucault 2001b, 1225. This new Christian self had to be constantly examined because in the self were lodged concupiscence and desires of the flesh. From that moment on, the self was no longer something to be made but something to be renounced and deciphered. Foucault 1997, 274. This negative view on the self also left its traces behind in post-structuralist thought. For Lacan also the ego was but a symptom that must be deciphered and dissolved via analysis, and Foucault had even earlier summarized historiography as a process by which the self splits apart into the different forces from which it was constructed. Foucault eventually realized that the destruction of the self, 108, was perhaps less than desirable, and that this self as it appeared in classic literature as something that persons must construct and care for just might be something that could help him out of his theoretical impasse. In Sexuality et Solitude, 1981, Sexuality and Solitude, Foucault even admitted that, in his earlier work, he had perhaps paid too little attention to this relationship to the self. Ce donc je me suis rendu compte peu à peu, c'est qu'il existe dans toutes les sociétés un autre type de techniques, celles qui permettent à individus d'effectuer, par eux-mêmes, un certain nombre d'opérations sur leur corps, leur âme, leurs pensées, leurs conduites, etc. de manière à produire en eux une transformation, une modification, et à atteindre un certain état de perfection, de bonheur, de pureté, de pouvoir surnaturel. Appelons ces techniques les techniques de soi, j'ai put être trop insiste, lorsque j'ai étudié les asils, les prisons, etc., sur les techniques de domination. Foucault 2001b, 990. I became more and more aware that in all societies there is another type of techniques that permit individuals to effect, by their own means, a certain number of operations on their own bodies, their own souls, their own thoughts, their own conduct, and this in a manner so as to transform themselves, modify themselves, and to attain a certain state of perfection, happiness, purity, supernatural power. Let us call these techniques technologies of the self. When I was studying asylums, prisons, and so on, I perhaps insisted too much on the techniques of domination. Foucault 1997, 177. With these technologies of the self as Foucault had found them prescribed in texts from classical antiquity, he had discovered a concrete example of an ars erotica, an exercise that was based on pleasure rather than desire, and in which the self was used as an active force that could help the individual to recreate oneself. In antiquity, this ars erotica was at once an ars vivendi, an art of living that had to do with both good government as well as the experience of sexuality. This is certainly not to suggest that Foucault found in this period a utopian ideal that could offer a ready-made alternative for the Western scientia sexualis, on n'y trouve pas la solution d'un problème dans la solution d'un autre problème posé à une autre époque par de gens différents. Foucault 2001b, 1205. You can't find the solution of a problem in the solution of another problem raised at another moment by other people. Foucault 1997, 256. In fact, Foucault could not summon much appreciation for the concrete moral principles which gave shape to the care of the self in antiquity. La morale grecque du plaisir est. 109. L'idée en société virile, à l'idée de dissymétrie, à l'exclusion de l'autre, à l'obsession de la pénétration, à cette menace d'être prive de son énergie. Tout cela est franchement repugnant. Foucault 2001b, 1207, The Greek ethics of pleasure is linked to a virile society, to dissymetry, exclusion of the other, an obsession with penetration, and a kind of threat of being dispossessed of your energy, and so on. All that is quite disgusting. Foucault 1997, 258. For Foucault, what is more important than the concrete content is above all the fact that the individual is encouraged to be concerned about oneself, an instigation that may be seen as the opposite of the much more notorious ancient imperative, the oracle of Delphi's know yourself, which would later be the core principle of Platonic philosophy as well as the essential point of departure for our view on subjectivity. And yet the duty to know and speak the truth also played an important role in the care of the self. The difference with the Western scientia sexualis is that the obligation to speak the truth does not here take the form of a plea of guilty, a confession of the repressed secret of sexuality. With the care of the self, this obligation implies rather that the individual attempts to bring one's life into agreement with the logos, with the truth as prescribed by the concrete philosophical tradition against which the individual can measure the improvement or deterioration of this process of self-becoming. Speaking the truth also constitutes the central theme of a lecture series Foucault gave at the University of California, Berkeley in the fall of 1983, entitled Discourse and Truth, the Problematization of Parousia, the lecture notes from which were published in 2001 under the title, Fearless Speech. The Greek concept of parousia refers to a form of truth-telling in which the individual vouches for his words with his own life. At first, when parousia was still considered to be of political significance in the Greek city-state, the former statement was to be taken literally. A parousiast was someone who spoke the truth regardless of whether he would be sentenced to death by the tyrant for doing so. Later, under the influence of Plato, parousia came to be not so much a political as an ethical concept, and in this case as well it carried the implication that the speaker guaranteed the truth of what he has said, thereby putting his reputation and standing on the line. The life of the speaker, where the truth is put into practice, thus served as evidence. 110. The truth that the parousiastic discourse discloses is the truth of someone's life, i.e., the kind of relation someone has to the truth, how he constitutes himself as someone who has to know the truth through mathesis, and how this relation to truth is ontologically and ethically manifest in his own life. Foucault 2001 c. 102. Socrates is here portrayed as an outstanding example of a parousiast. He enters into dialogue with an interlocutor in such a way that he plays the part of a friend who, by means of a thorough interrogation, inspires the other to take care of himself. Of course, one can question as to which authority has conferred this role on Socrates, why it is precisely he who can determine the best way to get at the truth concerning the care of the self. The first, most recognized guarantee for truth is transcendent. There exists a truth of the soul that the one who is being questioned can discover through critical introspection, a labor in which Socrates serves as the midwife whose questions enable the person with whom he is conversing to reveal what he in fact already knew. In his discussion of one of Plato's lesser-known dialogues, Laches, or Courage, Foucault refers to still another form of legitimacy based on a harmonious relationship between Socrates' words and deeds. Socrates can fulfill an exemplary function precisely because he has achieved an agreement between what he says and how he lives. His method of interrogation also consists in asking those to whom he is speaking about their balance between word and deed, between bios and logos. This is in no way an interrogation that aims at a biographical confession. In Laches, Socrates is not present as a midwife who helps to deliver the truth, but rather as basanos, the touchstone which tests the degree of accord between a person's life and its principle of intelligibility or logos. Foucault 2001 c. 97, italics in original. With this in mind, we should not lose sight of the fact that the manner in which Socrates, as an individual, formed his own life was determined entirely by a particular discourse that was founded on the Greek ideal of universal reason. As Foucault emphasized in an interview from 1984, the experience of self never exists in a vacuum but rather is continually evaluated, interpreted, and directed by means of a historically determined network of texts and prescriptions. J.E. Diraeus KSI, Maintenant, Jem interes en effet à la manière dont le sujet se constitue d'une façon active, par les pratiques de soi, ces pratiques ne sont pas néanmoins quelque chose que l'individu invente lui 111. Meme. Ces sont des schemas qu'il trouve dans sa culture et qu'il lui sont proposes, suggères, imposes par sa culture, sa société et son groupe social. Foucault 2001 b. 1538. I would say that if I am now interested in how the subject constitutes itself in an active fashion through practices of the self, these practices are nevertheless not something invented by the individual himself. They are models that he finds in his culture and are proposed, suggested, imposed upon him by his culture, his society, and his social group. Foucault 1997, 291. Foucault also wondered which contemporary discourse could establish the horizon against which a modern interpretation of the care of the self could be delineated. At first glance, nothing seems further from the Foucault of folie et de raison and servile et punir than the Platonic view of a rational justification of one's own life, with faith in universal reason as the universal standard. And yet Foucault did not break entirely with that rational ideal, such as it reappeared in a modern form in Kant's philosophy. In his Trois siècles les Lumières, What is Enlightenment, from 1984, which appeared precisely 2 centuries after the publication of an article of the same title by Kant, Foucault attempted to define his position with respect to the Enlightenment. In this article he resists implicitly the accusation that anti-humanist philosophy, such as practiced by himself and others, would be a threat to the goals of the Enlightenment. Foucault makes clear that he indeed counts his thought as part of modernity. Kant's imperative, sapere aude dare to think, may also be seen as an extension of Socratic parousia. It gives humanity the task of freeing itself from the immaturity and dependence upon a given system of thought through the use of its own critical reason. It is this task that Foucault had made his own. Je caractériserai dans l'ethos philosophique propre à l'ontologie critique de nous mêmes comme un éprouvé historico-pratique de limites que nous pouvons franchir, et dans comme travail de nous mêmes sur nous mêmes en tant qu'êtres libres. Foucault 2001b, 1394. I shall thus characterize the philosophical ethos appropriate to the critical ontology of ourselves as a historico-practical test of the limits we may go beyond, and thus as a work carried out by ourselves upon ourselves as free beings. Foucault 1997, 316. 112. In modernity, the present is no longer enclosed within an eternal, unalterable, and metaphysically based world order. Contemporary humanity now realizes that it has the freedom to change the world as such through our way of thinking and acting. According to Foucault, the historical critical project of modernity is also distinguished by an attitude experimental, 1393. From this one can also ascertain Foucault's own version on Kant's sapere aude, il faut être auxiliary frontières. 1393, we have to be at the frontiers. 315, the point on which Foucault does in fact take distance from the Kantian tradition lies in the demand that this emancipation be based solely on rationality as a universally valid starting point. Bearing in mind that in his own work he always went in search of those limits that reason tries to specify as unsurpassable, Foucault saw this demand as a form of blackmail to which he refused to capitulate. At the limits of reason are found the border areas where, in his opinion, thought must stop and where one could experiment with new forms of co-existence. In Foucault's interpretation, the sapere aude is more an extension of the imperative of the poet René Char, whom he quoted in the preface to Folie et de raison, un mystère nouveau chanté dans vos os. Développez votre étranger légitime. Char, quoted in Foucault 2001a, 195, a new mystery sings in your bones. Develop your legitimate strangeness. Nevertheless, Foucault realized that this legitimate strangeness of every limit experience was ultimately only productive if the individual who underwent the experience could in one way or another continue to play a directing role. By means of a detour through ancient philosophy, and with Kant as improbable ally, Foucault sought a manner in which the self, via specific technologies of the self, could exercise influence on one's body and behavior. According to Foucault, in this way the subject could learn to develop what was still foreign in oneself and more importantly to then also legitimize this strangeness with parasiistic expression. Foucault's ideal, as he thought he had found in the San Francisco subculture, was thus an unexpected combination of the self-discipline of ancient philosophy with the limit experience of perverse sexuality. This contemporary realization of the care of the self was never the exclusive privilege of a particular homosexual lifestyle. In Trois siècles les Lumières, Foucault indicates that this possibility, 113, was also inherent to the project of modernity which, in his view, culminated in the figure of the 19th century dandy. Qui fait de son corps, de son comportement, de ses sentiments et passions, de son existence, un œuvre d'art. L'homme moderne, pour Baudelaire, n'est pas celui qui part à la découverte de lui-même, de ses secrets et de ses vérités cachées, ils celui qui cherche à s'inventer lui-même. Set modernite ne liberi pal home en son être propre, el elastrint à la tâche de s'élaborer lui-même. 1390. Who makes of his body, his behavior, his feelings and passions, his very existence, a work of art. Modern man, for Baudelaire, is not the man who goes off to discover himself, his secrets and his hidden truth, he is the man who tries to invent himself. This modernity does not liberate man in his own being, it compels him to face the task of producing himself. 312. In his conversation with Robineau and Dreyfus, Foucault also regretted the contemporary lack of interest for this kind of aesthetic of life. Ce qui émiton, c'est le fait que dans notre société l'art est devenu quelque chose qui n'est en rapport avec les objets et non pas avec les individus ou avec la vie. Mais la vie de tout individu ne pourrait-elle pas être un œuvre d'art? Pourquoi un lampe ou une maison sont ils des objets d'art et non pas notre vie? Foucault 2001b, 1211. What strikes me is the fact that, in our society, art has become something that is related only to objects and not to individuals or to life. But couldn't everyone's life become a work of art? Why should the lamp or the house be an art object but not our life? Foucault 1997, 261. And yet from a Nietzschean perspective, this self-styling can obviously never be the result of an agent acting autonomously with a specific end in mind. The I that works on itself is itself transformed by a multiplicity of forces outside of its control. Nevertheless, Foucault assumes that this I, through a concerted effort, is capable of entering into a relation with these forces and, to a certain extent, of using them to change oneself. Of course, the central question remains how we should represent this relationship between the I and the play of forces from which it arose. As we saw earlier, in psychoanalysis this relationship is determined by the fantasy, while Deleuze and Guattari referred to a program. In what follows I want to approach this relationship via 114. Foucault by using of the notion of the demon. We come across this figure by following a different trajectory in Foucault's work, one which lives in the shadow of his more well-known books. It is a trajectory that will lead us from his very first text to a series of articles about literature that he published in the 60s, and which will eventually, after a detour through classic antiquity, lead us to the figure of the reader. The Demon and the Oeuvre. In June of 1953, Foucault paid a visit to the Swiss psychoanalyst Ludwig Binswanger, who was not only a friend of both Freud and Jung, but was also influenced heavily by the philosophy of Heidegger. The extent of Foucault's fascination for Binswanger's existential psychoanalysis is evident from the introduction that he was asked to write for the French translation of Binswanger's Traum und Existenz, 1930, Dream and Existence. In the spring of 1954, the introduction ended up being twice as long as the original article, cf. Miller 2000, 77. What most attracted Foucault to Binswanger's approach was his original interpretation of the dream experience, which diverged from orthodox psychoanalysis. Freud's pioneering work had pointed to the importance of the dream as a mysterious staging of unconscious desires, but at the same time Freud's dream analyses paid little attention to the concrete experiences undergone by the dreamer during the dream. For Freud, the dream was above all an ingenious rebus, a representation of words with images, or as Foucault formulates it, le langage du rêve n'est analyse que dans sa fonction sémantique. La dimension proprement imaginaire de l'expression significative est entièrement omise. Foucault 2001a, 98, the language of the dream is analyzed only in its semantic function. The peculiarly imaginative dimension of the meaningful expression is completely omitted. Foucault 1993, 35, it is primarily on this last point that Binswanger supplemented Freudian theory by paying much more attention than Freud to the figure of the dreamer in the dream scenario. For Binswanger, this dreamed self plays a much more important role because it confronts the dreamer with the conditions of one's existence. The dream world is thus not a staging of censured desire, but is rather the direct expression of the way in which the subject exists in the world. This entails 115. In effect, that the dream is not in need of external clarification. The dream experience divulges the intimate universe of the dreamer like a rebus that is its own solution. By extension, we can also read Binswanger's critique of Freud, as described by Foucault, as an implicit critique of Lacan's theory. For Lacanian psychoanalysis, the waking I is nothing more than a dream character that is used like a sort of unsuspecting marionette to enact phantasmatic desire in an imaginary transformation of reality. For Lacan, this imaginary self is but a becoming in the same way that the child identifies with its own reflection in the mirror stage. The ego comes to exist retroactively only through identification with its reflection in the mirror, insofar as the child tries to become what it seems to be in the mirror, namely, an independent entity. For Lacan, this self-becoming is coextensive with alienation because the mirror image, just like every other image with which the subject will later identify, is incapable of representing the real of the libidinal being, the presence of which cannot be ascertained on the imaginary level. In his discussion of Binswanger, Foucault makes clear that this alienation is not inherent to the imaginary, but only comes into existence if the image is seen apart from the act of imagination itself. According to Foucault, when psychoanalysis tries to liberate the analysand from rigid identification with a nefarious self-image, this does not mean that the imaginary must be destroyed. Rather, the point is precisely that the imaginary, by means of the treatment, is emancipated from the congealed image in which it is trapped, a process which allows the dreamer to once again become conscious of one's existential possibilities. C'est à la libération de l'imaginaire enclosed dans l'image que devrait tendre la psychothérapie. Foucault 2001a, 144, The aim of psychotherapy should be to free the imaginary that is trapped in the image. Foucault 1993, 72. This association of the imaginary with freedom can indeed be seen to have strong Sartrean connotations. It is precisely the imaginary nature of the dream that helps the dreamer to annihilate present reality, allowing one to disentangle oneself from the fixed self-image, and thereby presenting the chance to develop other possibilities. Nevertheless, Binswanger's theory, much more than that of Sartre, takes the most important implication of psychoanalysis into account, namely, that the construction of our identity via the imagi. 116. Neri always takes place through the other, and thus always retains something alien. For Binswanger, the dream ultimately confronts the subject with the same paradox as the Lacanian fantasy, while the fantasy comes to the subject from the other, and thus always has something fundamentally impersonal about it. The subject still comes to exist only by means of this fantasy, which makes it simultaneously the most intimate, authentic formulation of one's existence. In Foucault's view, this opposition between freedom and necessity is most clearly expressed in dreams of death. The representation of one's own death not only conveys that the present I must die in order to make the process of transformation possible, it also makes it evident that the end of all transformation is ultimately physical death. Thus the dream experience becomes a confrontation with one's being toward death, the realization of one's mortality that incites the subject to conceive of its life as a unique task. Au plus profond son rêve, ce qu'elle home rencontre, c'est sa mort qui dans sa ferme la plus inauthentique n'est qu'elle interruption brutale et sanglante de la vie, mais dans sa ferme authentique et l'accomplissement de son existence. Foucault 2001a, 122. In the depth of his dream, what man encounters is his death, a death which in its most inauthentic form is but the brutal and bloody interruption of life, yet in its authentic form, is his very existence being accomplished. Foucault 1993, 54. In this way, the inevitability of my death becomes simultaneously the symbol of my ultimate freedom. Foucault illustrates this in view of a case study of Ellen West, a schizophrenic patient of Binswanger's who was consumed with an intense desire for death. In the end, Binswanger could do nothing other than come to the conclusion, together with her, that the fulfillment of her tragic fate apparently lay in her free, conscious choice to commit suicide. As Miller remarks, Foucault was immensely captivated by this particular case study because he recognized in it his own obsessive fascination for disappearing, a fascination that would resurface at different points in his life and work, from his suicide attempts to his interest in the loss of self in madness and his description of death, in a later interview, as a limitless pleasure whose patient preparation, with neither rest nor predetermination, will illuminate the entirety of your life. Foucault, quoted in Miller 2000, 55. 117. But this recognition shows precisely that the imaginary not only comes to expression via the dream, but also through the mediation of a text, such as the case study of Ellen West, which seemed to reveal to Foucault his own fate with the numinous power of a dream experience. It is for this reason that Foucault later would cease looking for this imaginary in the dream, and would turn to the library. As he described it lyrically in an afterword, 1967, to a German translation of Flaubert's La Tentation de Saint Antoine, for modern humanity the library had become the best place to have a waking experience of the dream. Ce le nouveau de fonte smes, cen est plus la nude, le sommeil de la raison, le vide incertain ouvert devant le désir, c'est au contraire la veille, l'attention inlassable, le zèle érudite, l'attention auxiliary aiguës. L'imaginaire se loge entre le livre et la lampe. Pour rêver, il ne faut pas fermer les yeux, il faut lire. Foucault 2001a, 325. The domain of phantasms is no longer the night, the sleep of reason, or the uncertain void that stands before desire, but, on the contrary, wakefulness, untiring attention, zealous erudition, and constant vigilance. The imaginary now resides between the book and the lamp. Dreams are no longer summoned with closed eyes, but in reading. Foucault 1998a, 106. During the 60s, Foucault devoted several intriguing articles to modern literature for journals such as Critique, La Nouvelle Revue Française and Telquel, among others, central to which were the same themes as in his introduction to Tramuendi Existence. There was, for instance, a discussion of Blancot's work, Le Langage à l'infini, 1963, Language to Infinity, in which Foucault proposed that, like Binswanger's dream experience, the literary experience ultimately came down to a confrontation with one's own death. In another essay on Blancot, La pensée du dehors, 1966, The Thought of the Outside, he revisits this paradoxical nature of literature with a discussion of a passage from the Odyssey, the fragment about the irresistible song of the sirens. Offered comme un cru, le chant n'est qu'elle du chant, mais il ne permet rien d'autre aux héros que le double de ce chu il a vécu, canu, souffert, rien d'autre que ce chu il est lui-même. Promesse à la fois fallacieuses et véridique. Elle ment, puisque tout ce qui est laisseront cider et pointeront leurs navires vers les plages ne rencontreront que la mort. Mais elle dit vrai, puisque c'est à travers la mort que. 118. Le chant pourra se lever et raconter à l'infini l'aventure de héros. Foucault 2001a, 560. Presented as though in negative outline, the song is but the attraction of song, yet what it promises the hero is nothing other than a duplicate of what he has lived through, known, and suffered, precisely what he himself is. A promise at once deceptive and truthful. It lies because all those who surrender to seduction and steer their ships toward the beach will only meet death. But it speaks the truth in that it is death that enables the song to sound and endlessly recount the hero's adventure. Foucault 1998a, 161. This deadly doubling that the sirens promise the hero in their song is closely related to what Freud remarked in Das Unheimliche, for the double was originally an insurance against the destruction of the ego, an energetic denial of the power of death, as Rank says, and probably the immortal soul was the first double of the body. Freud 1955, 235. It is a disconcerting experience that we can compare to the moment where Foucault was confronted with himself in the figure of Ellen West, or when Freud recognized himself in the figure of Zoe, just like Ulysses, they meet an other who seems to be speaking about them, telling them who they are, but in doing so this other threatens to assume their place. This explains Freud's ardent attempts to repair the primacy of his psychoanalysis and to explain away Jensen's text by placing his scientific authority above literature. Jensen's text thus becomes a mere object of study and is no longer an uncanny double of his own theory. In an attempt to explain away the striking similarities between psychoanalytic practice and the way in which Zoe, in the Grade of A, frees Hanold from his delusion, Freud sought to find a common source from which both he and Jensen had drawn. In contrast to Freud's method, the post-structuralist critique would employ the notion of the text a fabric of citations and phrases without an unambiguous origin that gives its language to the concrete author only in order to erase this author as a particular individual, dissipating him into an endless, anonymous network of signifiers. Just as the siren's song only became possible through the death of the hero, a text is also only possible through the disappearance of the author. Language is no longer a transparent representation of an external reality. Modern writing presents itself, falls together with itself, thereby destroying any notion of 119. Origin, ality. This also implies that a concept such as authenticity, which Foucault, in his text on Binswanger, treated as being self-evident, now becomes problematic. The uncanny character of the double consists precisely in the fact that one cannot determine which one is the copy and which is the original. The imaginary with which the literary text confronts us is no longer a reflection of our deepest self, but an image without origin that runs off with the identity of the writer. In this way, the transgressive literary experience quickly leads to the same aporia that Foucault's own thought would land in during the mid-70s. If the writing and reading subject is ultimately nothing more than a disappearing figure in a text proliferating out of control, where are we to locate the point from which the subject can utilize the literary limit experience to offer some resistance, to change oneself? The modernistic poetics of authors such as Blanquat and Baudelot, like the philosophy of Deleuze, would ultimately turn out to be too naive an ally. As Jacques Neves remarked in Michel Foucault et l'espace littéraire, 1995, it is striking that after the 1960s when Foucault's work continually referred to literary texts and when he, in 1963, even published a book about the author Raymond Roussel, the references to literature in Foucault's texts all but disappeared. Cf. Neves 1995, 166. This evolution is most clearly discernible in the reading Foucault gave in 1969 for the Société Française de Philosophie, Qu'est un auteur? What is an author? Foucault proposes, just as Barthes had done a year before in his La mort de l'auteur, 1968, the death of the author, that in modern literature there is some talk of l'ouverture d'un espace où le sujet écrivant ne cesse de disparaître. Foucault 2001a, 821, creating a space into which the writing subject constantly disappears. Foucault 1998a, 206. But despite this common starting point, Foucault simultaneously formulates an only lightly veiled critique of Mallarmian-style poetics, or the very style that he had propagated in his earlier discussions of literature. Enfin, penser l'écriture comme absence, SCEKCEN est pas tout simplement répéter en termes transcendantaux les principes religieux de la tradition à la fois inalterable et jamais remplis, et les principes esthétiques de la survie de l'œuvre, de son maintien par de la mort, et de son exes énigmatique par rapport à l'auteur? 823. 120. To image writing as absence seems to be a simple repetition, in transcendental terms, of both the religious principle of inalterable and yet never fulfilled tradition, and the aesthetic principle of the work's survival, its perpetuation beyond the author's death, and its enigmatic excess in relation to him. 208. Gone is the sacred splendor that the oeuvre had enjoyed in earlier texts. Foucault now describes it as nothing more than a collection of texts collated by the author function, a function that, in modernity, has only become more important for literary texts. Foucault had originally resisted the traditional theory of the oeuvre as a monument created by the author and intended to endure after his death. He pointed out that the oeuvre had the same paradoxical status as the double, which transformed from a guarantee against death into the herald of it. But ultimately, for Foucault, the transgressive, intimate experience in writing where the oeuvre serves the author notice of his own death like a fascinating double loses its appeal. He began to approach literary texts at more of a distance and began viewing them as less absolute, interpreting them rather as parts of a wider discursive field. In spite of his waning interest in literature, Foucault would nevertheless revisit, within the context of the technologies of the self, the notion of the oeuvre that was so central to many of his observations on literature in the 60s. In an interview from 1983 that was included as an afterword in the English translation of his book on Roussel, Foucault offered a new definition of the relationship between subject and oeuvre. Il vox mu essayer de concevoir que, au fond, quelqu'un qui est écrivain ne fait pas simplement son oeuvre dans ses livres, dans ce que il publie, et que son oeuvre principale, c'est finalement lui-même écrivant ses livres. Et c'est ce rapport de lui à ses livres, de sa vie à ses livres, qui est le point central, le foyer de son activité et de son œuvre. La vie privée d'un individu, ses choix sexuels et son œuvre sont les entre-eux, non pas parce qu'elle oeuvre traduit la vie sexuelle, mais parce qu'elle comprend la vie aussi bien qu'elle y texte. L'œuvre est plus qu'elle oeuvre. Le sujet qui écrit fait partie de l'œuvre. Foucault 2001b, 1426. I believe that it is better to try to understand that someone who is a writer is not simply doing his work in his books, in what he publishes, but that his major work is, in the end, himself in the process of writing his books. The private life of an individual, his sexual preference, and his work are interrelated not because his work translates his sexual life, but because the work includes the whole life as well as the text. 121. The work is more than the work, the subject who is writing is part of the work. Foucault 1986b, 184. The oeuvre appears here again as a double, but a double that is no longer purely destructive. On the contrary, the principal work is precisely this very subject that attempts to turn itself into a work of art via the imaginary of literary texts. The imaginary figure thereby created is an exceptional version of the uncanny double. Foucault calls it the figure of the demon. In his essay on Klossowski, La prose d'Action, the prose of Action, from 1964, Foucault describes this demon as follows: Le démon, c'en est pas l'autre, mais plutôt quelque chose d'étrange, de déroutant qui l'escoit sur place, lui-même, exactement ressemblant. Foucault 2001a, 354, the demon is not the other, but something strange, bewildering, which leaves one speechless and immobile, the same, the exact likeness. Foucault 1997, 123, while Foucault's demon certainly does not have the same conceptual function as Deleuze and Guattari's program or Lacan's fantasy, the demon is nevertheless an extremely useful notion for understanding his later conception of the self. In The Passion of Michel Foucault, Miller also emphasizes the importance of this concept, choosing the demon as the central theme in his biographical approach to Foucault's work, cf. Miller 2000, 70. The confrontation with the demon is comparable to the encounter with the imaginary self in the dream as described by Binswanger, where the dream experience ultimately expresses nothing other than the dreamer. This self is a perfect likeness, and it is precisely in this resemblance that one finds the doubling of the dreamer. The demon, as Miller summarizes it, is the very image of our being, if only we would recognize it. Miller 2000, 2. This also turns the figure of the demon into something contradictory, in the case that we, in one way or another, would be unfamiliar with what the demon conjures up before us, we would fail to recognize it as a double, but at the same time it can only continue to exist as our double if we misrecognize ourselves in it, such that it seems not to coincide with us. Freud had exposed the same paradox with his notion of the uncanny. The uncanny is that class of the frightening which leads back to what is known of old and long familiar. Freud 1955, 220, the demon simultaneously reflects an image of that which we have always been, and yet have still not become, the encounter. 122. With the demon is a confrontation with our own fate, an appeal that challenges us and urges us to reflect upon who we are and, above all, who we want to be. Foucault, in his discussion of Klossowski, refers explicitly to Nietzsche's demon of the eternal recurrence, which he describes in a famous passage from The Gay Science. What, if some day or night a demon were to steal after you into your loneliest loneliness and say to you, this life as you now live it and have lived it, you will have to live once more and innumerable times more, and there will be nothing new in it, but every pain and every joy and every thought and sigh and everything unutterably small or great in your life will have to return to you, all in the same succession and sequence, even this spider and this moonlight between the trees, and even this moment and I myself. The eternal hourglass of existence is turned upside down again and again, and you with it, speck of dust. Would you not throw yourself down and gnash your teeth and curse the demon who spoke thus? Or have you once experienced a tremendous moment when you would have answered him, you are a god, and never have I heard anything more divine? If this thought gained possession of you, it would change you as you are or perhaps crush you. The question in each and every thing, do you desire this once more and innumerable times more, would lie upon your actions as the greatest weight. Nietzsche 1974, 273-4. According to Nietzsche, we can only endure an encounter with this demon through amor fati. This entails not only that we affirm wholeheartedly everything that has happened to us and all that we have done, but also that we approach everything that still awaits us in such a way that we could accept that these experiences would be repeated endlessly, in precisely the same way, even stronger, that we would actively thirst for their recurrence. The difference in which the figure of the demon can appear arises precisely when, in the loneliest loneliness, one imagines that the same thing is going to be repeated forever. By multiplying our life in an imaginary way, the possibility of recognizing oneself in repetition emerges. That is to say, what we want to have repeated innumerable times in the repetition is the self that we want to become. Here again we find the Nietzschean paradox: become what you are. We can only become that which we already are, virtually, in the figure of the demon. The Nietzschean eternal recurrence of the same is not to be confused with Freud's uncanny return of the repressed, since no primal repression can be specified, no hidden truth brought to light by 123. The demon, the only thing that is repeated is the repetition itself, and in this repetition arises identification. It is the moment when, in a dream or in a text, a demon suddenly jumps up on your shoulder and says, "This is you." In the demonic demand, "You will have to live once more and innumerable times more," is found the touchstone, the basinose available to the subject, and which enables it to pass judgment on the progress and failures of its process of becoming. The demon that would keep recurring in different guises throughout Foucault's life and work is illustrated nicely by Miller, who describes it as a characteristic dream of making himself disappear. Miller 2373. There is no point in trying to hunt down the origin of this demon. Foucault shared his fascination for the disappearance of the self with an entire series of post-war French, anti-humanist thinkers and writers. Thus we can see that this fascination was on the one hand the result of an anonymous and impersonal spirit of the time, but on the other hand it was inspired by highly personal biographical experiences. Consequently, Foucault's demon was the spawn of an incidental, but not therefore less significant combination of intimate and collective factors playing off each other, a profusion of lost events that interacted with one another without there being one primal scene that could be specified as the determining factor. Rather than trying to discover how precisely this demon came to exist, it would be more interesting to ask how this demon can be used as an active force in the process of self-becoming. Once he was finally able to recognize himself in his demon, Foucault then succeeded in manipulating the inevitable repetition on different levels in his life and work in such a way that he could change himself along with them. he was able to use it to give his life a certain style, a certain direction. In this way Foucault was finally able to translate the terrifying strangeness of the sadomasochistic fantasies into the particular program of becoming gay with which he became familiar in the clubs of San Francisco. Similarly, he was able to apply his desire to disappear in such a way that he could continually put himself in question and take leave of himself. The encounter with the demon makes it clear that the subject is not entirely free to choose itself insofar as the choice always appears within an apparently ineluctable constellation of factors that cannot be outstripped by even the most experimental line of flight nor changed. 124. By the most rigorous paideia. It is what Nietzsche defined in Beyond Good and Evil as the spiritual fate, the great stupidity. But at the bottom of us, right down deep, there is, to be sure, something unteachable, a granite stratum of spiritual fate, of predetermined decision and answer to predetermined selected questions. In the case of every cardinal problem there speaks an unchangeable "this is I." One sometimes comes up certain solutions to problems which inspire belief in us, perhaps one thenceforth calls them one's convictions. Later one sees them only as footsteps to self-knowledge, signposts to the problem which we are, more correctly, to the great stupidity which we are, to our spiritual fate, to what is unteachable right down deep. Nietzsche 1973,143-4, italics in original. By way of clarification we refer once again to Gradiva. Latringer, in his Deleuzean analysis of the novel, refuses to interpret the continual variations of Hanold's foot obsession as copies of a lost original, in case of the foot of his childhood sweetheart, Zoe. Every manifestation of that desire has still another implication. The active program of the Gradiva relief that sends Hanold on his journey is not the same as the program that is eventually bound up with Zoe's foot and which activates the very opposite desire, reterritorialises Hanold, and finally carries him back to his German Heimat. Yet still, it is only thanks to the fact that there is something that travels along with Hanold's line of flight, the great stupidity, the demon of his foot obsession that keeps recurring, that a becoming Gradiva is possible for Hanold at all. Had he not become obsessed with the foot of the Gradiva, he would never have arrived at the idea of traveling to Italy. I am also of the opinion that the notion of the demon provides an unmistakable supplement to Deleuze's theory. As we saw in the previous chapter, Deleuze rejects the psychoanalytic interpretation in which patterns that recur in the life of the analysand are interpreted as the insistent repetition of a fundamental fantasy, a symbolic structure that links the enjoyment of the libidinal being to a fixed series of signifiers. For Deleuze, on the contrary, fantasies were singular events, expressions of a particular constellation of forces that could not be reduced to a single underlying structure. This means, however, that Deleuze's theory cannot provide a final explanation for the fact that some fantasies nevertheless seem to be repeated. From a potentially infinite number of lines of flight a body ultimately chooses a particular direction. 125. In Foucault, the book that Deleuze published in 1986 in honor of his former friend, he would try reformulate in his own terminology Foucault's later view on the subject that cares for itself. In an interview given on the occasion of this book, Deleuze compares the self-becoming with the plating of different forces into creative lines of flight. And while Deleuze did not in so many words admit it, the suggestion is that Foucault might indeed have found the solution to the theoretical stalemate in which schizoanalysis threatened to get caught, namely, the impossible choice between the reactive self and self-destruction in the psychotic delusion. As Deleuze argued in an interview from 1986, the process of individuation is safeguarded from the risk of total self-loss precisely by the imposition of a care of the self as a specific form of paideia. Les Grecs inventent le mode d'existence esthétique. C'est cela, la subjectivation, donner un courberie à la ligne, faire tu el revient sur soi, ou que la force s'affecte elle-même. Alors nous aurons les moyens de vivre ce qui serait invivable autrement. Ce que dit Foucault, c'est que nous ne pouvons éviter la mort et la folie que si nous faisons de l'existence un mode, un art. Deleuze 1990, 154. The Greeks invent an aesthetic way of existing. That's what subjectification is about, bringing a curve into the line, making it turn back on itself, or making force impinge on itself. So we get ways of living with what would otherwise be unendurable. What Foucault says is that we can only avoid death and madness if we make existing into a way, an art. Deleuze 1995, 113. This citation makes clear that, at least for Deleuze, Foucault's later view on subjectivity is easy to reconcile with his own theoretical insights. But with respect to psychoanalysis, the possibility of reconciliation seems much less likely. As Freud suggests in Das Unheimliche, the eternal recurrence of the same is only an externalization of the dominance in the unconscious mind of a compulsion to repeat proceeding from the instinctual impulses and probably inherent in the very nature of the instincts, Freud 1955, 238, and not at all a Nietzschean invocation to make one's life into a work of art, to become what one is. According to psychoanalysis, the continual repetition of the fantasy protects the subject from too direct exposure to the enjoyment that would destroy it, but at the same time this fantasy also compels the subject, like a donkey in a treadmill, to continually turn circles. 126. Around the unattainable object of desire. It is for this reason that Zizek, in Enjoy Your Symptom, 1992, reproaches Foucault in that his view on the self as an over to be created, fails to take into account the libidinal being's excessive, destructive enjoyment that can in no way be mastered or harmonized, and which can only appear in the symbolic as lack. Cf. Zizek 2001, 179 ff. And yet Zizek's remarks are not entirely correct. In his later work as well, Foucault does indeed take into account the fact that the body is traversed by destructive forces that threaten to erase the subject either in madness or death. Foucault does not conceive the subject as over as self-consciousness in perfect harmony whatsoever, but rather as a process that attempts to manipulate the different forces exerted on it in such a way that they transform the subject. Foucault therefore does not at all assume that this process can be completed, the self as a completed work of art, toward which the subject strives in its asceticism, is a goal which, as he emphasized in an interview from 1981 Usment on Entity and Jamais. Foucault 2001b, 984, happily, one never attains, Foucault 1998a, 137, happily, Foucault adds, for he realized, just like Lacan, that the subject can only exist insofar as it can never coincide with itself, in other words, the double will always differ from the subject. For Foucault, recognition of the insurmountable distance between the subject and that which it wants to be does not necessarily mean that one should dismiss this imaginary transformation as misrecognition. Already in his text on Binswanger, Foucault saw the awareness of our being toward death as a chance to examine our life retrospectively as an incomplete work, spread out across memories, actions, and writings. It is only in light of one's own, inevitable death that the notion of a work acquires meaning. Only in this way can one interpret oneself as a task, precisely because one does not have an eternity to realize this work. Reflection upon one's own mortality was already an important exercise in classical Stoic philosophy and received thorough treatment by Foucault in one of his final lecture series at the Collège de France, El Hermeneutique du Sujet, 1981-1982, The Hermeneutics of the Subject. In the abstract for the Annuaire du Collège de France, he describes this melathanatou, exercise, contemplation of death, as la possibilité de jeter, pour ainsi dire par anticipation, un regard rétrospectif sur sa vie. En se considérant soi-même comme sur le point. 127. Demourer, on peut juger de chacune de actions, tu en est en train de commettre dans sa valeur propre. La mort, de sa épictète, sizet le laboureur dans son labor, le matelot dans sa navigation, et toi, dans quelle occupation veux-tu exercer? Foucault 2001b, 1184. The possibility of looking back, in advance as it were, on one's life. By thinking of oneself as being about to die, one can judge each action that one is performing in terms of its own value. Death, said Epictetus, takes hold of the laborer in the midst of his labor, the sailor in the midst of his sailing, and you, in the midst of what occupation do you want to be taken? Foucault 1998a, 105. The encouragement of Epictetus makes clear that the emphasis of this exercise does not lay on completing a task, but in simply assuming the task, implementing a program that makes life worthwhile and meaningful for the subject both from an ethical and aesthetic perspective. Not even 2 years later, Foucault himself would be confronted with the prospect of his impending death. He insisted on letting his bios end along the same lines as the logos by which he had lived. Despite increasingly weakening health, he would continue, with stoic determination and as long as he was able physically, to teach at the college and continue writing l'usage de plaisirs and l'issouci de soi. That was the specific task from which he wished to be torn away. At first glance this Foucauldian ethics appears far removed from a Lacanican ethics that, with death in mind, urges the subject to relinquish its imaginary identifications and to dissolve the self as a symptom. Yet at the end of his teaching, Lacan would have to adjust this radical rejection of the self because his original interpretation of the symptom as something that could be explained and eliminated via analysis was not substantiated in practice. As Zizek formulated it in The Sublime Object of Ideology, 1989. How do we account for patients who have, beyond any doubt, gone through their fantasy, who have obtained distance from the fantasy framework of their reality, but whose key symptom still persists? How do we explain this fact? What do we do with a symptom, with this pathological formation which persists not only beyond its interpretation but even beyond fantasy? Zizek 1995, 74-5. Lacan eventually came to realize that the enjoyment lodged in the symptom could never be removed entirely through verbal analysis. The symptom was thus no longer an unconscious message to be deciphered, but the expression of an enjoyment that escaped the symbolic. 128. Order and could not be explained away. It is this reinterpretation of the symptom that Lacan would later refer to as the symptôme, referring to the Old French spelling of symptom. In The Sublime Object of Ideology, Zizek in turn defined the symptôme as a terrifying bodily mark which is merely a mute attestation bearing witness to a disgusting enjoyment, without representing anything or anyone. Zizek 1995, 76. Anyone who consults Lacan's 23rd seminar, which is dedicated entirely to the symptôme, will notice straight away that Zizek's interpretation is much too harsh. Lacan in fact expands the notion of the symptôme to include what he earlier had called the paradigmatic symptom, namely, the ego. Once reformulated as the symptôme, the ego in Lacan now appears as a sort of artificial construction brought about by writing. To illustrate, Lacan turns to the work of James Joyce, which he held in great esteem, and, in view of Lacan's fondness of bizarre word games, often imitated as well. According to Lacan, in Joyce the symptôme functioned via an artifice d'écriture, artifice of writing, Lacan 2005, 152, which made the required connection in Joyce's psyche between the orders of the real, the imaginary, and the symbolic, thereby protecting him from psychosis. Through his retour à Joyce, the ego, which in the early Lacan could only be an imaginary misrecognition, eventually returns to psychoanalytic theory. As Rabat remarks in Jacques Lacan, Psychoanalysis and the Subject of Littérature, 2001, Joyce came to serve for Lacan as a literary doppelganger who allows him to make sense of his own opaque and baroque style, while permitting the return of the repressed ego. Rabat 2001, 174, the ego here is no longer the imaginary construction of a Narcissus who becomes enamored with his own mirror image so that he would not have to recognize his own desire, but a symptôme, an artificial construction born from writing itself, or as Rabat calls it in the words of Ezra Pound, an ego scripture, cf. Rabat 2001, 172. Does this not also mean that we can see Lacan's eventual reformulation of the analytic project, namely, where the analysand is enabled to identify with his own symptôme as a call for us to identify with this artificial ego? This interpretation of the syntome is perhaps less loaded than it seems at first glance. In fact, it is already incorporated in the double entente of the signifier syntome itself, a fertile ambiguity that Lacan, given his fondness for portmanteau words, could not re-129. Cis the syntome becomes a synthome, an artificial self-creation, Thurston, quoted in Evans 2001, 190. At least based on this interpretation, the ultimate goal of the psychoanalytic cure no longer seems to be the Platonic traversal of the fundamental fantasy and a confrontation with the pure libidinal being beyond that fantasy, but the Nietzschean creation of a synthome by which the fantasy and the libidinal being in fact coincide in an artificial self-construction. This Lacanian synthetic man becomes a reformulation of Nietzsche's artistic ideal as rediscovered by Deleuze in Sacher-Masochist perversion. Joyce's artificial ego also becomes for Lacan the ultimate example of a new form of perversion with positive connotations, which psychoanalytic practice had heretofore neglected. This is at least what Lacan suggests at the conclusion of his seminar on the syntome. Vous m'avez entendu très souvent énoncer ceci, que la psychanalyse n'a même pas it foutu d'inventer une nouvelle perversion. C'est triste. Si la perversion, c'est l'essence de l'homme, qu'elle infécondit dans cette pratique. Eh bien, je pense que, grâce à Joyce, nous touchons quelque chose à quoi je n'avais pas songé. Lacan 2005, 153. You have very often heard me say that psychoanalysis was not even able to invent a new perversion. This is sad. If perversion is the essence of man, how infertile this practice is. Ah well, I think that, thanks to Joyce, we touch upon something of which I haven't thought. This pronunciation shows that despite their divergent theoretical assumptions, Lacanian psychoanalysis and a Nietzschean-inspired philosophy may ultimately be less irreconcilable than is often contended. From Foucault's perspective, we can interpret both as variations of contemporary technologies of the self, tricks that are used to bring about a new relation of the subject to itself, an attempt to develop a nouvelle perversion by which the subject, through an encounter with its artificial double, creates the self that it wishes to become. As can be discerned from Rabate's comment about the important role that Joyce played for Lacan, it once again seems that the demon can also appear as a literary double. While Foucault scarcely devoted attention to literary texts in his later work, there is still one text, L'Écriture de Soi, Self-Writing, from 1983 that enables us to extrapolate Foucault's later insights into a study of literature, and above. 130. All to the active role that the reader fulfills in it as one goes in search of one's demon in the literary text. The hypomemeta. In L'Écriture de Soi, Foucault discusses a certain aspect of the care of the self, namely the retention of so-called hypomemeta. In antiquity, this was a sort of journal in which people would jot down their observations, thereby creating a heterogeneous collection of text fragments which together formed a logos bioethikos, a sort of guide for conduct. Indeed, the authority of the source was not unimportant when making a selection of the citations, but the real use of the citation was based primarily on the singular situation in which the reader found oneself and to which the philosophical wisdom could be applied. It was therefore also essential that the one who compiled the book did not remain merely a reader. By giving consideration to the relevant passages and copying them down, he was able to author the truth he had discovered there, making it available for his own use. In this way all of the different, disparate fragments were unified into a personal synthesis. With this in mind, Foucault cites a remark from Seneca that compares this practice with an intelligent bee that returns regularly to the hive in order to place in safe storage the nectar she had collected on her journey from flower to flower. But despite the importance assigned here to the role of one's personal approach to the writing material, Foucault utters words of caution in his conversation with Dreyfus and Rubinow against confusing the hypomemeta with the type of autobiographical journals that were later kept, primarily under the influence of Christianity. Il ne faut pas prendre les hypomemeta, si personnels tu ils ain't pu être, pour de journaux intimes ou pour ces récits d'expériences spirituelles, qu'elle on peut trouver ultérieurement dans la littérature chrétienne. ILSNE constituent pas un récit de soi, leur objectif n'est pas de mettre en lumière les arcanes de la conscience dont la confession, tu el soit orale ou écrite, un valeur purificatrice. Le mouvement tu ils cherchent à effectuer est l'inverse de ce dernier, il ne s'agit pas de truquer l'indéchiffrable, de révéler ce qui est caché, de dire le non dit, mais au contraire de rassembler le déjà dit, de rassembler ce qu'elle en pouvait entendre ou lire, et cela dans un dessein qui n'est pas autre chose que la constitution de soi-même. Foucault 2001b, 1444. 131. As personal as they were, the hypomemata must nevertheless not be taken for intimate diaries or for those accounts of spiritual experience, which can be found in later Christian literature. They do not constitute an account of oneself, their objective is not to bring the arcane conscientia to light, the confession of which, be it oral or written, has a purifying value. The movement that they seek to effect is the inverse of this last one. The point is not to pursue the indescribable, not to reveal the hidden, not to say the non-said, but, on the contrary, to collect the already said, to reassemble that which one could hear or read, and this to an end which is nothing less than the constitution of oneself. Foucault 1997, 273. The classic reader-writer of this hypomemata thus views oneself not as something that must be discovered, but as something that needs to be carefully constructed and instructed so that it could inch ever closer to the ethical and aesthetic ideal of the self as oeuvre. In this way the practice of hypomemata was a sort of training program enabling the individual to work on oneself. The practice of hypomemata was ultimately associated strictly with the specific context of Stoic philosophy, and can thus not be projected randomly onto another period. Yet I believe that numerous aspects of this particular technology of the self can still find a place in the contemporary practice of reading where the reader's discoveries are continually referred back to his or her own life. By bringing together all of these different, divergent fragments an imaginary double is eventually created, a demon that addresses the individual and in which one recognizes oneself. The artificial self that the reader hereby develops through interaction with the text is not in the least a self-confirming mirror image, but a collection of heterogeneous fragments that interact with one another and with the reader in a continual process of transformation, such that the reader can never coincide completely with this textual double. The demon does not confront the reading subject with what it is, but with what it will be. In such a process, the reader repeatedly runs up against a lack that arouses one's desire. What is lacking here is not the mythical, lost love object as proposed by psychoanalysis, but rather the future self, the self as oeuvre that looms on the horizon of the reading experience. The encounter with the demon thus does not signify some futile circling of an extimate kernel, but a spiraling movement in which the demon functions as the virtual object that, however subtly, transforms the reader during the reading process, driving one forward on. 132. This ultimate line of flight becoming oneself without ever reaching the goal. With this figure of the demon we can now reconsider the notion of fantasy in a way that takes into account not only the unavoidable compulsion to repeat as found in the psychoanalytic fantasy with its constitutional inability to be fulfilled, but also the experimental escape routes that the fantasy, redefined as program, makes possible according to Deleuze and Guattari. The notion of the demon also becomes an excellent tool for understanding how Barthes could bring together both the Nietzschean as well as the psychoanalytic intertext in his lecture series at the Collège de France, and how he in this way developed a method of reading that, as we will see, resumes the practice of classical hypomemata in a contemporary context. But before we examine Barthes' lecture series at the college, I would like to first indicate how, under the influence of both intertexts, Barthes' approach to the reader would evolve thoroughly during the course of the 60s and 70s. A reader writes oneself. The return of the intimate. On the 19th of October, 1978, Roland Barthes delivered a lecture on Proust to the Collège de France, or more accurately, he spoke about Proust and himself. Moi doit s'entendre ici l'auardement, ce n'est pas le substitut acceptus d'un lecteur général, Tout substitution est une asepsie, cen est personne d'autre que celui à qui nul ne peut se substituer, pour le meilleur et pour le pire. C'est l'intime qui veut parler en moi, faire entendre son cri, face à la généralité, à la science. OCV, 465, italics in original. Myself is to be understood here in the full sense, not the asepticized substitute of a general reader. Any substitution is an asepsis. I shall be speaking of the one for whom no one else can be substituted, for better and for worse. It is the intimate which seeks utterance in me, seeks to make its cry heard, confronting generality, confronting science. Barthes 1989, 284, italics in original. A bit further Barthes describes how his reading body reacted in an excessively emotional way to certain passages from Proust's Recherche which he experienced as moments de vérité, moments of truth, cf 468/287, because they reminded him of a recent personal loss, namely, the death of his mother a year earlier. Barthes certainly must have surprised many of his listeners with statements such as these. Was Barthes not known as the prophet of the text, that anonymous tissue of signs that makes every illusion of intimacy impossible insofar as according to this theory even our most personal thoughts and feelings are always determined by the other? Does it not seem that he is falling back upon the very point of departure that he had personally fought against during the glory days of structuralism, namely, the belief in an autonomous, inalienable I? 134. That evaluates texts from out of its own, intimate biographical experiences, and can therefore determine their truth? Anyone who has studied Barthes' collected works will realize quickly that this focus on the singular reader is not so much an unexpected return to outdated literary critical theories as a logical conclusion to the evolution in his way of thinking. Already during the 60s and 70s Barthes had started to warm up to the idea of the fundamental role that the body of the reader, and more specifically its pleasure, played in the process of interpretation. Barthes links this pleasure to the reader's imaginary, that is to say, to the relationship the reader maintains with oneself while reading. In Le Plaisir du Texte, we will see that for Barthes, the ideal reading method seems to be a perverse strategy which enables the reader to imagine oneself as a fictional character, and through this creative imaginary to liberate oneself from earlier identifications, to experiment with other possibilities with which to fashion oneself. Before we sketch this evolution with reference to a few of Barthes' crucial texts and passages on this problematic of the reader, it would be helpful to make a brief but nonetheless important remark concerning Barthes' relation with the psychoanalytic and Nietzschean intertexts which explicitly, and more often implicitly, form the theoretical infrastructure for his thinking. As Brown remarked in Roland Barthes, The Figures of Writing, 1992, the major difficulty with this is that Barthes was anything but consistent when it came to intertextual references. Barthes invites us to go to other places, other texts, for a full explanation of what his terms signify, but by the time we return, we find that what we have learnt may be curiously irrelevant. Barthes insists that he has deformed the terms he appropriates, but the degree of deformation is difficult to determine. Brown 1992, 95. Nevertheless, in contrast to Brown, I do not believe that the original intertext would become irrelevant for understanding Barthes simply because of this terminological deformation. On the contrary, one could indeed advance the claim that it is just this kind of background information that is essential to safeguard Barthes' reading theory from the accusation of being nothing more than some sort of ad hoc sorcery with fashionable words. At worst, one could even reverse Brown's position and claim that it may well be that his incoherent and often even 135 illogical terminology could end up turning Barthes himself into something curiously irrelevant. It is for this reason that, in the sections that follow, I would like to approach in light of these two intertexts the terms that Barthes borrowed, in extremely idiosyncratic fashion, from both intertexts, terms such as the fantasy, the imaginary, the pathos of distance. But in a certain sense I would also like to turn the tables and apply Barthes' singular view on intertextuality to his own texts by integrating into my analysis the terms we have discussed in the first, theoretical part, such as the daemon, the program, the hypomemata, even if Barthes himself did not use them. I believe that these terms could prove to be curiously relevant for our reading of Barthes because they help to clarify in concise fashion a number of central convergence points in his theory of reading. I am aware that in so doing I am ultimately distorting Barthes' texts to a certain extent, but paradoxically enough I believe this approach is necessary if we are to give Barthes' theory of reading its due. Barthes' distortion, and in consequence, mine also, is inherent to the perverse reading strategy he developed specifically from these intertexts. The idea that this interpretation changes nothing of the fact that Barthes can be considered a less important theoretician than, say, Lacan or Foucault, might in turn become irrelevant. The virtue of his work and its value for literary theory lies precisely in the way in which he, much more than his sources of theoretical inspiration, tried to reconsider the subject, and more specifically the reading subject, from the perspective of literature itself. The birth of the reader. The polemical critique et verite from 1966 would be a useful starting point for our survey. Barthes wrote this text in reaction against the Sorbonne professor and renowned Racine scholar Raymond Picard, who a year earlier had used him as whipping boy in his Nouvelle Critique ou Nouvelle Imposture. Picard's rancor was aroused primarily by Barthes sur Racine, 1963, which he wanted to expose for its ambiguous, opaque jargon and its many inconsistencies. What makes Critique et Verite so interesting for us is primarily the fact that Barthes felt compelled to defend his method of reading in Sur Racine by making explicit many of his assumptions which had 136 heretofore remained implicit. Barthes assailed Picard's strict historical philological method of interpretation, and more specifically the assumption that this method could provide a sort of zero degree of criticism, one that is entirely objective, neutral, and independent of any specific temporal or theoretical modality. The text can never be reduced to an unequivocal meaning, but generates a multiplicity of potential meanings, some of which are concretist in a particular reading situation, en adjutant ma situation à la lecture que j'ai fait d'une œuvre, j'ai pousse réduire son ambiguïté, mais cette situation, change anti, compose l'œuvre, elle ne la retrouve pas. OC2, 786-7, italics in original. It is true that by adding my situation to my reading of a work I can reduce its ambiguity, but this situation, as it changes, composes the work and does not rediscover it. Barthes 1987, 71-2, italics in original. The situation here is not yet the intimate, personal experience of the reader as Barthes would later describe in his lecture on Proust, it is rather determined entirely by the anonymous effect of language itself, which speaks both through the author and the reader. It is this notion that Barthes develops further in one of his most influential essays, La mort de l'auteur, in which he opposes the dominant position occupied by the author in literary studies and literary criticism. Opposite the author Barthes places the figure of the reader, in whom once freed from the obligation to search the text for the supposed intention of the author all the different meanings that a text generates can coalesce. In the final, now famous sentence of his article, Barthes also claims that la naissance du lecteur doit se payer de la mort de l'auteur. OC3, 45, the birth of the reader must be requited by the death of the author. Barthes 1989, 55, just like the author, this newborn reader nevertheless appears here as an abstract construction, stripped of its singular existence outside the text. Le lecteur est un homme sans histoire, sans biographie, sans psychologie, ils seulement ce quelqu'un qui chante rassemblés dans un même champ toutes les traces dont est constitué l'écrit. 45, italics in original, the reader is a man without history, without biography, without psychology, he is only that someone who holds collected into one and the same field all of the traces from which writing is constituted. 54, italics in original, around the same time that La mort de l'auteur appeared, Barthes was working on an analysis of Sarrasine, a novel by Balzac. 137. Together with his seminar students in the École pratique de hautes études. This seminar, spread over 2 academic years, 1967 to 1969, resulted in an extensive commentary published in 1970 under the enigmatic title, S/Z. In his programmatic introduction, Barthes not only rejects an interpretation focused on the author, but he simultaneously distances himself from rigid structuralism, which still assumed the presence of objectively defined structures in the text which determine its meaning independent of the context in which it is read. According to Barthes, these structures are not inherent to the text, but are imputed by the reader on the basis of a series of textual and cultural codes, CFOC 3, 133/Barthes 1974, 18, and in that sense constitute an equally arbitrary collection of signifiers like so many stars grouped in a constellation. In his reading of Balzac, Barthes viewed himself as a sort of modern augur. Le text, est comparable à un ciel, plat et profond à la fois, lis, sans bords et sans repères, tel l'augur y découpant du bout de son bâton un rectangle fictif pour y interroger selon certains principes le vol d'oiseau, le commentateur trace le long du texte des zones de lecture, afin d'y observer la migration de scènes, l'effleurement de codes, le passage de citations, 129. The text is comparable to a sky, at once flat and smooth, deep, without edges and without landmarks, like the soothsayer drawing on it with the tip of his staff an imaginary rectangle wherein to consult, according to certain principles, the flight of birds. The commentator traces through the text certain zones of reading, in order to observe therein the migration of meanings, the outcropping of codes, the passage of citations. 14. This metaphor makes clear the extent to which Barthes thinks the reader actively intervenes during the reading process. For him, the ideal reading is in the first place also an act of writing, as it appears in the well-known distinction he made in S/Z between le scriptable, the writerly, and le leasable, the readerly, cf 122/4. Scriptable are those texts that no longer force the reader into the position of a passive consumer of readily available meaning, but treat the reader as a producer who creates meaning. Leasable, on the contrary, are texts which are so strongly anchored in a particular system of meaning that the reader enjoys little freedom to experiment with alternative interpretations or codes. Instead, during the reading process, the reader is invariably led. 138. Back to classic interpretation schemes, as in the case of Balzac's novel. Barthes' distinction between scriptable and leasable is also an implicit reaction against the accusation of being illeasable, unreadable, often voiced against avant-garde writers and theoreticians, Barthes included. In fact, Barthes turned the tables. The kind of texts that he defended must remain unreadable so they could be made writerly by the reader. From this perspective, classic, readerly texts may be reproached because they are unwriterly. In a career law lecture, Writing Reading, a short article about S/Z that he wrote in 1970 for Le Figaro Littéraire, Barthes emphasized once again the impersonal, trans-individual character of the reading code he advanced in S/Z, Genai pas reconstituer un lecteur, fut-il vous ou moi, mais la lecture. OC 3, 603, I have not reconstituted a reader, you or myself, but reading, Barthes 1989, 31. And yet in this article the anonymous reader without biography is indeed explicitly ascribed a body, through which reading becomes more than a purely textual operation. Lire, c'est faire travailler notre corps, on sait depuis la psychanalyse que corps excède de beaucoup notre mémoire et notre conscience, à l'appel de signes du texte, de tous les langages qui les traversent et qui ferment comme la profondeur moire de phrases. 604. To read is to make our body work. Psychoanalysis has taught us that this body greatly exceeds our memory and our consciousness, at the invitation of the text signs, of all the languages which traverse it and form something like the shimmering depth of the sentence. 31. While the body was already a recurring theme in Barthes' early work, the notion faded into the background during his structuralist period in the 60s, cf. Moriarty 1991, 186 ff. With S/Z the body made a prominent return and came to play an important role in Barthes' approach to the reader. This evolution was influenced heavily by Barthes' friendship with Julia Kristeva, without notions such as productivity and intertextuality that she had developed, inspired primarily by the work of Bakhtin. Barthes' notion of the writerly would have been inconceivable. Barthes also followed his favorite student's lead when she, in the years that followed, exchanged her Bakhtinian vocabulary for the Lacanian vernacular and began to pay attention to 139. Corporeality in language not as a lack, but as a breeding ground, as Kara. The major difference between Barthes and Kristeva was that she, like many of her colleagues at Telkel, worked out her insights about the body and the text, the semiotic and the symbolic, within a pronouncedly revolutionary political program. The avant-garde's literary revolution became, in Kristeva, the foreshadowing of an imminent cultural and political upheaval. During that period, Barthes was much more reserved when it came to politics. In contrast to many of his younger friends at Telkel, May 68 left him quite disillusioned, as Calvet points out in his biography of Barthes, cf. Calvet 1990/1994, 202 ff/163 ff. Barthes did not share Kristeva's ideological aspirations, but rather based on her psychoanalytically inspired research developed a more personal, hedonistic approach to the body in its interaction with language. The reading body. Relieved to have the opportunity to escape a turbulent Paris and the hysteria of the student protest for a while, in September 1969 Barthes accepted a post as visiting lecturer at the University of Rabat in Morocco. There he not only prepared the publication of S/Z, which would appear in 1970, but also worked for the art publisher Skira on a short book devoted to Japan, which he visited 3 times during 1966 and 1967. This book appeared under the title L'Empire des Signes, Empire of Signs. As with S/Z, here as well Barthes declares in the introduction that it is the reader who provides an otherwise meaningless collection of signifiers with a structure. But whereas in S/Z he started out from the assumption of a fixed, more or less objective series of interpretation codes, he now chose as his selection principle for his reading of Japan to be guided simply by the pleasure that certain aspects of this country evoked in him. While Barthes, after only 1 year, ended prematurely his stay in Rabat, for him this sabbatical year spent far away from the political struggles in Paris working on a book about a much more distant country signified for him a change of course with respect to his earlier work. While Telkel, like many of the leftist intellectuals in France in the early 70s, had taken a pronounced Maoist stance, Barthes would devote himself undisturbed to the intimate revolution of pleas. 140. He proclaimed this credo expressly in the preface to Sada, Fourier, Loyola, 1971, a collection of texts that were published primarily in Telkel and Critique, Rien de plus déprimant que d'imaginer le texte comme un objet intellectuel, de réflexion, d'analyse, de comparaison, de reflet, etc. Le texte est un objet de plaisir. OC 3, 704, nothing is more depressing than to imagine the text as an intellectual object, for reflection, analysis, comparison, mirroring, etc. The text is an object of pleasure. Barthes 1997, 7. In addition, a bit further Barthes suggests, somewhat provocatively, that le plaisir d'une lecture garantit sa vérité. 706, the pleasure of a reading guarantees its truth. 9. Thus, the only criterion Barthes retained was the pleasure that the text provided to the reader's body. And while the notion of the body in Barthes to that point was still primarily a theoretical and thus, paradoxically enough, also a rather abstract term, he now realized that the experience of pleasure as such was still connected to the concrete body of a singular reader, in case himself. Thus Sada, Fourier, Loyola also signaled the return of biography, not only that of the author. Barthes added a list of short anecdotes at the back of the book, biographems as he called them, 706/9, but also, and above all, that of the reader. Le plaisir du texte s'accomplit d'une façon plus profonde, lorsque le texte littéraire, le livre, transmigre dans notre vie, lorsqu'une autre écriture, l'écriture de l'autre, parvient à écrire de fragments de notre propre quotidienneté, bref quand ils y produit une coexistence. 704, italics in original. The pleasure of the text is achieved more deeply, whenever the literary text, the book, transmigrates into our life, whenever another writing, the other's writing, succeeds in writing fragments of our own daily lives, in short, whenever a coexistence occurs. 7. Italics in original. This coexistence means that the writerly is no longer an anonymous operation of language in a textual field, but an extra-textual confrontation with the singular body in its everyday context, a context that is thereby altered, gaining new perspectives. 141. The bêtise. In Le Plaisir du Texte, written in 1973, Barthes would continue his research into the relation between text, subject, and body. Still, this slim little book is somewhat disappointing for those who had expected a more thoroughly developed theory of reading drawing upon the rather vague notion of pleasure that Barthes, in his preface to Sada, Fourier, Loyola, had taken as the touchstone of a given text's truth. Le Plaisir du Texte is a collection of loose fragments without any clear connection, full of quotations for which Barthes declined to provide the source, cf. Mortimer's attempt to identify the different, often hidden, intertextual references in her The Gentlest Law, Roland Barthes' The Pleasure of the Text, 1989. Furthermore, the distinction between the two central concepts examined by Barthes, namely, plaisir and jouissance, is very shaky. Yet hidden behind this terminological vacillation was a more profound uncertainty in Barthes' thinking. As J.M. Rabate suggests in his lemma about Barthes in the Johns Hopkins Guide to Literary Theory and Criticism, with this conceptual pair plaisir/jouissance Barthes once again takes up the distinction he made earlier between lisable and scriptable in S/Z, cf. Rabate 2005, 98. Reformulated in psychoanalytic terms, this is to say that with the texte de plaisir, the reader can pleasurably project one's imaginary fantasies onto that which one reads. The texte de jouissance makes this identification impossible and profoundly destabilizes the reader's identity. And yet, with all due respect to Rabate, the purpose of Le Plaisir du Texte is not just the reformulation of the contrast between readerly and writerly in psychoanalytic terms, while it is clear that Barthes, in S/Z, still sided with the writerly text, his value judgment is now pronounced with less conviction. As was apparent from the preface to Sada, Fourier, Loyola, he ascribed an important role to pleasure in the evaluation of a text. Furthermore, as he now claims, the texte de jouissance can even be thoroughly irritating, in other words, the choice between classic and avant-garde texts is much less evident than it used to be. Barthes' vacillating terminology seems primarily to be an expression of his own hesitation between his love for the old and his fascination for new forms of literature. For Barthes, the pleasure of identification which occurs with classic texts, and the enjoyment of writerly texts which destroys every form of identification. 142. Mutually exclude one another in advance. For this reason he cannot view his own conflicting literary preferences as anything other than a contradiction which turns him into a reader who jouir à la fois, à travers le texte, de la consistance de son moïté de s'étude. OC 4, 230, italics in original, simultaneously enjoys, through the text, the consistency of his selfhood and its collapse, its fall. Barthes 1975, 21. The conceptual confusion becomes even greater when Barthes claims that pleasure, thus the pleasant reading of texts lisables, is also capable of breaking through the imaginary consistency of the self. Thus, like jouissance, it can be an active force that compels the subject to reconsider its relation to the body during the process of reading. It is this moment that Barthes, in Le Plaisir du Texte, designates as the drift, a notion that refers to the moment where the reader is captured imaginarily by a certain passage and begins to drift away from the original text, and yet is simultaneously confronted with that which does not get carried away in this drift. La derive advient choc fois que jene respect pa le tout, et tu a force de paratre import ICIET la ogre de illusions, seductions et intimidations de language, tel un bouchon sur la vague, je reste immobile, pivotant sur la jouissance intrritable qui me lie au texte, au monde. 229, italics in original. Drifting occurs whenever I do not respect the whole, and whenever, by dint of seeming driven about by language's illusions, seductions, and intimidations, like a cork on the waves, I remain motionless, pivoting on the intractable bliss that binds me to the text, to the world. 18. Italics in original. This intrritable can be aligned with Nietzsche's something unteachable which, in his description of the spiritual fate, he called the great stupidity, Nietzsche 1973, 143-4 the concrete libidinal presence of our body. Barthes indeed concludes, un autre nom de la derive, ce serait, l'intritable, ou peut-être encore, la bêtise. 229, italics in original, another name for drifting would be, the intractable or perhaps even, stupidity. 18, italics in original, at first sight the term bêtise, stupidity, here should astonish a reader of Barthes because bêtise for him is usually negatively connoted with daza, and stands for a stupid cliché, an obvious stereotype, the unthinkingly accepted bourgeois prejudice that Flaubert ridiculed. 143. In his Dictionnaire des Recus and about which Barthes resumed the critique in his Mythologies, cf. 2002, Gaillard 1978, Hirschberg Pirot 2002. The bêtise as it now appears in Le Plaisir du Texte no longer belongs to the collective daza, but to the singular body as it is bound to the text during the course of reading. The various ways that the subject deals with its bêtise culminates in different approaches to the text. According to Barthes, it should also be possible to generate a topology of the pleasures of reading via the psychoanalytic diagnostic schemas of hysteria, obsessive neurosis, paranoia, and perversion, cf. 258/63. The exercise that Barthes suggests here is very interesting, and yet he devotes barely half a page to the various positions that the subject can take with respect to the text. In what follows I intend to develop this Barthian classification further theoretically. But first an important amendment must be made concerning Barthes' use of psychoanalytic terminology. He obviously did not use them in the strict clinical sense, and therefore I choose to make a clear distinction between, on the one hand, a certain fundamental psychic structure such as can be diagnosed in a patient, and on the other hand, the strategy related to the structure, and with which a particular reader approaches the text. This effectively means that a reader need not have a psychotic structure to, for instance, employ a paranoid reading strategy, and even less that a reader always has to choose for the same strategy. As Barthes remarked about himself, in Roland Barthes par Roland Barthes, 1975, vous découvrez que vous êtes à la fois, au tour à tour, obsessional, hysteric, paranoïaque et de plus perverse, sans parler de psychoses amoureuses. OC4, 717, you discover that you are at one and the same time, or alternately, obsessive, hysterical, paranoiac, and perverse to the last degree, not to mention certain erotic psychoses. Barthes 1994, 144, yet we will ultimately see that a certain reading strategy would become Barthes' preferred method, and would also serve as the paradigm for the theory of reading that he attempted to develop starting with Le Plaisir du Texte, the strategy of the perverse reader. We begin our sequence with the hysterical reader. The hysterical position is typical of the way in which we usually relate to the symbolic. While we know that language is arbitrary, as is the identity that language gives to us, we nevertheless need this symbolic identity. We expect that the other can